Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Island Magic 2023, the 33rd running of this famous event here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and the drama building off the coast down there out into Smiths Beach and further off into the distance at Woolamai. Grey clouds in the sky, but rain not really threatening. I guess you'd probably call it maybe heavy mist on the windows here in the commentary booth. Big g'day to everyone joining us on the Blendline TV live streaming right around the world. We get some great interactions from all corners of the globe, and a big welcome to everyone trackside here, and a shout out to those volunteer officials parking themselves out trackside. By parking I mean on foot, not by cars and things like that. Fully exposed to the weather that is going to be featuring, I dare say, right throughout today's proceedings here at the 33rd running of Island Magic. Those volunteer officials, flag marshals out there for the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, our fire marshals from the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, of course our PIARC members in trackside, pit lane, all of those, I guess, areas exposed to the weather, and of course the rarefied air in the tower, and the race control staff, stewards, race secretaries, and of course us in the very top floor of the tower. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside. I welcome Steve DeVries to the 33rd running of Island Magic.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everybody. And what a splendid day we had yesterday. But blessed with some beautiful weather all the way through. We avoided the worst of it, more importantly. We were sitting up here calling the Formula Open race right at the very end of proceedings and starting to get that little bit of rain. Some of the drivers in that race, they were saying it actually felt a lot heavier than what it was, but I think that's more just the perception of how fast they were travelling in some of that beautiful machinery that just made it seem a bit worse than it otherwise was. But the minute they got the last cars off track, the heavens opened, and didn't it open in a really, really big way. So the track has been fully washed green. All that bit of rubber that's been laid down yesterday is gone, the same way that it happened on Friday night after practice. That was all gone because there was another rainstorm. I don't think we're going to get that lucky today. I think we're going to get a little bit of a shower somewhere along the line. It's going to spice some of the action up.
Look, Steve, something out of yesterday which always amazes me about this racing track is there it is, the fabulous shot we've got of the top of the facilities here coming over. So you can see it's a relatively bright sort of area today. We're getting great aerial shots from the Blendline TV people here at the pit and paddock area as we go back to a pit lane shot with the 944s coming out. The Island Magic event stemmed out of the Victorian Championships as a need for state-level competitors really to round out the year, and it's what it's done for many, many years now. In fact, 33 years. Some of the awards, the Endeavour Cup, which we're seeing the cars fighting out for the Endeavour Cup and have done since early 2000 when OJ Pilatus won the first Endeavour Cup for the Porsche 944s. Of course, the San Remo Saloon Car Challenge, which isn't being run here. The Governor Phillip Cup also as well back then, a historic award that isn't being run this year. The 50K plate has been enormous, and it is arguably the biggest award in the sports sedan calendar each and every year. Victorian Road Racing Championships, the John Roxburgh Trophy, will be conducted for Australian Formula Open here this weekend. The Matthew Flinders plate, again, one of the more coveted awards in the world of club cars and improved production over the last 30 years as well, being awarded here today. Victorian Historic Touring Car Trophy as well. The Victorian Tourist Trophy has been run for sports cars, not being run this year. The Cows Cup for HQs, they're not here this weekend, but certainly been there. The Maury Fordham Trophy for Formula Bs will certainly be decided today, and the Phillip Island Formula Ford Trophy is all part of it there. Great barrage of loyal sponsors, the Traction Tyre Centre with Andrew McCarthy and his crew down there in Rowville, the Ramada Resort here at Phillip Island, the Osola de Capri, Speco VHT, SD Picks, Race Fuels for their great facilities here at the track and right around many permanent facilities in the country. Cool Drive, Scarcella Design, Motorsport Australia, and of course the fantastic circuit here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And what I like about this sort of race meeting, Steve DeVries, and it's very much the same formula that we love and enjoyed with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships throughout 2023 for the Triple Eight Home Loans Series there is it's just racing, one race after the other. And we've got the cars almost halfway around on their warm-up lap. We probably need to get to the grid sheet, don't we?
Absolutely. We do need to get to the grid sheet. What an entertaining opening we did have yesterday with the Porsche 944 Challenge. Let's have a look at the grid order. So it's Cameron Bella who took the win yesterday in what was a three-way fight, in some cases almost a four-way fight for the podium spots. So he took the honours. Chris Lewis-Williams, who's the four-time champion now in Victorian State and in the club as well. He's starting off at P2. Adam Brewer in the number 3, the AVI Technology Machine. He'll start out at position 3 alongside the 44, Mark Verdino, or the Vendetta, as he's affectionately known within the club, and relayed by Jack Atley, who's sadly not with us this weekend. Joey Kellick in the 1800 Lasagna Machine, that's car number 77. He'll be out of position number 5 alongside Jamie Westaway, who's taken over Anthony Westaway's number 50 for the weekend. Andy Jackman in the Poolmaster entry out of position 7 alongside Manny Messasalma. Rounding out the field, we have Josh Brisbane, Jared Campione, John Venoris, who was slow away off the grid yesterday, Michael Westaway, who was the first of the retirements. He had a spin down at Siberia, and Mark Torbert's retired in the car number 74 fairly early in yesterday's race, so he's going to be the black number 74 starting off the rear of the grid.
I tell you what, Joey Kellock, probably Melbourne, Victoria's most famous restaurateur right now, after featuring heavily on 3AW on Friday morning with their restaurant review, and lots of famous people getting down to 1800 Lasagna to dine, and certainly a sensation amongst the Melbourne eateries out there at Thornbury. So he'll be starting off the third row of the grid in number 77. So that is tremendous to have him out there on the grid. And as I said, this week, Melbourne's most famous restaurateur off the third row of the grid in this race. But we've cast our eyes to the front. 8 championships between Bella and Lewis-Williams. Bella gets away magnificently off the line, as does Jamie Westaway from the third row of the grid. And Venoris as well off the rear. He gets away. Mark Torbert's just held a little bit there. Great aerial shots as we see the field storm down into turn number 1. The camera up on the scaffolding there sees Cam Bella stream on through. Adds Brewer into P2. Gives CLW a short back and sides into turn number 1. Jamie Westaway right in the back hatch there of the number 37 from Benalla there. Chris Lewis-Williams, and just watching Mark Verdino, who was so close to taking his first win at Calder, and again was in the mix yesterday as they charge on down. But this is not what anyone in this field. Entertaining for us on the sidelines, but Cam Bella, oh, look at this, adds Brewer huge pressure. Just little grabs of that right front tyre. He released the pressure on the pedal at least 3 times there to try and stop that lock-up from occurring. He got out of it, managed to gather it all up, didn't drop a position there. But this is what 944 racing has been like in 2023, as we get a good look right down the coast there, out over Smiths Beach, down to Sunset Strip there as well. This beautiful part of Victoria. And I tell you what, look at TLW. He is coming under pressure by the champion there as well, in Jamie Westaway, who I guess is still the defending champion, but hasn't been running in this year's championship.
No, you're absolutely right. He hasn't been running too much in this year's championship. It's pretty much been the Chris Lewis-Williams and Cameron Bella show for most of the 2023 season. Adam Brewer has thrown his hat in the ring a couple of times. Likewise, Mark Verdino, with his breakout round at Calder Park back in October, actually moved himself up to 4th in the championship overall. So there are a few drivers in this 944 field that are just starting to finally get their handle on these special little cars out of Germany, and it's hopefully not going to be too much longer before they're going to be challenging for titles. And right now, here comes Brewer. He's had a really good run out of the last corner. He's going to go down the inside of the 4-time number 55 champion in Cam Bella. Unfortunately, just got a little bit too deep into the braking zone and realised he had to pull it up there. That's now checking up the 2 cars behind him. Jamie Westaway down the inside very smartly of Chris Lewis-Williams at Southern Loop.
CLW just getting the short back and sides there from Jamie Westaway. He's in the yellow and black car, now in P3. We cast our eyes across this front 4. Bella, headlights ablaze. Let's see Ads Brewer. No locking up on that right front this time. Threshold of braking gets the job done on the 4-time champion. That was a door left a little bit ajar. Ads Brewer put the nose in there, the orange stripe clearly confusing Bella, and he went streaming on through, but not to lay down. Bella looks to the inside at Siberia, gets a good run out up the hill. This is the inside running, and you'd have to suggest at the moment we're just getting a little bit of mist on the windows here, and there it is, the wiper on the number 55. So Cam Bella went round the outside there. It's not a good spot in a wet situation. It's not wet. You've got to say it's damp / greasy.
Yeah, just a little bit of what we like to call annoying rain, I think, as well. It's not heavy, it's not light, it's just that little bit that just starts to catch your attention. It can be a bit of a distraction, so wipers on for a couple of drivers, just to make sure if it gets any heavier, that's one less thing they have to worry about. They can then keep 2 hands on the steering wheel. Don't have to reach for the wiper stick in when it starts to get too heavy. The Brewer now to the lead, has finally consolidated that position. Verdino's just there or thereabouts, trying to latch onto the back of Jamie Westaway, that little 4-car group that's just trying to edge away and maybe decide the podium spots here.
Oh, this is getting exciting. They fan out across the track. Ads Brewer takes the wider line, but Bello looks good in there. He's got the car very, very nicely situated into turn 1. That's exactly what Adam did in the opening lap there, and car 3 just gets relegated back to position. There's about 10 championships in the first 4 cars in this race at the moment, and one of them, the black one there with the orange stripe, doesn't have any, but he is about... Oh, Bella! That's an engine failure. That is massive. Happened right in Ads Brewer's face. Great concentration by those 3 following here. Westaway trying to take advantage of it, but Cameron Bella, that is expired.
What a
that
disaster.
Is not something we have ever seen on track from the number 55. Those cars, his car, the cars he looks after are prepared brilliantly. And that, I guess, Steve, is just testament to how late in the season we are and how far he can press the envelope with a race engine.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That is an absolute shame. Those cars are meticulously prepared out of the Bella Motorsport stable. Very, very rare to see an engine let go like that. I can't recall the last time I saw a 944 engine let go in that sort of spectacular fashion, but safety car has been called. That car is in the firing line on the approach to turn number 4. So yellow flags are out, safety car board flags are out as well, and the race tech, I think it's the Racer Industries safety car, has left the lane. They've also dispatched one of the fire rescue vehicles as well, just to be 100% sure. Like yesterday, we had the historic touring car that went up in flames, or not quite went up in flames. The engine had quite the fire going on. There is the Racer Industries safety car picking up the leader, Adam Brewer. But what a shame. That would have been right on the rev limit too, right in the sweet spot, going to go for that next gear change and just gone.
High load on the drivetrain there as well. I'm only surmising it's engine because it seemed to come from that mid part of the race car, and the amount of smoke that came out. There it is, exploded in Ads Brewer's face, and that does appear to be quite an aggressive amount of smoke that's coming straight onto a hot exhaust or something like that. That is burning off very quickly. Quite spectacular in the way it's done that, as we see the recovery team arriving down there. That'll be Jeff Rowley in tow 1 in, I believe it is a Jeep, but he calls it the Recovernator. He's even had custom-made sticker on the tailgate made up there. And head out down to give them a quote on getting towed back to the... No, they don't.
No, they don't give out quotes.
They just hook them up and take them away there. So that's a shame. Good shot, this one, because I would have thought we might have seen a bit of an oil slick on the track down there, but it doesn't appear to be. That was about where the first part of the smoke started pluming out of Cambella's car. Yeah, and that's a real shame to see the 4-time champion not take any further part, and we're definitely seeing that misty rain turn more into rain. Now we can start to see the droplets coming down. So, Steve, I said in closing comments yesterday, the best part about yesterday was no red flags, no safety car, and no rain. So far, we've ticked up two of those boxes. We've got rain and we've got the safety car out there. Of course, Michael Parker, a long-time safety car driver here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and indeed at Albert Park during the Australian Grand Prix, out there driving the Cool Drive Racer Industries safety car. We thank the Racer Industries and Cool Drive for all of their support. In fact, they're sponsoring the Formula Fords and have done for more than 2 decades here at the Island Magic event. everyone's sort of scrambling for umbrellas and raincoats and bits of plastic and ponchos and things now, as the rain certainly does start to become more of a feature. It's only light, and I guess you can sort of start to see it there as the fog sort of more of descends. More of a heavy fog, really, isn't it, Steve, at the moment?
Yeah, it looks like it's a fog that's like not quite lifting. That's how sort of misty it is. It's not exactly heavy, but it's just starting to, just make its appearance and its presence a bit more known. You can see there's actually some spots on the camera lens here heading up the hill into Lukey Heights. So that's something that we started to see very late in the piece yesterday. Now we're starting to see the same thing there again. I was about to say Cameron Bella did an awesome job of trying to control that car, because it looked like it was starting to squirm in the rear not long after it had let go. And that sort of worried me. Maybe it was spreading its oil onto its tyres, it was losing its grip. So he did a really good job to pull that car up, and unfortunately just couldn't clutch it in enough to get the thing into the turn 4 return road. Might have been a little bit easier for the recovery crew to pull it in.
I think, Steve, the fact that it's pulled up there and they're not just hooking on a snatch and strap and dragging it off, I think it's had a complete driveline lockup. So we're just watching the flatbed coming up to it now, so they are starting to...
They've actually pulled the safety car in. I think they might be about to declare this race.
Adam
Brewer is coming round to the start-finish line now, and yes, they're throwing the checkered flag, so they need a bit more time to pull the stricken number 55 in. So they'll race across the finish line here and come in at the turn 4 return road. So that will be classed as a win, even though it's only 4 laps for Adam Brewer over Chris Lewis-Williams and Jamie Westaway in
and
third.
A race win to Adam Brewer.
Finally,
more importantly, you've got to be in it to win it, don't you? And it's certainly not the way Adam would have liked it, but I'm sure he'll take it. It's given him the big V for victory. He's had a W now, and that is something to be celebrated. I'm sure it's not the way he would like it. He wouldn't like to see Cam Bella with a complete driveline lock-up like we're seeing down there, but the guys will return to the pits. The 1-800 Lasagna team, of course, Steve, you and I touched on it yesterday. The crew at 3AW, that is a very listened to radio station here in Melbourne, reviewed the 1-800 Lasagna product and restaurant, and it came up absolute trumps with everyone making bookings between here and Christmas.
Well, it was only a matter of time before it was going to be discovered, wasn't it?
Right.
I mean, we've been plugging it for the last 12 months. It was only a matter of time for Joey Kellick and his crew. They've done a fantastic job down there.
Cam Jamieson down there at the moment, the sole man on the sweep up. He has been charged to clean up that oil. So yes, there is obviously some oil down there. The guy from Industrial Laser down there, our long-time recovery crew guy, and there it is, right on cue, the PIARC reminder. Thanks to our officials and volunteers. Become a member at piarc.com.au/officials to join in all the fun. And there's Cam's Ram Ute parked up there with the flashing lights on, and one man on the job there. At least he's getting it done out there in the rain as well, and he's certainly in communication with the recovery chief and race control as we see the 1-800 Lasagna. Porsche's returning to pit lane. Of course, the Isola de Capri, the local restaurant here in Cowes, supporting the Porsches here this weekend down the end of Thompson Avenue there. Great place to get a feed whilst you are on the island. We might take a quick break, Steve, as Kev the Towie makes his way into pit lane or into the paddock area, as Cameron Bella's car has been recovered, and we prepare ourselves for the next race on the agenda. And sadly, it's probably between Formula Open and Sports Sedans, probably the two categories that don't like the rain quite so much. But Sports Sedans are on track next for the Groove Train Eastland. We'll be back with more here at Island Magic in a few moments. Welcome back trackside here at the 33rd running of Island Magic. A big list of people to thank. The Australian Sports Sedan Association, one of them providing all of the competitors for the 50k plate for the Ramada Resort. The Groove Train Eastland being the championship window sticker sponsor or main sponsor. The Groove Train Eastland, owned by one of the competitors, Vin Stentars. Full service restaurant, cafe and bar offering a wide range of catering to all tastes in a relaxed atmosphere. Check it out right near the Hoyt Cinema in the Eastland Shopping Centre. QP Lubes have been supporting the category for quite some time now as well at a state level, and a big thank you to them. Quality Performance Lubes, Vanessa and Peter down there, the professional lube service for passenger car, motor oils, heavy diesel oils, transmission fluids, farm oils, and many, many more. Been around in Bacchus Marsh since 1999. Big thank you to QP Lubes. And National Blind Suppliers, owned by Francois Habib, the guy we're looking straight at there in P2, starting on the front row of the grid. A wholesale manufacturer of window furnishings, blinds, shutters and awnings. South Gippsland Highway, Dandenong South. Cars out on track now. The grid is set for, I guess, the second preliminary race. Darren Smith here, Steve DeVries right alongside. Can this Corvette, this demon of a car, sprint away from these two ex-supercars and that beautiful car out of Black Mambo Racing there of Ben McLeod?
Well, I'll tell you what, Dean Camp did an awesome job yesterday. He absolutely sprinted away to a comprehensive, about 13 to 14 second win. He had it unabated though, because Rick Newman, who you just see there at bottom of the shot, second last car in the queue, did not take his starting place on the front row of the grid yesterday. We're still a bit unsure why the Newline Homes Ford didn't make the start of race number 1, but nonetheless he's out there. It's good to see him back. He's going to see if he can progress his way through from the rear of the grid. Likewise, the man behind him, Michael Robinson, former 50k plate winner here multiple times over the years in the Bell Real Estate Monaro there. He's going to start right at the back of the grid. He would have started there anyway yesterday, according to the grid sheet. He's also going to see if he can rob through towards the top end of the standings.
Certainly is Michael Robinson, a guy that has really injected enthusiasm and energy into the National Series, the Precision International Series. Big shout out to all of those, our forefathers in sports sedans. The 50 years, it's now about 54 years since the invention of sports sedans here in Victoria and indeed in New South Wales. Mr. Neil and all of his intense oldies out there that love tuning in on the coverage here and trackside. So big shout out to everyone watching. Make sure you join us this afternoon for the coveted 50k plate on the coverage, or indeed make your way to the track. The rain has gone. We've got definite dry surface here and it's really starting to brighten up. So big g'day to them. Let's have a look at the grid as they come round. Big Mean Dean Cam will put all in front of him in just a few moments. Car number 66 on pole position. Next door, Francois Habib, who will be returning, we believe, in the ex-Bob Gilt Championship winning Falcon in the not too distant future. Milton Seferis, a big welcome back to the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victorian car number 22. Ben McLeod in number 72, the constant improver. This guy is absolutely brilliant. Keeps improving, just little increments of ticking the boxes here and there and doing a tremendous job. Cam McKee, we all love the Turbo Barra. Number 44 starts out of P5. Gary Collins in the black and white ex-supercar there. He'll start out of 6. Michael Luff out of in car 35 out of 7. Craig Linsell in the Mini out of position number 8 and 33. David Shaw back to Paul Connell. Andrew Goldman won't take his spot on the grid. And as Steve has said, watch the rear of the grid. Rick Newman and Michael Robinson in two of the faster cars in Victorian sports sedans. In fact, Michael Robinson, a national car regular for over the last 10 years in this Monaro. It is wide, it is fast, and he has got the back end of the New Line Falcon right in front of him. We cast our eyes to the front of the grid because Robbo has stopped. We wait for the green flag. The revs will rise. This is a really classy field of sports sedans from front to back. And we are away. Francois Habib stalls it, gets clutch take-up, stalls it. The anti-stall fires in there. Connell in the four-wheel drive Subaru got a rocket of a start. Had to check it up there because Francois had stopped on the grid. So Dean Cam gets turn 1 all to himself. Milton Seferis goes through there as well. So he is in really hot pursuit there. McLeod and he's been taken by Cam McKee before they got to turn one. Francois going, there's Collins. Rick Newman's charged through the field. Michael Robinson got away very poorly down the back there as well. Michael Luff, this brand new all-white VE Commodore, is in the pack there, and there's Robbo as well. He's got Linsell. He's got Luck there as well. Under brakes, Milton Severus challenging for the front of this race. It's been the best part of a decade since we've seen Milton in the Sports Sedan Championship or in the series or even at the 50k plate, and he is already challenging for the lead with Dean Cam. These are two big guys, and by that I mean physically they create a shadow when they walk around the pits. Big tall fellas, and they get out there and they fight for keeps. Have a look at Cam McKee, the turbocharged Falcon, that AU, the red one right there in the middle of our pack here. Two ex-supercars. There's a Commodore and a Falcon right in his mirrors.
Tell you what, coming out of Siberia, Rick Newman was monstering the back of the Collins black machine there, heading up towards turn 7 and 8. Now goes the long way around MG corner, gets that move done. Another spot for Rick Newman. He's made remarkably good progress from the start of this race. And then you had the Monaro there of Michael Robinson, very slow away, but I think he's just eased himself into it. I don't think he's done anything too untoward, but he's just slowly working his way through the pack. He's not too far off the back of this group in shot, rounding up the number 72 machine of Ben McLeod, who's gone a little bit backwards at the start of this race and now makes his way up into position number 7, Michael Robinson.
Dean Cam now being monstered by two Commodores in his mirrors, the number 66. He probably doesn't even know they're there. It's really hard to see out the back of this Corvette. So Dino just gets on with the job at hand here. Sporting the Groove Train Eastland window banner there. Looks $1 million this Corvette. Milton Severus in behind here. Francois Habib here. Cast your eyes back. This could be the 2007 Championship V8 Supercars with those contenders in the second and third place. Rick Newman's charge from rear has come up to 4th. He is the big mover in the pack. Dean Cam's opening lap, the fastest in the field. Of course, he got away very smartly, which is the tradition for Dean Cam in the Corvette. And have a look at Rick Newman. He has charged through the field. Here comes Michael Robinson, the number 32. Bell Real Estate, Coaching Room, Monaro. It's cast a grey livery. It's had a bright yellow livery. Now it's got this black livery in the coaching room and has done Mount Panorama and the Gold Coast in recent weeks. And he is here at the 50k plate. He has been the multiple winner of the 50k plate. You can never remove him from contention. Cam McKee just opens the door there, eases the wheel, and Robbo fills that gap. Rightfully so. They're great driving by Cam McKee and the number 44 AU Falcon. It's Michael Robinson charges onto the straight here. And this car has been doing such great work. We're just noticing around the track that the rain is starting to return here. And Rick Newman into P2. How long until P1?
Now.
You don't even get to say it. And he has gone into the lead of this race. Rick Newman, car number 65, leads the way. Victorian Championship winner. He had a massive career in improved production and was at the vanguard of change within improved production with his Falcon. Now moving into the sports sedan era and has had great success as well. These guys have got nothing for him.
2 penalties have been issued as well. As you can see, Severus looking down the inside of Cam. He sees the vulnerable opportunity. We've just seen 2 penalties flash up on our screens for Rick Newman and for Michael Robinson. 5-second penalties. That would be for potentially jumping the start. So Rick Newman to the lead of the race. He's now got to clear out.
That's sad because Robbo might have jumped the start, but he didn't get into second gear.
Very far.
He was very slow getting away there, and he's just charging out of Siberia now. So Robbo is, for all intents and purposes, in 5th in contention. Rick Newman now leads the race, so he's going to have to get himself 5.1 seconds ahead to remain and take the victory. At this point in time, Steve, you'd have to say that it's all pretty mathematical in that respect, because Rick Newman's gone. He is absolutely sprinting away from these guys.
Yeah, he was absolutely charging. About this time a lap ago, I was looking at him, his lap times going, he's going to be on the back of this group of 3 cars in no time at all, and lo and behold, he was, and then he was gone. The big surprise packet now is Francois Habib. He was, second or third in the running order. He's starting to lose a little bit of touch with Milton Seferis on that last lap. Seferis is now on the driver's left. He's looking at putting a move on Dean Cam. Dean's driving a very, very defensive line at the moment as the rain starts to annoy some of these competitors. Francois got the wipers going there. Is this just starting to play into Newman's hands a little bit? Has he gambled on a setup that is benefiting him more so than the 3 cars in shot here right now?
Certainly wet tyres are not going to play into it just yet. 5.5 minutes left to go. Yes, he might do it. The rain gets heavier. It's that annoying misting rain. I can tell you that there's only one umbrella on top of the pit viewing area. Normally if it's raining there's 30 or 40 umbrellas up there, but people are still walking around without hats and raincoats and things on, so it's not bad. It's an annoying mist, but Dean Cam is certainly coming under fire again now by these 2 Commodores, being joined by a very, very familiar car, the number 32 in his mirrors. Here we go, back to the start. Let's watch the back of the field here. Just about to get away. Francois Habib stalls. Michael Robertson left sitting on the grid there, so
yeah, I'm
racking my mind as to what might have occurred there.
Unless they were rolling at the start very, very slightly, or they were too far forward. That was very, very odd for me. Here we go, Cam again, big defensive line. He's been defending just about every corner for most of this race so far. Look at him trying to squeeze the throttle, the power kicks in. Cars jump to the left, jump to the right, fistful of opposite locks, so the rain's starting to have some impact here.
I tell you what, that is like 2000 all over again, where Richard Catchlove and Milton Seferis got all tangled up with each other. And Michael Robinson, I think he had a flashback to that as well. I think he might have won the 50k plate that year and he just got out of it. Milton Seferis goes to the left of the track. Dean Cam holds onto the right. Dean is still in front of this as Robbo is really getting his hands full now with Francois Habib. He has got the championship all but done at the moment. So Milton does, Francois Habib does have to continue. Have a look at this. Michael Robinson right round the outside. Can you do it? Oh yeah, you can. When you got big wide tyres on the back and you're running a thoroughbred sports sedan, you can put your Monaro out right wide and drive right round Milton Seferis there. Under brakes now. Dean Cam can see the black Monaro. It's been looming in his mirrors for a lap and a half now. He's on him. The number 32, multiple winner of the 50k plate, Michael Robinson, Captain Smooth out there. He is so smooth when you see on camera of him. He is so deliberate in his driving of his sports sedan, and he will be very much all over the back of Dean Cam, and Dean will be looking back and going, nah, I didn't want to see the number 32 there. I really didn't. Pressure applied now. Cam in the 66.
Yep, forcing him to go a bit quicker than he would ideally like. They've now started to put a little bit of margin between Seferis. Oh, look at the slide for Robinson coming over the top of Lukey Heights. That would have got his attention. Wouldn't have quite had to reach for the new draws at the end of this race, but that would certainly be a bit of a warning sign that it's starting to get a little bit too slippery coming over the top. You might have to look at lining up another passing move somewhere else on the circuit where it suits the car. Looks like that side of the circuit is starting to cop the most of the tricky conditions at the moment. Seeing put the power down out of MG as well, with all the drivers starting to realise they have to be a little bit more gentle with the throttle application. They can go full beans down the front straight though. That's what Cam's got to his advantage at the moment. He just clears out, gets an air margin coming out of turn 12 all the way down to turn 1.
Steve, you and I just experienced what it is to be at the racetrack. Live streaming and the blendline coverage is brilliant, but being at the racetrack when these things thump the ground going past you. Around the outside again now, Michael Robinson has got the Monaro. He's got out the Loctite. He's put it on the tyres. He's got it so sticky on the ground. He hasn't put anything on the tyres. He does not put anything on there at all, but I'm just saying he has got this running the wide line through turn 2 so magnificently so. Michael Robinson sitting in P3. The interesting thing is that Rick Newman is 12 seconds up the road. He's got a 5-second penalty. He'll still win the race by 7 seconds. He has absolutely absolutely bolted in the New Line Homes Falcon. Here's a great battle. These guys have been battling inside the top 5 in the State Series for the last 2 years. Cam McKee, Ben McLeod featuring in the championship hunt for the regulars that are running in the series. Doing a terrific job, both these guys, preparing their own cars. And that Falcon is just something a little bit different. It really is. It's a 6-cylinder turbocharged outfit, and it is absolutely magnificent the way it goes about its racing. Everyone in sports sedans has a different iteration, a different way of making the mousetrap catch the mouse.
That's exactly right. McLeod's just been applying pressure to the back of McKee for the last 2 laps now, hasn't found a way through. In a normal circumstance, there would be the other way around. Normally, McKee would be behind McLeod for what we've seen for most of the season so far. This is where the shoe's on the other foot. McKee making that number 44 AU Falcon as wide as he possibly can, making McLeod earn every part of this. Now to the inside at turn 12. Not sure if that was a mistake from McKee or if he was just a little bit late on the turn in, or if McLeod just committed hard. Yeah, something's gone quite wrong, because that car has slowed at a much different rate of knots compared to a normal braking spot. Robinson, finally, is he going to get this move done on Cam out of turn number 2? It looks like he has, but he'll have to defend down into 4.
Geez, I tell you what, Michael Robinson running that wide line. That's 3 of the main competitors he's taken around the outside at Southern Loop. It's a very, very game way of doing about it. But if you've got the grip and you can get the job done, you're pretty much right for the other big fast corners around the track. I refer to Lukey Heights in turn 12. You're just going to gap people coming up the back straight now. The Corvette clearly more slippery through the air. But Michael Robinson, 700 horsepower plus, easily getting up the back straight there in the 32. Both him and Rick Newman have fought their way through the field, but Rick Newman has done a masterclass in sports sedan racing. 15 seconds ahead now of Michael Robinson in P2, so Rick Newman will get that penalty applied. Now, in the next 11 seconds,
what's Robbo going to do?
What's Robbo got to do? He's got to get 5 seconds in front to hold his front row grid position. So the last lap board has just been received by Rick Newman, and we will see the field come streaming around for one more lap. Will Michael Robinson, has he got it to be able to pull 5 seconds on Dean Cam, or will Dean Cam sit next to Rick Newman to start the Ramada Resort 50k plate later on this afternoon?
At this stage, it looks like Cam will be sitting on the opposite side of the front row, because he's staying with Michael Robinson. That horsepower advantage in a straight line for the number 66 Corvette is immense. That's what's keeping him in touch. But this is where Robinson's been strong, coming through Southern Loop, running down to turn 4.
It's the first time he's taken the ideal line. Every other time he's had to go right round the outside. It's like going high on the Thunderdome almost, isn't it?
Yeah, but even when he's been wide out of turn 2, he's had so much more grip and so much more commitment. He's been able to hold Cam honest for most of this, but still taking the defensive line into turn number 4. So he's still a little bit worried there. This battle's not over with either. Seferis has got his hands full with the 23 of Francois Habib, looking the long way around at turn number 4. Then has to leave a little bit of room, so up the inside will come. Oh, so close to nose to rear contact. Mistake in the braking zone for Habib for Siberia. Very nearly ended in disaster.
Gee, I tell you what, here comes Rick Newman, and he is lining up for the checkered flag. Didn't get out yesterday. Started rear of grid, charged through the field in 2 laps, was in the lead of the race, got a start line penalty of plus 5 seconds. He's taken care of that, and a whole lot of landscape there as well. So the New Line Homes Falcon guy, the guy that started out in improved production, started the groundswell of support of V8s winning in that category, wins in a preliminary race for the Ramada Resort 50k plate. The next sports sedans to come to the line will be 2nd and 3rd in this race, and it's not going to be a 5-second gap, but it will be Michael Robinson. He gets into P2, or will be relegated back a bit there as well. Dean Cam ultimately home P3 on the road. The interesting gap to look to will be back to Milton Seferis, and I would say Robbo will have second row of the grid.
Yeah, he'll be 3rd based on that evidence just there. So the other cars that just crossed the line there, Seferis and Habib, were about 8 seconds behind Dean Cam. So with the 5-second penalty applied, Robbo will be classed 3rd. And that will be 3rd position on the grid for the 50k plate this afternoon.
Great battle by these two on screen there, just waving to each other. Good bit of Aussie rivalry there.
And it went to McKee, not by much. Look at that. Only 0.2 of a second to McKee's on it. What's happened to Shaw in the number 94 AU Falcon? That looks like it's a little bit low on the front right-hand corner.
Yeah, that doesn't look good for David there at the moment. As we see the number 7 car, Paul Cornell, if it's going to rain this afternoon, keep your eye out for that. And remember, John Lawson won a 50k plate in a WRX four-wheel drive in the rain, so we'll just see he'll be doing the rain dance. Certainly will be, as we see that magnificent-looking devil inside type Craig Linsell 33 Mini. Michael Robinson in, Dean Cam in. There is Milton Ferris on return. Francois Habib just trying to hang on to his points lead in the championship. And there we have it. Confirmation of results for race number 2 for the Ramada Resort Sports Sedans, and of course their championship sponsors, the Groove Train, Eastland, QP Lubes, and National Blind Suppliers. Dean Cam takes out that victory. In fact, not sure. Rick Newman was certainly across the line there first. Dean Cam, Michael Robinson, Milton Seferis, Francois Habib, Cam McKee, Ben McLeod, Gary Collins, Luff, Linsell, Shaw, Connell, and Goldman didn't take the starters' orders. So that sees the qualifying for the all-important 50k plate, one of the biggest awards in Australian sports sedans, as the scrutineers pick out 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the road for an extra bit of check before we go into that. As we go, the tyre there, yeah, certainly on car number 94, which is David Shaw. He's had a puncture there, so he'll rectify that between now and the start of the 50k plate. Great way to get the sports sedans underway. Great way to get racing for Island Magic for the 33rd running of it with the Porsches, sports sedans. And up next, the all-weather category. Doesn't matter what it is. You got one set of tyres. You can run it in the rain. You can run it in the dry. The Yokohamas, brought to us by the Traction Tyre Centre. We're looking forward to the improved production cars on track in just a moment.
Wasting no time here at Island Magic 2023. Next category out, improved production. A smaller than usual turnout, but not to be underestimated. There's definitely still some quality drivers in this field. And heading them out, of course, is your national champion. Car number 1, two-time defending Matthew Flinders Plate champion in Adam Poole. Steve DeVries here opposite me is the club president for Improved Production Racing Association here in Victoria, of David Cox. And Dave, we had a small field, but still a quality field. Some good racing yesterday.
Yeah, the racing yesterday was fantastic. It was really good. We do have a little bit of a smaller grid this Island Magic, but it doesn't mean that the racing hasn't been good, Steve. And it's great to see so many interstate guys. We've got New South Wales, we've got Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, Victoria. We've got nearly every state covered. So it's a really good race meeting to be at, and good to see we've got some new members out there as well. Welcome to Larry Merrifield, and also to the interstaters of who we got.
John Caligari from WA.
Yeah, absolutely. What a trip he's made to come over here, and we thank him very much and his team for making the trip over from Western Australia. So.
Yep, of course, we've also got a couple of South Australians. So Adam Poole is a South Australian native, but he's raced here in Victoria quite a lot, so we sort of treat him a little bit as one of our own. Max Demerrick's come back for another crack at the Matthew Flinders Plate. He might be in a good position come this afternoon if the wet weather does come down. There he is opposite his fellow South Australian in position number 2 on the grid there. Lockie McBrien's from New South Wales in the BM's car service number 52 BMW, and good mates with Andrew Butcher there in the number 59, sharing a garage together, and they do a lot of racing together. John Caligari, the Cal West Resources VN Commodore, he's had a stellar weekend. He's really, really happy, improved his lap times from where he was in Friday practice, now down to a 1 minute 46 in that VN, so he's really, really happy, trying to target a 45 if he can get one before the end of the weekend. Matty Logan is next door to him in 6th. Craig Caspers in the RX-7, Glenn Boyd in the number 44, the VK Commodore. And then you get to the first of the under 2 litre cars here. Kevin Coulson ahead of Larry Merrifield. There's some fuel real dramas for Larry Merrifield yesterday afternoon. That's why he was rather slow on the last couple of laps and was rounded up by the much older Civic of Coulson. And then we get to the XLs, which are starting to make a nice little appearance here in improved production racing. They fit the category perfectly. Got Chris Stilo in the New Line Homes entry, Chris Bodale, and then Brendan Sala in the Roadworthy shop car off the rear.
I was having a quick chat to Lockie just before the start. They've made a couple of little changes for this morning's race just to see how it will go. They figure that may as well try it now, and then if it doesn't work, we'll go back to the settings from yesterday for the 50k plate. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes this morning. It's good to see Kevin Coulson back after a couple of years' absence. He's been away having a family. And Larry Merrifield has joined the category this weekend for the first time for a run in a Honda. So it's great to see some more under 2 litre cars, Steve.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We're hoping to see a little bit more of the under 2 litre category next year in 2024. I've mentioned a few times we've been unfortunate not to have so many of them here in Victoria. Several drivers having mechanical things that need to be fixed, and New South Wales has done it so well for so long a period of time, and a number of drivers are starting to acquire some of those 2 litre cars out of New South Wales.
Yes.
Hope it'll bolster a nice little field here next year.
Yeah, it looks like we might have up to 11 under 2 litre cars next year, Steve, so that'll be really good. As we're just waiting for the last of the XLs to pull up now, so we just shortly have a green flag and we can get this one underway. This morning's weather might be just nice for some very fast times from the Pool Monaro, I think, Steve.
Yep, well, he did go under the lap record last year, so that lap record of 39.88 still exists. And can he go one better this weekend? 2 South Australians on the front row. What a launch from Adam Poole. Absolutely zero wheel spin from pole position. Gets the whole shot straight away down into turn number 1. That didn't go according to plan for him yesterday. It has this time. Check out John Caligari in the VN. He's had a monster launch from the 3rd row, challenging Max Demerick into turn number 1. Had to back out of it on the inside line, but he got both the BMWs at the start there. Matt Logan also managed to have a good launch from the 3rd row as well. Although check out the nimbleness of the BM's entry of Lockie McBride going right around the much heavier VN at turn number 2.
Certainly, and then Andrew Butcher's got a great start there as well. He's right up on the back of Matt Logan, and then we've got a little bit of a gap back to Caspers, but it's a very close thing at this start as Matt Logan tries to go the high side round. Caligari going down to turn 4. Is he going to get the job done there? I think he may have. As a Commodore, yes, has to pull in just behind Matt Logan, so great into turn 4, and then we've got Andrew Butcher, who's climbed right on the back of Caligari as well.
Yeah, they had a great exchange yesterday, Matt Logan and John Caligari. Unfortunately for Matt, he torched a tyre coming down the hill into MG corner, which opened up the opportunity for John to slip through. He then had a further incident a couple of laps later, something similar to Craig Caspers as well. So turn 10 was sort of the lock-up hotspot yesterday afternoon. No such worries in the early going here, though, for the Yokohama AO50s. Kevin Coulson coming into the pits at the return road at turn 4, so something not quite right with the number 87 Honda Civic.
That's a real shame for Kevin. It's great to see him back out having a run again as we come onto the straight now, and we've got Max Demerick, who's managed to hold right onto the back of Adam Poole as they come onto the straight for the first time. This will be a drag race down the strip, and you should see the Monaro just pull away just ever so slightly down the front straight.
Ever so slightly. Have a look at the drone footage. That was pretty evident that it showed just how fast that Monaro is in a straight line. But this is what happened yesterday. Max had a good opportunity down at turn number 10, scythed down the inside of Poole, but it only lasted 3 corners, but the opportunity was there. He told me afterwards, you've got to take those opportunities sometimes when they present themselves, because you never know what's going to happen if you don't take it.
And Matty Logan started off with a ripper start this morning. He's sitting there in 4th place just behind Lockie, who hasn't managed to get away from him at this stage. Then Caligari and then Butcher.
Yes.
Nice and close just between those 4, and over the journey of the race this morning, we've got another 9 minutes to go.
Roughly another 9 minutes to go, yes. So we got 9 laps in yesterday in the time allotment that we had. So we're tracking somewhere towards 8 or 9 laps again for the second preliminary this morning. Now that car at the rear of the shot there, Andrew Butcher, the number 59 machine, they've had some handling gremlins throughout the course of the weekend. Andrew sort of felt that the car's rear was trying to overtake the front of the car at various points on the circuit, primarily at turn-in. He was able to stay with Lockie McBrien yesterday afternoon, so I felt that he must have gotten on top of those handling issues, but he's now at the back of that 4-car group behind McBrien, Logan and the Cal West entry of Caligari. Now back to the XL battle. This is something that has been rather entertaining to watch this year, I think, Dave. We're starting to see a number of cars either cross-entering between XLs and improved production, just having to change the tyres. That's all they need to do. Get rid of the Dunlop Derezas, strip them off and put on the Yokohama AO50s. And there's been some great racing because this is one of the hallmarks of improved production. There's so many different classes. You know, over 2s and under 2s is the primary one, but within the under 2s, there's your under 1600s, which the XLs fit into, and then the 1600 to 2 litre. So this is just bolstering that lesser capacity class to a good extent.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see the New Line Homes livery is still in improved production. As everyone probably remembers it, New Line Homes was a sponsor for
11 years.
Over 11 years for the improved production. And it's great to see that Chris is out there carrying the flag of the New Line Homes banner in improved production and carrying that on. And he's having a great battle there.
Brendan Sala.
Yeah, with Brendan Sala, and I'm pretty sure that Brendan Sala's an ex-go-karter, come through the XL field, and now he's jumped into the XL. So it's really, really good. There's normally another 3 XLs, so we're going to have quite a few more, I believe, next year as well that are coming across, and it's great to see because they fit right into our category really well.
I'd be likely to see what the XLs do with regards to how they go up against some of the Nissan Pulsars that we've seen in times gone past improved production as well. There's been a couple of them over the course of time, and just to see how they compare, because they're some of the real 2 proper control classes that we see, you know, the APRA Pulsars and the XLs.
Just flip back onto the screen. I was just watching the boys go through through the hay shed there, and Caligari was nicely sideways going through there as he was trying to catch up to Matty Logan, who had a bit of a brake lock-up going down into MG. That's
the 4th or 3rd time he's actually done that across the weekend. That's exactly where he had the problem yesterday afternoon, which allowed Caligari to slip past and further issue there later in the race. So this is a battle resumed between 2 very, very different makes of the General's men. I was looking at some of the lap times at some of the other VNs that we've seen in improved production here. Oh, big tyre failure. John Caligari going straight on at turn number 1. He's done an awesome job to pull that up. That let go at a vast rate of knots on the front right. So something has torn the front right to shreds. Bits of debris went absolutely everywhere on the front straight. Did a really, really good job to avoid making contact with Matt Logan. That would have been a scary moment.
It certainly would be, and knowing full well what it's like to have a big off at turn 1, it's a really good to see. I've just got goosebumps going up and down my arms from the last time I was here, and I had a massive off at turn 1 into the wall. So that was really well done to stay up the wall, John. Congratulations there.
Have a look at this. It just lets go without warning. In behind Matt Logan. Check this out. Bang! There it goes.
That was really well done, and it was good for Andrew Butcher to be able to miss all that action too and to get through without getting tangled up in that. That would have been quite a frightening moment there.
Yeah, that would have been a frightening moment, considering as well John's had his fair share of trouble this year on his way to the WA state title with a major contact situation into the wall at Wanneroo. At about 110 kilometres an hour, and a big panel job to get that car fixed and then bounce back and win the title, and now going to have a little bit more work to do. It looks like he's going to try and limp that car around though to get off at turn 4 to keep the race green flag. So well done, John.
Yeah, it's great to see the Honda of Larry Merrifield having a battle with an old school Holden there. And Larry's first run for improved production this weekend, and he seems to be handling himself quite well. 1 minute 51 in this type of greasy conditions is not bad going.
No, not a bad going at all. I think he did a 49 yesterday in qualifying trim, so he was really happy with the car. Stock out of the box, not too many other modifications. One of the cars that's come out of New South Wales used to belong to Matt Harris. And there's John pulling himself into the pit, so he's gotten around really, really safely. And he'll be off to see the Traction Tyre boys, I think, to see if they can get another tyre for that front right-hand corner. There's the debris on the front straight there. You can still see that it's very present. and there's Craig Casper's running straight over it, and the other drivers there as well, Merrifield and Boyd, have seen that as well. But unfortunately, they can't do much to avoid it because it's strewn right across the track from left to right.
Yeah, it certainly is, but hopefully it doesn't do any flick up and do any damage to anyone, and hopefully we can keep going with a nice race as the old school Commodore gets really squirrely coming out of turn 2 there, and then because of the horsepower we'll be able to pull up. Going through Stono should be able to pull up alongside, and then we'll be able to get through there, and then the Honda should be able to dive back under brakes if
that's close enough. There we go. On the inside for Merrifield. And he's going to make a fist of that. Check out that for an angle of a shot. That's a beautiful angle from the drone footage down there at turn number 6, just illustrating like that they gave each other plenty of room there. That's great racecraft between the two of them.
It sure is. It's really quite interesting to see that the old school Commodore's got the straight line handling, but when it comes to brakes and turning, the Honda's all over it.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of old school Commodores, how's your Commodore progressing?
My old school Commodore is coming along really nicely, thanks, Steve. It's pretty much prepped, ready to be painted. And the engine at the moment is at McPherson's workshop in Bendigo, and that's having a rebuild at the moment too. So we're hopefully round 1, maybe round 2 next year. So really looking forward to getting back out there and seeing the guys out there having a run is not my ideal fun. I'd rather be out there than having to annoy you up here, Steve.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure having you here for the time you've been up here. So it's be good to see you back out there, though. It's one of the cars that sorely missed on the grid. Check out there was a bit of a slide job there for Boyd coming out of turn number 11. So it's still a little bit greasy out at turn 11. We have had some of those annoying misting passing showers over the last half an hour or so. It stayed dry for this race, so the surface is starting to clean up a little bit. A few drivers still just finding a couple of patches here and there, or maybe it might be a couple of tyres that are just starting to get a little bit too worn. I've heard some rumours in the paddock that there might be a few drivers with a few tyre dramas between now and the plate race. In all of everything that's been going on so far, we haven't been paying a lot of attention to what's been going out in front, because fastest lap there, check that out, 1:39.39. That is a new lap record for improved production for Adam Poole. He has shaved about 0.4 of a second off his own lap record from last year.
That is an absolutely amazing result, Steve, for the track conditions this morning. That is an absolute amazing result, and congratulations to Adam to do a 1:39.3 in improved production car around Phillip Island. Is something that obviously has never been done before.
That's right. Well, I mean, I remember back in the day when we had qualifying the first time Adam Poole was here, he was in the 41 straight away from the first time he was here. Yesterday in qualifying, he got down to a 38.9. in qualifying trim. So over the course of the last 3 years, he's improved his lap time in that car at this circuit by a full 2.5 seconds. It's unheard of.
It's absolutely amazing. As we can talk to our co-commentator and Darren Smith back in the day when he was running around here, if you were doing a mid-46 or higher, that was just considered unheard of. And now to be down into the 39s, that's just unbelievably fast.
Yeah, that is. It's getting to the point. Oh, it's a little bit wide there coming through Hayshed. It's just getting to the point of, you know, where is the limit, I guess, isn't it? We're bordering on territory here where, you know, this is almost like a sports sedan lap, you know, to a degree as well.
The Yokohama tyres are what allow us to do it. The AO50 tyre is just as good as any slick that you can get out there. And as a road tyre, you can't get anything better. And Adam's just proven that by being able to do a 39 on an R-Spec tyre. The Yokohama AO50, there is not a better track tyre that you could get.
Poole's actually just taken the last lap board across our start finish line now, so these drivers have still got a lap and a half to go. Merrifield's still in pursuit of Glenn Boyd. They're not too far behind Craig Caspers as well. All three of them actually had set their personal best on the last tour as well. They're all in the mid 150 bracket, so they're not gaining time on each other. They're not losing time to each other. They're just sort of, I guess, in their happy place at the moment.
This is a really good race between these two, isn't it?
This is what happened yesterday too. The two of them were glued together until the latter stages when some fuel dramas for Merrifield sort of started to unfold on the second to last lap. Not quite sure whether it was using too much fuel than it otherwise should, whether they didn't put enough in, or whether there was like a fuel tank leak or something. We're not too sure on that, but he's still going quite nicely now. Butcher, he's had a little bit of a quiet second race today. He's now attached onto the back of Matt Logan, who might just starting to be suffer a little bit, maybe with the tyres just going away at the back end of this race.
They certainly may be, and we know that how good. Whoa, Andrew Butcher's had a big
I'm
slide.
wondering,
It must be a little bit greasy, a little bit of shower coming down.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm looking at the broadcast pictures, and I can see there's now some showers out there. It was quite misty, so maybe turn two's got a little bit of moisture still laid down on there. We had it yesterday. There was a few showers that sort of skirted the track at various times during the latter stages of the day. Only sort of put a little bit of moisture down on some parts of the track, but not all of it.
That sort of slowed Andrew Butcher's charge down. He was right on the back of Matt Logan there for a moment, but had a big sideways, and then they went, I might just have to bide my time a little longer here. Because Adam is now coming onto the straight. He's going to receive the checkered flag. Congratulations, Adam Poole, on an amazing win and amazing lap record, Steve.
Absolutely. Another dominant win to go with the one from yesterday. That's setting him up beautifully for a third consecutive Matthew Flinders plate, which will take place this afternoon at 1:15. Butcher's not done with yet, though. He's looking down the outside at turn 10. He's forced the number 43 entry of Matt Logan to go defensive coming down the hill. Has Butcher got a good run out of the final corner? He's not had a pretty good run, actually. He's got looks like he's got a little bit of something hanging on the underside of the front splitter there on the number 59 BMW, but Logan should have the horsepower advantage in the straight line here just to hold off the last minute charge from Butcher, and that's a really good hold for Logan to get home in fourth place, but not by much.
While we were watching those two battle for the final position, we also had Max Demerick come across the line in second place, a really good drive from Max.
And Lockie McBrien third there as well, so a little bit separating first to second and second to third. And check this out, is Merrifield going to get one more spot here on the Glenn Boyd Commodore coming out of the last couple of corners? I don't think he's going to have enough horsepower in a straight line to do it. I think the old school Commodore might take the Chocky Mickeys in this little battle.
I think it will, Steve. I reckon you'll see a little bit of straight line handling straight down the straight, and I reckon, yes, Glenn Boyd's managed to hold off Larry across the line there, and Larry Merrifield comes home in 8th.
There you go, and then rounding out the top 10, Brendan Sala and Chris Stilo in the XLs, and then Chris Bodale in 11th. So the only two retirements from that one, Kevin Coulson at the beginning of the race, and the tyre failure for John Caligari. Importantly, he got the 45 that he wanted. He's actually done his best lap was a 45.3, so he can tick that box for this weekend. Adam Poole there, home, dominant, and in his 21-second victory with a new lap record to boot, ahead of Max Demerick and Lockie McBrien home in third. So we bid improved production adieu for a couple of hours. We'll see them later this afternoon at 1:15 for the Yokohama and Traction Tyres Matthew Flinders plate.
The final race of the year, Steve. So we're looking forward to that, and we'd like to thank all our sponsors for the year, and thank the crowds for coming down to the miserable old Phillip Island weather today. And we look forward to seeing everyone a little bit later, and as we'll cross over now to the next race.
Yeah, certainly will. Next race coming up is going to be the combined field of Formula Ford and Formula Ford 1600. Put on a cracking race yesterday, and I'm sure they always will deliver another one every time we watch them. Back shortly after this.
Welcome back trackside here. The Cool Drive Formula Fords making their way out on track And they are shod on the Yokohama tyres as well, doing some ripping lap times around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. A great day of racing for the Formula Fords yesterday. In fact, they always turn on some great racing, does the Formula Fords. Over 60 years now, Formula Ford has been a tremendous category to watch on, and was certainly one when I was trying to forge a career that I wanted to reach up to, and still manages to be very, very relevant today. Of course, there's a brand new Formula Ford book out, ready for Christmas. 50 Years of Fame and Friendship, it's called. 296 pages, 720 plus images. Margaret Hardy and Jeremy Braithwaite putting the words together. $100 including GST. Check it out at formulaford.org.au or the Formula Ford Facebook page. So ticking the boxes there for Phil Marinon on that one. So check it out at formulaford.org.au. 50 Years of Fame and Friendship. That should secure my free one in the mail. Thank you very much, Phil. We'll see that one coming through. Big shout out to Jake Dunn from Northline Media, a young fellow who has paid his own way to come south from Darwin to cover this event, take some photos. So not sure where you are, mate, but Jake, well done on getting down here. It's great to see another photographer joining in on all of the fun in the motorsport media landscape. So welcome to Phillip Island. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me again for Formula Ford, and as has been for numerous years now, the name Brannigan and commentary for Formula Ford has been right across the Australian media landscape. I speak none other of Callum Brannigan. Welcome, Callum.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the warm introduction. It's a little bit cool and slick out there here at Phillip Island Grand Prix.
That's normally how I roll too, cool and slick, but I thought I'd give you a warm welcome.
Yeah, very good, Darren. Now, it's always great to be alongside you to call Formula Ford action. This is, of course, race 2 for the 2023 Island Magic Meeting down here at the picturesque Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And it's a healthy field of Formula Fords, it should be said. We've got 2 classes, as Steve DeVries touched on early. We've got the Duratec cars at the front, which are the current fastest spec of Formula Fords in Australia. We've also got the Kent engined 1600 class as well, just behind. So we've got slightly split grids, slight speed disparity between the two, but of course the 1600 cars, the Kent class, was a fantastic battle yesterday between Tim Hamilton and Callum Marcus as well. But as Darren talked about before, the Formula Ford book celebrating 50 years of this enduring category with a long legacy, not only in Australia but all around the world. Pick up your copy to find out more information and learn everything about Formula Ford from the Kent years through to Duratec years as well, to its current guys as we know it today. Know and love Formula Ford racing. Pole position, we have Eddie Bezic. He's in the number 30 entry in the Spectrum, starting on the front row alongside Jack Bussey, who's in the number 74. Followed by Bailey Collins and Kyle Cotter. We saw a fast finishing Kyle Cotter in yesterday's opening race on Saturday. So revs rising. They are hard against the 7,000 RPM rev cut, and they are underway. A beautiful start there from the entire field as they charge down towards turn 1. This excellent drone shot shows just how fast they get as they go through the gears. They're a 4-speed H-pattern Hewland gearbox with dog rings, highly customizable, highly tunable, and very strong and very effective. Locono here, he's entrenched in a battle with Kyle Cotter there, the 117 car with the Lazaro sticker on the side there, and Cody Main's Ruddy there sweeping around the outside as well. He was one of the main protagonists at the head of the field in yesterday's opening race as well. Paul Ziddy with a very smart start as well, so he's just behind there in the Gilles. Pretty special. Number 6 Spectrum coming up into turn 4 for the first time now. We've seen off and on showers throughout this morning, so conditions are decidedly slick, but no issues whatsoever for the Yokohama all-weather AO48 tyre, because these cars run on a semi-slick tyre. You can change pressures. There's some considerations you might want to give depending on how wet it is at the moment, but for all intents and purposes, all the cars, all the drivers out there at the moment will be running a completely dry setup, Darren.
Certainly will be. This is ideal conditions for Formula Ford. Sea level, lots of nice, dense oxygen to get into the power plants, whether they be the Duratec or the Kent engine outfits, and some great names in there. The number 36 of Mark Zellner running in the Kent car there as well. Great to see Mark out there. Very, very well known right across the Australian motorsport landscape. Works at Revolution Race Gear, suppliers of race suits and helmets to the stars right across the the motorsport landscape. Can't wait to see how Mark goes. They're sitting just outside the top 10, and he's got the famous Peter Fitzgerald of Formula 40, not of Porsche fame, in front of him on the track.
You mentioned that name, Peter Fitzgerald, hails from down past Geelong way. Can't exactly remember the exact town he is from, but a very proud member of that area and a very proud combatant in Formula Ford as well. He tried his hand in a much more, or not much more powerful, but slightly more powerful Duratec powered car a couple of years ago before deciding it was probably just a little bit too extreme for him, so he stepped back behind the wheel of his beautiful 011 Spectrum with a Kent engine behind it. Very capable driver is Fitzy, as he's known up and down in the paddocks. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, the number 30, Eddie Bezic, takes it up the inside. A very clean, clinical move. Absolutely sends it, and that drone shot showing just how tight the turn 4 corner is as they come up to the sweeping left-hander at turn 5 through Siberia. We're feeling very cold today for all the guys and girls out there, the volunteer officials working tirelessly. Meanwhile, this Kent battle rages on as well, so these are for the minor positions. And you can see on track that's the car of Coleman, was the number 52, I believe it was, but they are battling here. So this is actually the number 52 is actually a recently restored Swift, driven by Coleman, as we touched on. So he's having a great battle as well. But at the head of the 1600 field, it is Callum Marcus who's currently got the upper hand over Tim Hamilton. But here is that Swift coming through that fast right-hander. They are flat through this part of the track, Darren. And obviously the cars do move around a lot, but that's how these drivers really do extract as much speed as possible from the Formula Ford.
They certainly do, and this is typically a race within the race. These guys do get trophies as well. So first, second and third outright. So we're talking about Bussey, Bezic, Collins right at this point in time. That could change. But also in the Kent engine cars, so Calmarcus, Hamilton, Fitzgerald, as we see it at the moment. So they do get their own presentation and their own trophies here as part of the Formula Ford trophy this weekend. Of course, brought to us by Cool Drive. A big thanks for the ongoing decades of support of the Island Magic event, particularly with Formula Fords from the Blanchard family.
And it's a great slipstream effect, as we touched on yesterday numerous times in the opening race of the weekend, as the number 32 of Lutaloo up the inside. That takes over position 13 outright, but that is actually for position 4 in class in this race. But don't these cars look absolutely beautiful? They've got huge histories, each individual chassis manufacturer. They've all got a big history, apart from the drivers that actually used to drive them back in the day. Many of these cars have been in the hands, the previous custodians of famous drivers of today, and we touched on it yesterday, Darren. It really is a smorgasbord of who's who in Australian and international motorsport who got their start in Formula Ford, but it also caters for these sorts of drivers, the gentleman drivers, the older drivers who are out there having fun. So here is a replay. There is Coleman in the 52 at the head of the field. Oh no, it's a 25 that's looped it, I believe. So that's Vanderpoel. Garrett Vanderpoel, I believe, has looped it down there at MG. So no harm, no foul. He's able to get it back up and running once again. But this Kent field, it's very strong here this weekend. It's a good opportunity for some of these drivers as well to get some crucial testing miles in anticipation for the Phillip Island Classic, which is one of the biggest Formula Ford fields you see nationally in Australia. The prime opportunity for them to just get some testing miles in, especially I'm thinking of Phil Marinon in the Galloway, doing a great job in that beautifully presented car. Multiple
state champion Brendan Jones and Richard Davison as well, although not Richard and Brendan not here this weekend, so they keeping their powder dry. You can of course catch up on the Richard Davison story at the Grassroots Racing podcast, brought to you by Race Fuels. And he has been a champion in the Kent engine cars in the Victorian Series over the last couple of years. What a great battle out in front here, and these are some names that you can say I saw them first in Formula Ford, and I struggle to think of any names at the upper echelon of international motorsport where that is not a fact. Of course, you'll be able to catch it all in the 50 years of fame and friendship, 96 pages, 720 images. Check it out at formulaford.org.au, $100, and it will be a very reliable piece of textbook for many years to come.
Favourite book of mine, it will be. So now I'm just seeing the lap record has been reset. So the track conditions out there are absolutely beautiful. Cody Mains Ruddy there on screen up the inside of Lockie Eminent. Takes away position 4, but he has the lap record with a 1 minute 38.4. 4-1. And that resets the lap record set by Jack Bussey only yesterday. So track conditions this weekend, very conducive to fast times, plenty of pace for Formula Ford. Cody Mains Ruddy is absolutely flying. Here it comes down the main straight. He's going to go from position 5 to almost position 1 in only a handful of corners. They're coming up 3 wide as they come into turn 1. He's being hung out to dry there by Bailey Collins, and he's going to have another look around the outside of Jack Bussey, who hails from Queensland. Cody Mains Ruddy with the inside line coming up into turn 2. Lockie Evanet as well, tagging along for fun in this battle. This is a great race from Cody Mains Ruddy. The number 69 entry up into position 3. He is absolutely flying considering he started from rear of the grid in the Duratec class. He's got just 2 Spectrums ahead of him. That's Eddie Bezic in the number 30 entry alongside Bailey Collins. Lockie Evanet now up the inside at turn 4. He takes that position away from Jack Bussey, but I suspect he will fight back indeed, coming up the inside through Siberia. This battle is far from over, Darren. We've got just under 5 minutes remaining in this Saturday morning sprint. I've touched on it before, and I'll say it again, Darren. Formula Ford racing at Phillip Island always produces fantastic racing.
3 Spectrums out in front in this race right now. Cody Mains Ruddy, just looking at that great head-on shot we have down the straight. He is running probably the most aggressive negative canvas setup on the front of a Formula Ford I've ever seen. Those wheels are just angled in. They do run some aggressive settings in Formula Ford from time to time, but he has got the car set up for the very long sweeping corners, and it's going to be interesting to see the tyre wear on that car. Currently sitting in P3 on the road, and the in there goes out over the back of the ripple strip and come onto the famous Gardner Straight.
This is the battle for the Kent class, Darren. So we've got Tim Hamilton in the black number 87 Spectrum 010, and just behind him is Callum Marcus in the number 10, the number 10 entry. They've been duking it out and swapping positions the last few laps, just under 0.2 of a second separating the two as they come through turns 10, 11 and 12, the sweeping left-hander onto the main straight. This is a great battle for the Kent class. It went the way of Hamilton in yesterday's fight, and Callum Marcus is certainly doing all he can to take the battle to him.
Interestingly enough, is a little-known chassis, the 2008 Spirit K08 is what the number 10 is there. So a little bit different to the other cars out there, as Mains Ruddy has set the fastest lap out in the front of this race, and we are back with these front contenders again, ticking the boxes, getting the laps done, picking who needs to lead onto the straight for the last time. Very, very important aspect of this sort of racing. We see it with Formula V, we see it with Formula Ford, particularly on the straight, coming onto the straight here. Now is where you need to start working out where you want to be as you cross the finish line in this sort of racing. Different lines being chosen, how that they can maximise their speed halfway down the grid and possibly stream on by the others in this race. So that is where we're seeing these jockeying for positions at the moment, and you may want to give up positions in this particular race as they go 3 wide across the strike. Down the straight they go. Collins got the inside running out on those ripple strips. You don't want to do that in car number 30 if there's going to be any rain around there, Eddie Bezic, as he just regains position number 2 on the road. Collins goes into the lead. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. We'll get an extra lap after that as well. So you would have to suggest 2 laps left in this race to go. Time certain racing here at Island Magic in 2023. Have a look at this. Bezic now down the inside, brings his mate Mains Ruddy through. They go through on the ice entry of Eddie Bezic. Gets hung out to dry there. Not such a bad position, with still the best part of a lap and a half to go.
Eddie Bezic's doing a brilliant job defending there, and Cody Mains Ruddy in the 69 entry. All over the back of Bailey Collins there. Lockie Evanet hanging the wheel out as well, so he's using as much track as he possibly can this morning as he's searching for all of the groups. So I said before there was a new lap record for Cody Mains Ruddy. That was a timing error on the screen, unfortunately, so sorry for calling that one incorrectly, folks. The lap record still is a 1:35, which was set by Anton Di Pasquale. He's a well-known bloke in supercar circles. Up the inside, Cody Mains Ruddy there. Number 69 entry up into position 2. He has been a mover and shaker in this race so far. and he is doing a brilliant job. He's only got Eddie Bezic just ahead of him, and he's running out of time. 50 seconds remaining in this race, but this is certainly far from over. The Spectrums, 1, 2, 3 and 4. McGale in position 5. Now, Darren, there's only 1.5 tenths separating the top 4 as they go almost 4 wide, fanning out like mosquitoes in a frying pan, as Darren would say, coming into turn 1, and that is Bailey Collins now, who takes position 1 going into turn 1. Cody Main's ready just behind there. Now, I dare say there could be some tactics going on here as well, Darren. Slipstreaming is extremely important. It's worth up to 10 kilometres per hour in the straight line, a few tenths of a second. So Cody Main's ready, could just be biding his time. He's more than happy to let the other drivers lead the race, and he can just take in the view, watch the gearbox as they go up and down the gears. Got some lap traffic to contend with there. Bailey
That's
Collins
George
defending.
they're catching there as well in that beautiful Van Diemen.
You love that car. Darren loves an RF80, RF87, 89 style car. 86, yeah. I should say, sorry.
So do the likes of Craig Lowndes.
Beautiful looking car, as are all the
Stephen
Fords out there. But look, they're doing a brilliant job navigating that lap traffic, so it hasn't held them up too much, although there is a 5-car length gap now between Bailey Collins in the number 96 Spectrum at the head of the field. But I dare say that will be closed down as they go down the main straight. So a few spits of rain as well out there on the lens. Lockie Evanet there just behind, keeping it nice and tidy. And very clean racing from the Formula Ford cohort so far this weekend. 2023 Island Magic. So it's it's Bailey Collins from Bezic, from Jack Bussey, Cody Main's Ruddy, Lockie Evanet, Robert Kono in position 6 and Kyle Cotto in position 7. Now I believe we've got a replay here. So this is Cody Main's Ruddy. He's trying to negotiate the lap traffic, so they're trying to get past the George car, and he picked the wrong line. So he's actually held up coming through Siberia. That is very unfortunate for him, so he will be ruining that. Unfortunately, Bailey Collins hangs it out sideways through turn 1 on the corner exit, gathers it up once again around the outside. Cody Main's Ruddy. We dare say this is the last lap of the race as well, so they're running out of corners if they're going to try and take the lead there. But during that replay, which you obviously missed it during the live action, Cody Main's Ruddy was held up significantly by the lap traffic, and that was just so unfortunate. But he's out, he's hungry. He wants to take the race victory, but he's got Jack Bussey up the inside. The number 74 leaves him plenty of room. A lot of respect amongst the young drivers out there this morning, Darren.
I tell you what, you get the feeling that Bailey Collins has just opened the door to car 30, letting Eddie Bezic lead the field, going around the top of the course here across Lukey Heights and down into MG, because he wants to be the one in the slipstream to absolutely fling it through towards the line there. He opened up the corner nicely. Some might look at that and say a gentleman's move. Others might look at it a bit more sceptically and say he didn't want to lead coming onto the straight this time around. Watch this, under brakes, they'll crowd the corner all the way. No one wants to go to the inside. They all want to get in the line. Have a look at this. This is textbook Formula Ford, setting it up for the run to the flag there. You've got to suggest that Cody Main's Ruddy and Evanet are just going to be outside the running, but have a look at this. Bussey, definitely Eddie Bezic there. He has got himself a good car lengths lead. He's negated that slipstream, so running to the flag there. He gets the win too, and I tell you what, he set that up nicely. He saw they were all going to line up behind him. He covered it off at MG and gave himself a good car length. If you've got a car length, the slipstream is way less effective, and we've got a finish there as well. So the first 10 getting across the line, all within about 8-9 seconds of each other. Here comes Paul Ziddy in the Jill's Pretty Special Spectrum. Beautiful looking setup, and a lovely lady indeed. Big shout out to Jills. She's, I'll be say, watching on somewhere from the comfort of home.
You'd like to think she's tuning in. Her hard-earned money being spent by Paul racing Spectrums on the weekend, and they're lovely people, Paul and Jill Ziddy. Here is Callum Marcus on screen. He's the leader in Class A, the 1600 Kent class, in that beautiful number 10 entry. I do love seeing Dayglow yellow on any race car where possible, Darren, but he's done a splendid job to overcome the car of Tim Hamilton, who you can see just behind in shot. He's going to come across the line in position 2 there, so great effort there for Callum Marcus, P1. Here it is a great battle as well. So this is the number 36 of Zellner at the head of this field, leading Coleman, and the 25 of Vanderpoel as well, who we saw having a bit of a spin earlier in this race.
Good fight back for Mark Zellner. He dropped back down to 19th during the race. He'll eventually come to the line around about 16th, I think he will, in this race. So he's fought well, and he's just cleared that group of guys as well coming to the line. Over towards the wall goes Mark Zellner, and he's got the Dayglow orange helmet. Do you like the Dayglow orange helmet as well, Callum?
Absolutely, Darren. It's Dayglow.
Exactly right. So there is the result. The field has made its way to the line. Phil Marinon home in 18th there, and it would be remiss of me to say his name and not say check out the 50 Years of Fame and Friendship, the new book there for the Formula Fording, celebrating the first 60 years of their existence. formulaford.org.au. There's the final results. Eddie Bezic takes the race win number 2 for the weekend. It's still the final race to go for the Phillip Island Formula Ford Trophy, brought to us by Cool Drive, as they have done for a couple of decades now. Bailey Collins into 2, Cody Mains Ruddy, Jack Bussey, Evnett, Kyle Cotter. Then we go outside the 10. Tim Hamilton getting home in 2nd place in the Kent cars. Peter Fitzgerald, Byron Lilly. Mark Zellner actually home in 14th, so a great drive. Dropped down to 19th and gets himself home in 14th, and the cars just making their way off the track. We have got our next field all formed up at pit exit for Formula Open. We'll be on track in just a few moments. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. Island Magic 2023, 33 years of amazing history created by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. PIARC to its mates and its members, and indeed across the Australian motorsport landscape. Many, many years of history built into the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, and we continue to write those experiences into the history books here at the 2023 Island Magic event. www.piarc.com.au, here live from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Traction Tyres, Andrew McCarthy and the guys down there at the Traction Tyre Centre do a tremendous job, whether it be your race car, your road car, whatever it is. Get down there and talk to them about your tyre requirements. Ramada Resort here at the island, a great place to stay. The Island of Capri, many, many years of fantastic support for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club from the Island of Capri. Speco VHT for all of their support over the years, and we send our thoughts out to the family. Of course, the passing of a great bloke, Brian Sambo Sampson, during the week, a guy that has supported motorsport for decade after decade, raced himself, of course, a Bathurst winner with Peter Brock, and a great bloke we've lost during the week. So condolences to friends and family of Brian Sampson. Also, SD Picks supporting us here this weekend. Race Fuels for their support right across this weekend and every single weekend with their permanent facilities here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, Sydney Motorsport Park, Queensland Raceway. They've got events at Bathurst this weekend and permanent facilities there as well, and of course in Adelaide. So Race Fuels working very, very hard, keeping Australian motorsport with the great fuels supplied, and of course doing it very, very safely. Cool Drive for their continuing support as well, as we see the cars making their way out on track for Australian Formula Open, a category that Tim Macro and early days Phil Chester got their heads together and really nutted out how can we get these sorts of cars out on racetracks and enjoy them. And they have come up with a great plan. AFO1 is, I guess, your landmark category, the leading category where all the FIA Formula 3 vehicles certainly found, and those cars will be out on track. Let's have a quick update on the points as far as AFO1 is concerned. Grubel has got himself a lead in the championship with 208 points. Ryan Howe is fighting ever so hard to try and peg that back. He's on 189 and also in the older car there. Astley on 101 and Bromley on 96. AFO4, which is your Formula 4, your TARDIS and your Miguel chassis, which ran in the Australian Formula 4 Championship in the case of the Miguels. It is Jamie to Brody, Huang, Wilson and Gallagher in that order, 139, 136, 113, 60 and 55 points respectively to those races. Got a couple of different cars that have sort of made their way out onto the grid here this weekend, and we're looking forward to seeing them. There's your grid. Pole position, Ryan Howe after taking the victory yesterday. Trent Goobel in the number 74 off second position there. Miles Bromley to Beau Russell, the young fella Beau Russell there in the mix there in number 22. Keep an eye on the Victorian there. And we go back to Kyle Evans, Ryan Astley, then it's Ryan McMillan, Douglas Barry, Andy Roberts there out of position number 9, and 10 is Rodney Baker. We go back to Christoph Slezak, Todd Biazzi, Thomas Gallagher, Mark Wilson out of New South Wales, Hanny Huang there in the number 16 car, Lawrence Casitas, Nathan Beer and Shane Morrow rounding out our field as they make their way across Luton Heights, one of the more exciting places to see these front cars in particular. The Dalaras running in their F08, F308 spec, and of course the newer one there of Trent Grubel, the Dalara F312. All the 2 litre cars. The concept is that these cars are all 2 litre and under, although we do have an invitational aspect to the Australian Formula Open, and as the name would suggest, it's open to those comers that want to go open wheeler racing, and it's been a really good addition. And a guy that would know is Tim Macro. He's won many, many, many races. Great support being shown this season to all the races running the GT tyres, and they've been very well accepted. They've been fast, they've been certainly durable, and all of the competitors are very much behind the GT tyre, and we've all really enjoyed what the GT tyre has brought to the landscape around the Australian Formula Open, and great to see all the cars on the GT tyres. They came to the rescue earlier this year in a situation where tyres were at a paramount in the world post-COVID, and a big shout out to the people at GT for looking after this category in its early days, and let's hope that there's some really good ongoing support and ongoing partnership with these 2 parties, the Australian Formula Open and the GT tyres. There's all of our field shot on them. The front row of the grid is set. As I mentioned, there's an invitational class, AFO3, and then the AFO4, which is the Formula 4 cars out there on the grid, and that pretty much makes up half the field of AFO1 and AFO4s. We've also got a Formula Brabham, Formula Holden in the field there as well. It's stands out, the Reynard 92D, Doug Barry driving that one back on about the 4th row of the grid there. Does look quite different with the lower nose as opposed to the raised noses on the Formula 3 cars. The revs rise at the front of this field. It is really a points and championship time. Ryan Howe gets away nicely. There's a stalled car there, and it's just on the 3rd row of the grid. And that was Kyle Evans, I think, in car number 1. Was it? No, it wasn't. I'll pick up who it was in the fullness of time, but streaming through to the lead of this race up the second row of the grid, giving Ryan Howe and Trent Grubel really something to think about. And that is car 9 of Miles Bromley, who has a terrific season, doing a splendid job out there, and he has just absolutely brained them off the line there. So keep an eye out for Miles Bromley, currently sitting 4th in the title hunt on 96 points. He could gazump Astley, who hasn't taken any serious part in this weekend's proceedings so far. He is out there, car number 99, 6th row on the grid, so doing a tremendous job, but could, if he wins this, gazump him coming into this one. Astley on 101, Bromley on 96 points, so that could even up. Grubel and Howe is where we are watching though. Grubel on 208, Howe on 189. Through the mist, we look at these magnificent thoroughbred FIA spec Formula 3 cars. They come up to Lukey Heights for the first time. Certainly slick tyres still being used as we get a good look there at Christos Slurzak. And these are the Formula 4 cars we're just watching there as we see the 27 just trying to pick its way through there. The 127 of Paul DiBiase in the field. So Paul DiBiase in the Talis FT50 Formula Toyota. So another one of those different sorts of cars out there. A couple of Formula 4s. Miles Bromley has done a ripping opening lap. He's got a half a second on Ryan Howe. Trent Grubel. The iterations of the points, and I will be corrected on this, but at the moment Ryan Howe needs Trent Grubel to finish 3rd or further back in this race to bring it down to a last race benefit. Ryan has to finish 1st in this race if Trent finishes further back to keep the championship still alive. Moves there. There comes the one through the field here. That's Kyle Evans in the Dallara F308-11. Exactly the same car as Ryan Howe has. Exactly the same specification, an FIA Formula 3 specified car. And there's just the Formula Holden just ahead of that picture there as the 25 streams through, which is a McGale M14-14 that ran in the Australian Formula 4 Championship. Thomas Gallagher for Motorcoat and Tim Macro Racing on board there. Mid-pack there at the moment. There is still charging at the field, the number 27. Is Ryan Howe. He is currently in position 2. Miles Bromley leading the way, doing a nice job indeed. Very hard to pick them in this misty conditions. It is certainly not wet, but it is definitely greasy, and it's going to display the aero package of these Dallaras and how good they can get through the air. As the leaders charge down the main straight now, we're getting a good look at the front end shot there. Ryan Howe charges at Miles Bromley, gets out of the slipstream, drives on by. The hole in the air created by Bromley gives Ryan Howe the impetus he needs to keep this championship alive and well. And Ryan Howe is driving the race weekend of his life here this weekend. Very talented young racer. Has been around for a few seasons now. We know him well. And he is driving absolute race weekend of his life to try and keep this alive. There's the car he's against, the 74, and that is Trent Grubel. The 99, the next one on the road there is Astley. In position number 4, then we go back to the 22 of Russell, Barry and McMillan, Evans, Gallagher and Backer running through there. So AF01 currently being led by Ryan Howe. Got through in a straight line, drag race down the straight here for Race Fuels, Championship Fuel Supply. Of course, the weekend brought to us by the Phillip Island Racing Club, live streaming provided through to Blendline TV as the Race Fuels Australian Formula Open cars turn it on here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. This is the battle, various different chassis being used here. That's the 21 there of Ryan McMillan, which is an Australian Formula 4. Then we go back to the Reynard 92D there, Doug Barry. And the 92D, obviously out of 1992, and some 20 more years, 22 years later, was the Formula 4. A lot less frontal area, a lot smaller vehicle. But boy, oh boy, those Formula Holden days in Australian open wheeler racing. 30 of these cars on the grid here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit was massively exciting racing. all of the big stars, your Paul Stokels, your Stephen Whites, Jason Bright, Scaife, Crompton, Larkham, all of those names massive in Formula Holden. Indeed, Craig Lowndes, who brained them in Brian Sampson's black car there. That was his coming of age driving the Brian Sampson car. As I mentioned before, he supported many drivers, and Craig Lowndes was one of them in the journey there. Just getting a good look back through the field now. That's car number 2, Alex Robertson, the Artec Motorsport Dallara F307. And started out of position number 9 and has just dropped back 2 spots in 11 at the moment, learning how to drive these cars. Of course, Artec, Rico's team, famous in Australian Formula 3 along the lines of BRM, were at the forefront of that sort of racing as well. Indeed, these days, Tim Macro Racing, AGI Sport, and others are certainly weighing in on the Australian Formula Open landscape. Trent Grubel at the moment, just you get the feeling he's just ticking the boxes. A 128.7 is his fastest lap. Ryan Howe in the lead of this race, 128.66 out in front. There they are now. There's our leader, there's second, and there's third on the road. And at the moment, Trent Grubel is just putting the car right where he needs to be, right where he needs to finish, so that this championship can come to a conclusion in this race. So Ryan Howe is doing everything he can. He's leading the race. He's got into the lead. He's got himself a nice gap out over 1.3 seconds, dispensing with some of the slower traffic in this race in the Formula Ford. So nothing to be scared of, nothing to be frowned upon there. These cars are completely different specifications, and the FIA Formula 3 spec car does come with a whole lot more downforce, planes on wings, and a 2-litre normally aspirated power plant, albeit the F4 is a low boost turbocharged engine in that outfit. Coming around the top of the circuit now. 5.5 minutes remain. Getting a good look at the 22 of Bo Russell. Of course, Bo, very new to the scene here, did his first race in the Formula 3 spec cars in the Shannon Speed Series at Sandown on P-plates. Done a lot of karting out of Ballarat. Started racing karts at age 7. He's currently only 17, so he's been at a decade of racing under his belt at the tender age of 17, and represented Australia in the FIA Academy kart racing in 2017 at age 11, and then 2018 at age 12 in Belgium and France. So no stranger to fast, flowing, massive big tracks, but it's great to see a young fella. Started off the second row of the grid in P4, and he's holding on to that P4. Very important at this stage of your career to not give up a spot from where you've qualified and try and push on forward. A couple of Australian Formula 4 cars we're having a good look at coming down the straight as well. Bit of a maligned series right from the word go in the Australian landscape, but certainly has provided us with the likes of Thomas Randall, Will Brown. Those guys came through the Formula 4 series. Of course, Thomas Randall also ran in Formula Ford. We had him as a guest commentator at the state round here in September during Formula Ford. Loved his time in Formula Ford. In fact, said he'd dearly like to get back in one and just do a couple of races. He really enjoyed the aspect of his career. Of course, Thomas did a ripping job on the streets of Adelaide yesterday. Got a podium for the Mustang, and we applaud him for that. A guy that has taken time in Formula Ford, Australian Formula 4, and also sports sedans. Tried to get the lap record here in the sports sedan in September. So be listening in to what's happening in Adelaide to see if our Thomas can do a ripping job over there. Great bloke, professional race car driver these days. There's Grubel coming through turn 3, not being able to peg back this gap to Miles Bromley at the moment, but looks visually like it might have been, and that sort of happened over the last quarter of a lap or so. He seems to have turned up the wick in sector 1 on this lap. We don't have the luxury of sector timing here this weekend, but that gap is certainly visually quite closer to Miles Bromley. Ryan Howe is now out over 2 seconds to Miles Bromley. So the title is swinging towards Trent Grubel at this point of time, being that he's hanging on to P3 on the road. You cannot take anything away from Grubel or Howe during this season's title hunt. It just happened to be the cards have fallen the way they have, and right now Ryan's doing everything possible. You can't do anything more than lead a race and drag all the points you possibly can in to your wallet for the championship. They stream down the straight here. And boy, oh boy, this is a circuit that just lends itself to these Formula 3 type of wings and slicks racing, setting themselves up for good running. And this gap just between these two cars is still giving Trent Grubel the full effect of his wings. If he gets too much closer into the dirty air, that's when it becomes an issue. Ryan Howe's just put the fastest lap of the race in on lap number 7, so just getting that car right into the operating window, which is ominous for the closing race for today, because although the championship is just starting to look a little bit more obvious at this point in time, race wins, and on weekends like this when there's such magnificent looking trophies which are on display in the cafeteria window down there, if you want to see them, PIARC at Island Magic bring out the most glorious trophies for winning the very important races that we have these cars competing in right across this weekend. And of course the AFO cars here will continue to race for these famous awards. Of course, it's the Victorian Road Racing Championship, the John Roxburgh Trophy, and they're running for it. Of course, Trent Grubel won it last year, not conducted for a couple of years in the middle there, but names like Michael Caruso in his Formula 3 series, Chas Jacobson, Brian Sampson won it in 1997. Some other names there, John Walker, John Roxburgh, Arthur Abrahams, Russell Davison, Arthur Abrahams again, and Trent Grubel won it last year. But at this point in time, the fastest car on track is definitely Ryan Howe, so he would like to write his name on that particular coveted award, the Victorian Road Racing Championship, as Trent Grubel now looks into the back of Miles Bromley. They're closer than they've ever been. The 9 and the 74 getting together in a romantic dance. You get the feeling there's not a lot of romance out there for these guys. In fact, the way Trent Grubel's putting his car on the track at the moment, he wants that second spot on the road. We've got 23 seconds remaining on the clock, so I would suggest that we're going to get another lap out of this. I'm not sure, as Grubel streams on through like it hardly even blinked. Just went whoop through on Miles Bromley, and he gets P2 on the road as we look to the start-finish line for our race leader coming around. Is the last lap board going out? Yes, it is. So Ryan Howe will receive that. He has got himself a pretty handy lead. Trent Grubel into P2, so you're 3.7 seconds. It's not going to be enough to stop the championship hunt for Trent Grubel, so keep your eye on car number 74 as he gets to the line with about 3.8 kilometres left to go with where they are on the track. There he is. Oh, that looks like he's gone back to Miles Bromley, has found his way through on Trent Grubel there. So that has changed the landscape there as well. So Bromley back into P2. Trent Grubel caught out there as the number 16, just which is Huang in the F4. He's currently sitting third in the AFO4 series. Having said that, both Jamie and Brody, who are sitting on 139 and 136, are not here this weekend, so Huang could certainly come up in the standings there as well. As we just get a quick look back through turn 1, that was where Bromley got through on Trent Grubel. He had to go out over the back of the ripple strip and held on. That was pretty hairy there for those two as we look to the top of Lukey Heights now. There's our race second and third place getters as we look for our race leader to come around here. It's Ryan Howe that will lead the field through, but there's Bromley and Grubel just getting a lap on those Formula 4 cars. They're staying out of the way, and there it is, the checkered flag goes to Ryan Howe. That's 2 from 2 in the final round. Grubel and Bromley go side by side. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Bromley by 0.02 of a second to Trent Grubel. And that is how it played out over the last lap. 3 changes of place in 1 1/4 laps between Bromley and Grubel. Miles Grubel in the number 9 takes that battle off Trent Grubel. But the battle, the title, Trent Grubel now reaches out for it, reaching out for that trophy. We've still got one more race to go, but that has, I would suggest, sealed the title now for Trent Grubel. We'll get confirmation from the category on that before we start the race this afternoon. Of course, Australian Formula Open will be on again at 2:35, so we'll get confirmation from the category on that. The rest of the field streaming through. Bo Russell again, a 4th race, keeping his nose clean, getting some good fast laps. He's within half a second of the fastest lap of Ryan Howe, who has got great experience in top-level racing. Then it's Astley to Evans, McMillan, Barry, Roberts and Gallagher rounds out the 10. Tabaka, DiBiase, Slurzik, Huang, Wilson and Beer. There it is, confirmation for race 2 for Formula Open. Ryan Howe takes the win, 2 from 2 so far here this weekend. Miles Bromley, Trent Grubel in the 74 will be very, very happy inside the driving compartment of that particular Dallara. Bo Russell still forging on, doing a ripping job. Outside the 10, Rodney Baker, Paul DiBiase, Chris Slezak, Han Ming Huang, Mark Wilson, Nathan Beer, Lawrence Casitas, Shane Murray not taking the starter's signal. So that is it. We've got one more race to go for Australian Formula Open, doing a tremendous job. And we'll wait to hear from the category management, Derek Bode and Timmy Macro for the sealing of that particular championship in its inaugural year. And they've done a tremendous job with it. I'm going to take a quick break because we have got Formula V coming out on the track next for their second race for the weekend. And Formula V's always put on terrific racing here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Thanks for joining us at Island Magic. Back in a moment. Formula V's on track in just a couple of moments. There's the Australian Formula Open field. Certainly some cheers and applause going on. They can't approach their drivers and cars just at this point in time. That is a very strict scrutineering bay being adhered to down there, being that there is a championship being decided here today, as there is in our next race. Steve De Vries with all of the good oil out of the Formula V paddock. Yeah, absolutely. It's a national round for Formula V as well, so they have to go through the very strict scrutineering process as well at the conclusion of qualifying and every race this weekend, just to make sure that everything is legal before all the points become official. So it's a very important round for Formula V this weekend. Not only the Australian round, not only is it Island Magic, which is a very, very prestigious award on the line there as well with the Maury Fordham Trophy. We're honouring the memory of Brian Sambo Sampson and everything that he'd contributed to Formula V over the many, many years. His affiliation stretches back quite some considerable time, and Speco VHT, the business that he was a part of, been a proud sponsor here at Island Magic for very many years, all the way back starting in 2009 and continuing to this day. And another little thing over the course of this weekend, the whole Formula V paddock is paying some tribute not only to Brian Sampson, but they're supporting awareness for autism here in Australia by displaying puzzle pieces on just about every single car. And for one driver in the Formula V field in Malachi Windsor, it is a very, very important thing, and he's very proud to display those pieces on his livery in full throughout the course of the year. The puzzle piece was a symbol that was actually initiated
back in the early 1960s, so some 60 years ago, and was initially accepted because the situations of people that suffered from autism was full of unknowns, very much like a jigsaw puzzle. And over time, as more was learned about autism and all the pieces of the puzzle were started to be put together, it became a bit more of a controversial choice as a symbol to represent autism. And eventually, in the last handful of years, it's morphed into a more modern rainbow-coloured infinity symbol, which represents spectrum, diversity and difference. And Formula V are very, very proud to show that autism shouldn't be seen as a setback, but should be seen as a gift. And we thank everybody from all the other clubs that are here this weekend as part of Formula V. So not only Victoria, but Formula V New South Wales, WA, Queensland and Formula V Australia. And to support autism awareness in Australia, please visit www.autismawareness.com.au.
Certainly a very important light to be shone on that condition, and just about everybody sits somewhere on a spectrum of some sort of description, so it is definitely something that has some attention drawn to it. Just watching the cars being removed from Parc Fermé now in the Australian Formula Open aspect, so that's great that those cars have been able to be released so quickly, so no one's been found to have any questionable aspects to their cars, so they are making their way out there. Big shout out to everyone making their way trackside, viewing here as well, having looks like a couple of people enjoying a frothy out of the back of the patrols down there as well, having a good old time of it. Straight out from where you are, boys, wave straight out across the track. Yep, that's it. There you go. Big wave. Welcome to motorsport here in Victoria. I hope you're enjoying Island Magic. Not every day you get on TV, is it, Steve?
No, certainly not. Good to see that the broadcast speakers are doing a fine job of relaying everything that's going on to all parts of the circuit. For many years, I think still to this day as well, it's simulcast on Island FM 87.6, but with the advent of Blendline live streaming, not sure how that all works nowadays, if it's still going out on the same frequency, but you used to be able to hear it from the minute you crossed the bridge coming out of San Remo into Phillip Island. You could tune in on your way towards the circuit and listen to everything going on.
I tell you what, you could be crossing the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco these days and listening to live racing here, and we know people have been from around the world that get involved with us on the social medias and things like that. And you know, you said I don't know how it works with live streaming and FM radio. I don't know how any of it works. I just put a headset on and hopefully someone turns a microphone on when I talk, and the guys at Blendline TV can attest to that. I do the talky thing, they do the broadcasting thing.
That's exactly right. We leave the technology to the technology experts when
There's
it comes to
a good lineup of vehicles there as well. There's Track Day Safety, there's the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, there's a couple of cars there from the PIARC Recovery Crew, and of course that is Fred down there in the services ute. He delivers lunches and drinks and flags and all important everything's around the course right throughout motorsport and racing here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Of course, he's an ex-racer as well. Fred Minier drove a Gemini in sports sedans for a long time, and right alongside is Jeff Rowley's the Recovernator, that big old Jeep there. Some more fans there as well. One of our Motorsport Australia affiliated photographers in the orange vest. So plenty of people make up the cast and crew of Island Magic 2023, including you and I, Steve.
Absolutely. And to think as well that it is quite a skeleton staff here this weekend too. There's so much racing going on around the country. You know, the Adelaide 500, there's the event here at Island Magic. There's, I think, 2 other major events going on as well, and a few of the more seasoned officials in the PIARC ranks have found their way over to Abu Dhabi as well, because that Formula One Grand Prix over there, and it's been something they've been proud to do, is share their knowledge from the very beginning of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and bringing all the officials in that part of the world up to what is probably, I'd say, the gold standard.
I tell you what was interesting, I was listening to our great supporter of Victorian motorsport, Mark Walker, on the Race Talk podcast on the way down here today, and they were shining a bit of a spotlight on the calendar towards the end of next year. The Bathurst 1000, the Gold Coast, Sydney for the World TCR, Bathurst for the World TCR, and in between each of those events is a Shannon Speed Series event. So there's 8 weeks in a row in Queensland and New South Wales, and 4 weeks in a row, and then Phillip Island, where New South Wales officials are going to be called upon. So that sort of calendaring or that sort of scheduling can be really tricky when you're relying on the virtual volunteer, you know, the army of volunteers to keep this sport going. It becomes very, very taxing indeed. Formula V's making their way down pit lane, Steve.
Absolutely. So big field of Formula V's here this weekend, 37 in total. Everybody finished yesterday. What a remarkable achievement for 37 Formula V's to get through 9 laps of what was very high quality and very high-spirited racing. It was a sight to see. Great packs all the way up and down the field. Lead group of cars of about 10, and there was about 2 or 3 groups of 10 cars total, 8 to 10 cars total throughout the whole entire field. Everybody had a ball yesterday. There were some great drives in there as well. If we have a look through what the grid order looks like, the first man home yesterday was Daniel Reynolds in Paul Corcoran's checkmate. He led out, actually went out a little bit too early. He thought that it was only 1 lap to go. In fact, there was 2 laps to go. So he really had to put the hammer down and did a fantastic job to insulate himself from any chance of being overtaken by Reef McCarthy in the Beecham Sabre number 61. Heath Collinson was home 3rd, and the national champion Michael Kinsella home in 4th place. He had a ball there as well, just sort of had to work out where to place his car on a couple of occasions. He hasn't been here for quite a number of years, so just sort of relearning the ropes of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Then we go back to Alex McDonald from Queensland and Lee Partridge. That was a very close run thing there for 5th and 6th place. David Casely in the number 7 from WA, home in 7th place, and Andre Curran got home in 8th in his Aussie Boat Sales entry there in car number 32. Curtis Porter had a few little handling dramas and a little bit of alignment issue after race 1 yesterday, so hopefully they've rectified car 67 out of Queensland in 9th. Nick Jones home in 10th. Ash Clifford and Brandon Taylor 11th and 12th. Jake Rowe, the big story for Jake Rowe was he started out of the 3rd row of the grid yesterday and got a good launch, but the line locker kicked in and the car was starting to slow, so he sunk right to the back of the field, had a major recovery drive to get all the way back to 13th, so that's a really good effort from him to get so far up the grid in a 9-lap race after being plumb last, and still in a good position to challenge the leading group of cars. Claudia Lennox was the first of the ladies home out of the 4 that are here this weekend. She's 18th in the order. And another great drive from the rear of the grid was Brock Hamilton, started 37th and last after having a little bit of a contact situation in qualifying, pulling the car over, getting that rectified and starting last and driving all the way through to 22nd. So he was very pleased with his efforts yesterday. Hopefully got a little bit more in store for some of the drivers that are in that mid-pack that had a good fight yesterday. So Rod Lisson from WA, Brodie Nunn and Ed Lawrence from Queensland, Paul Martoni from WA. All those drivers were in that middle group of cars along with Darren Power, Claudia Lennox, and Charlie Richardson and Ken Philby to a degree. They're the ones that Brock's hoping to try and catch up to and really make that midfield a really tight fight. As we look down the rest of the order, it goes on and on and on. And then the last of the cars there, you can see there, Greg Johnson from the ACT. He's in one of the 1200 class cars this weekend. There's only 2 of them in the field. Just waiting on the Formula V's to come around there. The field, there's the Acura Motorsports car number 54 there, which is a new entry for this weekend, is Rocco Spinley. And maybe might be a couple of gremlins firing on that car. Just hearing it's a little bit of an unusual noise emitting from the back of possibly that car coming around the final couple of corners. Hopefully it'll get, it won't be too much of a hindrance for him when the green light goes on and racing gets underway. Such a big field of cars, takes a long time to form them all up, and of course in a timed race that means laps. So right now there's about 14 minutes and change left on the clock. Hopefully still enough time to get about 7 or so laps in. This will be a very quick sprint for Speco VHT preliminary number 2 in honour and memory of Brian Sambo Sampson.
Awesome to see something different on the front row there. The Checkmate GP02 sitting there right next to the 61. And that is, of course, the Sabre 02 there as well. So something a little bit different on the front row, and they're underway.
They are indeed underway. Everybody away this time. No missed gears. No problems off the start line. Everybody away, flying down towards turn number 1. Whole shot goes to McCarthy from the inside of the front row. So he's going to lead the charge into 1. Kinsella going with him round the outside of Daniel Reynolds. So too Lee Partridge. Good start from him from the 3rd row of the grid, moving up 3 spots into position number number 3.
Lee Partridge getting a really good start there, coming off the third row of the grid. He's made up a couple of good spots early on there. So Sophie underneath him, performing well so far. The checkmate right in front of his nose cone there. Be getting a good look at the gearbox in the back of the car in front there. The checkmate, a different shaped car, definitely a revolutionary type of change there. But have a look at him down the inside, looks in, gives it a bit of a shot, and they align up. The Black Angus car coming through there as well.
Good start for David Casely too. He's picked up 2 spots up to position number 5 ahead of Heath Collinson, who's in his last race weekend for some time. Heath Collinson is going over to Japan for a little bit, and there's a little bit of news developing out of the JRD stable with regards to next year, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But Heath Collinson's got a point to prove, and he'd dearly love another one of these Maury Fordham trophies to round out what would be his last event for a little bit of time at least.
Certainly is. These cars have evolved over 60 years now. The Formula Vs have been very, very much part of the Australian motorsport landscape and providing massive fields of entertaining racing, and they continue to do so here at the 2023 Island Magic. And when you look back in through the field there's the number 16, the Beecham Racing entry of Charlie Richardson, the Jacer.
She's had an offer put on the table as well in the last couple of days to drive in a top team in the Bathurst 6 Hour next year as well. So looking for a little bit of sponsorship to go along with supporting that ride if people are interested. But great to see that coming out of all categories, that doesn't matter what race category you're in, there's definitely talent that people spy and people think is definitely good to put into a more modern race car, something that's a little bit different, and give all the youngsters some opportunities to advance their career.
Lead change now. McCarthy's gone back a spot. The checkmate gets back in the lead. Daniel Reynolds leads lap number 2 now. So shuffling going on. In fact, the cars look like they'd just thrown the cards up in the air and they were splayed all out over the front straight. The draft not taking too much of an issue at this point in time. Everyone just sort of seeing where they stand in the drag race to the line there without a running mate. The 78 tips it in right across the nose of Kinsella now. Kinsella, eyes forward there, just keeping the line held there. Lee Partridge just sitting back there as well. You get the feeling that Lee is all of his wealth of experience in motorsport, not just in Formula V, but across the Australian landscape, just sitting there going, okay, we've got a number of laps here. As long as I'm sitting in about this position and I can see the leader, and a lot of the time in Formula V, you can just about reach out and touch the guy next to you or beside you. I wouldn't recommend it, but certainly these things get very, very close. And Lee is just watching the way it is. Collinson also in that mix, and Casely just sort of giving that a bit of a watching brief at this point in time.
Certainly is. Jake Rose not giving a watching brief. He's very slowly starting to pick his way through the field here. He's just gone past Nick Jones at the bottom of the hill at MG Corner, so that will bring him up to what is currently 9th place on the road. Now tucked in behind Curtis Porter from Queensland. Good to see that he's not going backwards like he did in the closing couple of laps yesterday afternoon, so hopefully everything is good on car number 67 and he can bring his way forward up to this group of 3 cars, and now effectively 4 cars going 4 wide, fighting over the lead of the race.
How do you like it? Could you join 5 wide there? They got the 4 wide and then throwing them extra one in the mix. I tell you what though, it's dragging them through. The checkmate finds its way from leading the race back into P5 now as Partridge goes right round the outside there. Lee finding himself a really happy piece of track out wide there. Good to see that he can put the Sabre 02, lovingly called Sophie, the number 28, as they're going to go wheel to wheel down through turn 3.
About 10 cars in this group now. They're starting to drop some of the stragglers that were on the back of the group. So Kieran, Taylor and Clifford are the ones that are just trying to keep in touch at the moment. Taylor and Clifford have started to lose the touch. Kieran's not far off losing the touch. He just needs to stay tucked in there behind Alex McDonald at the moment, and he'll be okay. Clifford and Taylor, the ones that have a bit of work to do. Back further in the pack, this is getting very interesting now. So you've got Kelly Egan, looks like trying to go around the outside of the number 74 of Michael Westerhout from Queensland here. That switches to the inside. Up she goes, trying to stay with the number 16 Jacer of Charlie Richardson. Couldn't quite get that move stuck before turn number 6. Back to the lead group. Up over Lukey Heights. Fantastic shot from the gravel trap at turn number 9. Plunging down the hill. into MG corner, one of the best passing spots on this Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Rowe caught on the inside there at turn number 11, not on the ideal line to take through the corner, so we'll lose a little bit of momentum, not too much, because the draft will help keep him in touch with this group that is leading at the moment. How many cars do we number in this field at the moment now, Darren? I think it's still about 10 or 11 cars. It's not quite fully done and dusted yet, but everybody's just got to stay tucked into the draft as long as they can at the back of this train to sort of be in that
don't.
fight.
They spread out across the track here. If the draft by side, yes, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's the important piece, I think. So the last person in that queue there, I said, is Andre Curran, and then you had Brandon Taylor is just off the back of the pack, and Ash Clifford's definitely lost a bit of time in that last lap. He lost a full second to this group, so he's out of the draft and probably going to be in a bit of a difficult situation to catch back up.
Lee Partridge has been fighting to get back in that line there. He was almost in the queue, being left out of it there, so he was finding himself in a bit of a difficult position there. McDonald also in there. Jake Rowe still completing his charge back to the front here. Partridge is that car on the inside there, the MPS Auto Speed outfit. He seems to have gone out with onto the left-hand side to join that group as well. To be able to put the car wide in the corners, but it's covering a lot more real estate than he needs. Go back to further battle pack with these guys here at the moment, which is around about position 20 we're looking at there.
Yeah, so Brock Hamilton's leading this group. So he started out of 22nd place, just waiting for the timing to tick over so we can see where he is at the moment. And he's actually 21st. So this is 21st all the way back to about 30th is what we were watching there. So that's a very, very big pack. Brock's kicking away here. Ken Philby now on the inside of Gavin Stubbs. So great to have Ken back in the field for a long period of time. Did a lot of his racing here in Victoria by virtue of the fact that he is a Queensland native. He would fly down, pick up a car, drive to the track, go and get the race car.
Many seasons of racing doing it that way.
Absolutely.
And it has been around for a long time. It's good to see Ken Philby out there.
Rod Liston from WA tucked in here behind the number 6 here. I think that is Paul Maltoni as well. Looks like he's sporting a little bit of nose damage on the front of car number 6 there, in behind Darren Power in the Jacer. We did see a little bit of that yesterday as well. A couple of cars with a bit of walking wounded.
Look at the second group there. It is just getting bigger and bigger lap by lap. They're all starting to arrive at the back of this lead pack. We've got over 12 cars in this front group here. And each time we get another one there, we're closer to a different race leader, because we're seeing them line up now. 5.5 minutes left to go in this race distance. They're all starting to find a running mate here as well. It's been Lee Partridge that's been trying to run his own line now, and at the moment Lee's just slowly going backwards here. He needs to get back in the lineup here. He was up to 4th, and Lee now finds himself down in 6th place there in the Sabre, but he's looking for someone to go with him. He's alone again on the inside there, so he's putting his nose out there trying to run his own race, and at the moment it's just seemed just a couple of people ticking off their list.
Did someone exit stage right there, exiting Siberia? Yes, there was. There's someone kicked up some dust. It's McCarthy. Reef McCarthy with a big mistake as he made contact with somebody. He exited stage right out of Siberia in a great hurry, and he was running second in the order, so I'm not sure if he dropped a wheel or something off the back side of the curb at Siberia. A few drivers were really chucking it in hard. You could see the rears were trying to overtake the fronts. There was some opposite lock going on. McCarthy's had a moment. He's now out of this lead group of cars, and that is crucial when it comes to the Australian Series, because he was one of 3 drivers coming in to make it. He's out of business. He's pulled into the infield at turn 8, so big news for McCarthy. He's not going to finish this race. If they can get that Sabre going again, he'll start from the rear. Let's have another look. Check it out at the start, at the top of the shot. Off to the right-hand side. There he goes. You can't see it. He just disappeared off to the right-hand side.
Very quick, wasn't it? Went out there like a pinball machine flipper. Back to the lead of this race. This is the business end of things. Heath Collinson streams through into the lead. This is the dream that we were talking about. Steve, you iterated on his career off overseas, and certainly streams into the lead of this race with 3.5 minutes left to go. He knows as well as any of them, you don't actually want to lead at this point in time. He's just feeling his way, getting a bit of clean air. there, and we'll probably see him just ease himself back into the clutches of these two behind him here at the moment. But Daniel Reynolds just wants to lead this race. Obviously, the checkmate works better in an open air. The 35 looks down the inside as well. Kinsella just surrendering that spot to Heath Collinson. And just watching back there as well, Lee Partridge is back in the mix. Here's another replay.
This is what happened at the turn 6, I think. Oh, it was contact.
Wheels up, over and under.
So who was that with? I'm wondering if that might have been with David Casely, potentially, as Jake Rose moved up to 4th. But yeah, that's a very, very awkward contact situation there out of turn number 6. Need a bit more of some onboard footage, I think, to work through those particulars and figure out what happened.
Certainly when these cars contact wheel to wheel, they do go over the top of each other. That is what happened. The car went up in the air as we saw that occur. The front of the field, the mid-pack field, and the back of the field, there is the World Championship for Formula V going on in about 3 different stanzas of this race. This is the pack sort of further down the field at the moment.
This is Paul
No
Motoni.
less joy in racing here. It is just a different part of the field.
It certainly is. It's Paul Motoni from WA leading Darren Power and about 4 other cars there. Malachi Windsor in there battling with Claudia Lennox. That's the car we were talking about before the race got underway, about the puzzle pieces and promoting the awareness for autism. That is the car in question.
Whoa, look at this. They're going to go 4 wide as well. The one that's left off the back there, that is Lee Partridge as well. He has been just held out there. Jake Rowe flies into the mix here, into 3 or 4. Is it 5th? No, it's 3. I say the position and it's changed as they come up to turn number 2.
Rowe just got the fastest lap of the race as well, into the 52s, into a 52.8 in the toe. Got a big, big toe down the front straight. Likewise, David Casely, he set a 52. Partridge set a 52. Porter and Jones have set their quickest laps as well, but they're a couple of car lengths back of this group. There they are in the back of shot. So the more that this first group of 6 cars continues to fight and argue, they're going to bring the balance of that pack that was together for the opening couple of laps back into the picture.
Boy, I tell you what, how do you like your open wheeler racing? Right now, in front of us, the Speco VHT, Formula Vs. They've come from all over the country to try and get the silverware here this weekend, and it is some magnificent silverware indeed on display down in the cafeteria here in the pit and the paddock area. But boy, oh boy, have a look at this. Reynolds back in the lead. This group was 12, it's broken off into 6, and it's going to be 12 again before we get back around onto the straight here. This front 6 has worked very, very well together, and I would suggest the second 6, oh, they're going to fan out. Partridge looks for a move down there on the 31 of Collinson, gets it done as well. Can't believe, 1 lap ago, Collinson was leading this race. He's now back in P6. He was feeling his way. He knows he'd get the car out in front, feel what it like in the clean air, and then just drop back a couple of spots in the row.
Yeah, precisely. David Casely's had a good move here on this lap as well. He's moved up 3 spots to be second on the road, in behind yesterday afternoon's winner in Daniel Reynolds. He now looks to the outside. He'll actually lead across the stripe this time, Casely. Down the other side of the track comes the other blue jacer in Michael Kinsella. So who's going to be very, very brave on the run into turn number 1 here? Rowe down the inside as well, in the tow of David Casely. He's going to snatch P2 with about 2 laps to run here. Penultimate lap commencing in Speco VHT preliminary number 2, and the stakes have just started to be raised just a little bit more.
2 to go, or 1 3/4 to go now. What was 6 is now 4, and then you add the next 6 on, and we've got 7 there. We've got 11 in this group now, and this is just how we love it with Formula V racing here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, because this run to the flag with Rowe now challenging for the lead over Casely, turns it in, has to keep an eye out for the 35 of Kinsella there as well. But Collinson starting to weigh back on this, and there's Reynolds coming back in, and right off the back there as well, Lee Partridge joins the 6 again.
He certainly does. Team WA down there in the pit paddock had all smiles this morning. So when I saw the smiles, I thought, you know what, they've got a little something up their sleeve, and right now their lead charger is David Casely. He's going to bring them up the hill, up through turn 7, up through turn 8. Now it sweeps up to the left, going up and over the top of Lukey Heights. This is a beautiful part of the circuit. You've got to be patient, patient, patient. Get over the top of the hill, get the car lined up, spot the braking zone. Park it down the middle of the road if you're David Casely to defend. Go to the outside if you're the likes of Nick Jones, going right around the outside of Lee Partridge to pick up another spot. That's 6th for him on the road as we get to the last couple of corners. Round Belinda's Terrace, as it was known in the heyday, and now the last lap board goes out for the race leaders.
Certainly a lot more romantic than turn 12, isn't it?
Yes.
Belinda's Terrace across the top of the property here as well. Last lap board out, and we're going to run 4 wide down into turn 1. We set sail on the last lap in this race. You can pick it if you want, but I dare not at this point in time. It's keep your eyes on the front of the Formula V field, and they go streaming through turn 1. High and wide. Collinson, Reynolds. It's the 35 of Kinsella still in the mix there. A little bit of a touch there as well. Rowe trying to stay on the inside, cover the least amount of territory. There's Partridge weighing in on it again. He's in, he's out, he's all over. Lee Partridge, he's been hung out to dry though. He's not in the line here. He's going to drop back some spots. Look at him force his way back into the lineup. Well done there to Lee Partridge, back in about 6th place right now.
Forces himself back in front of Nick Jones there. That's crucial for the club championship as well. Defensive move for Partridge as well to head that. Potential move off. Couple of lock breaks heading down into turn number 4. Everybody gets through. No contact. Little bit of possible nose damage on the Nick Jones number 40 there as well. He was the one that made a little bit of contact, it looked like, with David Casely as they exited 1 and headed into 2. Now
have a look at Porter sitting position himself well. Down there in 8th position. Don't count him out at this point in time, although that gap off the back of Rowe, they want to join that back up. They want a seamless join there as well. Looking to the inside is Kinsella, but have a look out in front. The guy that led the first lap is Dave Reynolds, holding them off nicely.
How do you like it? 3 corners to go. Collinson's in position, so too is Jake Rowe. They're in the tow zone. They're looking to get down the front straight here, but Reynolds is the one
being ejected out the back of this group at the moment. Partridge has just got rid of him. He's put himself into P5, but have a look at this. This is enough of a lead for our race leader, Dave Reynolds. That's not going to be closed on the run down of the checkered.
Going to be difficult to close that one down. There's no lap traffic in play here to affect the run to the front straight, so Reynolds might just hold on here. Be 2 from 2. Be a last-minute lunge for Kinsella, and I don't want to call that. That is super, super tight, and it's going to be given to Daniel Reynolds. The margin, 0.0053. Absolutely nothing.
My apologies to Daniel. I called him Dave over the last lap or so. He's racing in Adelaide this weekend, but great win there to Daniel Reynolds, and my apologies for getting his name wrong, but that is a victory there. Kinsella, Collinson, Rowe, Partridge, Casely, Jones to the line, Porter, Taylor and Curran rounding out the 10, and they were all within 1.7 seconds of each other.
That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous margin to cover the top 9 of Formula V race. There's actually a little bit going on down there as well for the minor placings. I think Charlie Richardson might have just outlasted Brodie Nunn there. This was further back in the field. They're down turn 4. Major lock-up for Rod Lisson. Oh, and Paul Multoney had to take to the grass to avoid the contact. Actually spun out there as well. So great evasive action to avoid a pretty major incident on the final tour down at turn 4 between the 2 combatants from Western Australia. As the whole entire field across the line here, except for a couple of drivers, the big casualty, Reef McCarthy. So his stranglehold on the Maury Fordham Trophy for the last 4 years appears to be over. If they can get that car back out, he will start from the rear of the grid, but has got a lot of work to do. There's the confirmation of the finishing margin. Absolutely nothing. That's the cigarette papers with their 0.005. Reynolds to Kinsella. Heath Collinson, he was in the picture too, so don't discount him later on this afternoon. And Jake Rose made great progress from 13th up to 4th. Partridge 5th. Casely led a lap there as well, so he's fronting up for a potential tilt at the title later this afternoon in 6th. Jones, Porter, Taylor, and Andre Curran dropped out of that lead battle group late there, but he's still there in the picture in 10th.
11th place, Alex McDonald. Ash Cliffordhome there in 12th, improving as well with Darren Parrow, Damien Spinello, Claudia Lennox into the 15 now with Rod Lisson. Malachi Windsor there as well. Brock Hamilton, Ken Philby into the 20, and Gavin Stubbs rounding out our 20. Jake Rowe improving massively, getting that fastest lap on a 152. Edward Lawrence to Charlie Richardson. home in 22nd.
Brody Nunn from Queensland there. Rocco Spinley, who was the Acura Motorsport car we saw at the beginning of the race, possibly with a misfire, has managed to get home in 24th, so it's a good start for a debut round for Rocco. And then Michael Westerhout, Cameron Bell, Kelly Egan, Danny Chero from WA, Mick Fisher and Paul Multoney, who had that spin there on the last lap, home in 30th. It looks like the only car we potentially lost out of that one was, of course, Reef McCarthy. We'll go and get some confirmation of that. But all drivers now heading off to scrutineering, as is required for the National Series. That has national points implications as well. That means it is officially down to Michael Kinsella, Curtis Porter and Tyron Wiseman for the title. We'll get all the feedback on that in the off-air moments and come back to you with an update on that later this afternoon before the Maury Fordham Trophy race, which is the second last race on the schedule at 3:05.
Looking forward to that if that race was anything to lead by, as Formula B is always seriously entertaining. Stalwart category on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. If you want to catch up with everything involved with Formula B, they're not too far away for you to reach out from. Historic touring cars are next on the menu, and they were awesome yesterday. We have got one of the classiest fields of historic touring cars you would ever want to see on the menu here today at 2023 Island Magic, brought to you by Traction Tyres, Ramada Resort, Isla de Capri, Speco VHT, SD Picks, Race Fuels, Cool Drive, Scarcella, Motorsport Australia and the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, all being live streamed on the Blendline TV networks across YouTube, Facebook, etc., etc. And we'll be back with more live trackside in just a couple of moments. Historic touring cars. Historic touring cars now on track for just cars, and the field being led around by the class of this field, and that is Paul Stubber in car number 31, leads the field around to Craig Allen in the number 15, and these guys in these magnificent looking race cars. Brett Trengrove drove a brilliant race yesterday in his Chevy Camaro for Barwon Timber and got himself into position number 3. Aldo DiPolo in the 996 has also done a tremendous job and continues to do a tremendous job in his Chevy Camaro as well, home in 4th place. Michael Pacelli, the Williamstown Panels entry in the number 69 Mustang, home in 5th place and 5th on the grid here. Ann Mewett, the Trojan Fiberglass Australia, number 55 entry in his Mustang. Andy Williams, the AW Automatics GTR XU1. Adrian Moyle in the number 25, a Chevy Camaro SS. Peter McNiven in the number 9, the first of our rotary-powered entries there. Darren Hossack, the second in the RX2s there in position number 10. The number 18 had gearbox issues yesterday, stuck in 3rd. Wouldn't be a Mazda without that happening. The number 16 of Glenn Miles out of position number 11, the Valiant Charger, is next. Rodney Hodgkin in the 48 will line up next to him there as well. Jeff Munday in the 68. Of course, Jeff in the Chevy Camaro, right alongside Brett Ferris in the number 19, Holden Tirana XU1. Peter Muleman in the Nepean Welding Mustang number 43. Watch for the 43 of the start of this one. That's a very, very rapid piece of kit indeed there, the Mustang of Peter Muleman. Andrew Bedd next in the number 86. He'll come through in the Chevy Camaro there as well. Stephen Pillikers in the number 14 off position number 17, another Tirana GTR XU1. Ben Dahlstrom back to Jervis Ward, the creative parrot in his Falcon Sprint. Magnificent looking historic touring car. Number 12 will be Richard Hill, and he is out of position at number 20. You'd have to say these conditions, if it gets any damper, watch for that little Mini to start charging in the field. Brett Hodgkin next, Carl Larson, the Robertson Racing Developments. Les Walmsley in the number 99. Watch for Les in the Mark 1 Cortina. Mike George in the number 63 there down near the tail of the field. Great to see Mark back. John Clark, Leo Tobin for David Racing Engines in the number 46 Ford Mustang 5-litre. Darren Collins, keep an eye out for the 97. A front runner should be receiving the checkered flag at the front of the field, but Darren down there in 28th, 29th there, Nathan Gordon. John Harrison, Tony Hubbard in the number 24 Chevy Camaro, and Reece Moyle on position number 32 in the 91 there, and that is the RX2 down the back of the field here. These conditions certainly not playing into favour of the big horsepower Mustangs and Camaros, so let's see if the more nimble GTR XU1 of Andy Williams can play into this, or the McNiven RX2, or Darren Hossack in his RX2 there as well. Ideal conditions for the more nimble, smaller cars. If the rain does start to play a part of it, it's going to take a lot of catching the two cars on the front row of the grid. The 31 of Paul Stubber, and right alongside him, the number 15 there as well, just seeing where Allen gets away from the start today. We know Paul Stubber can get away well. He looks to have the car angled ever so slightly in the box there over to the left-hand, or pointing to the left-hand side of the track. The 96 has the second row all to himself, so Brett Trengrove hasn't made it out onto the track. We are set for a race start for race number 2 of the weekend of the historic touring cars, and away we go. Stubber gets away brilliantly. If it wasn't a jump, I didn't see the lights there, but I tell you what, he had 100 metres on the field before the second car in the grid even started moving, so we'll keep an eye out for what occurred there, but that was very interesting indeed. Hossack in the mid-pack there. There's the big old 46 weighing in on it as well, so that's Leo Tobin. No, it's not. That's the GTHO in behind Darren Hossack now, and then Glenn Miles back to the 68 there as well, which is Craig Allen. Sorry, Jeff Munday in the red Mustang. Rain off in the background there around turn 2, very slippery down there. Jervis Ward weighing in on it nicely there as well as the front of the field charges in. Andy Williams starting to take advantage. There's Michael Michelli, Miles. There's the Creative Parrot. He's got himself half a dozen spots off the start of this race as well. And will we see that number 12, Richard Hill in the Morris Cooper S, the Mini Cooper S as well. Graham Hill also in a Mini Cooper S as well. There's the little Lotus Cortina. That should be pretty lively as well with Les Walmsley at the wheel. There's the big old 45 going through there. Nathan Gordon, the HQ GDS Monaro. Tyres protesting. Mullerman in the black Mustang with Jervis Ward in front. Jervis will be pretty pleased to be in front of Mullerman in the Mustang. 26 up and over the hill here. Great to see him running at a state round this year, Jervis Ward. In September, the state round, the historic touring cars join in the fun in the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Series. And the number 19, Tirana, just showing Mullerman the way through there. That's Brett Ferris. Jervis Ward just in front. Jervis will see that bright red Tirana in his mirrors now, starting to pluck his way through the field. But our race leader, Paul Stubber, has away. They're given the race start and all clear for now. So Paul Stubber was just a rocket off the line, and he left Allen in the number 15 just absolutely standing. So they've come across the line for the first time around. It's Camaro of Stubber, Camaro Pioli, Mustang, and then the 55 getting through there as well, which is also 5.6 litre Mustang, so the Boss Mustang as well. Andrew Williams now under brakes on the 55 there, and Mewett trying to get through. Michelli, there's Hossack starting to come into his own as well, and the number 18 putting his way through. He's trying to punch well above the weight of the little 12A, 1.3 swept volume 12A rotary. Through this part of the track yesterday in the dry weather, he was three-wheeling it. Left front was up off the ground, and he is looking right into the back door now. Michael Michelli, a very, very winning historic touring car driver is Michael Michelli, and almost synonymous with the category here in Victoria. Hossack just putting the RX2 wherever he wants in these conditions, goes wide, right out over Lukey Heights here. Michelli trying to fend him off, but Darren Hossack puts one wheel out over the back of the ribbon strip there. He doesn't want to do that too much. Raw concrete off the back of there. You don't want to tear the tyre off the front of the RX2, but I'm not about to tell Darren Hossack, of all people, how to drive. National Sports Sedan champion, and he is absolutely throwing everything at this. He was praying for rain. He's got what you would say a slippery, greasy track to deal with, and this is where it all starts to come a little bit unstuck when you've got 5.6 litres of Mustang at your disposal, and all that great work he's done around the back part of the track. Even with the lights ablaze, those Mustangs just drive away from him in a straight line. Exceptional race car driver is Darren Hossack, not taking anything away, in fact, from Miles and from Michelli and all those guys that are racing around Darren at the moment. There's the 69 of Michelli out wide. It's Got the 25 now, that's Moyle in the SS Camaro, the black and silver one. But underneath turn 3 now this time. Again, they just drive away from the little 12A powered RX2 and squirreling under brakes there, trying to gain every single advantage in the number 18 there is Darren Hossack. Just trying to pick up where McNiven is. He's down in 15th, so he's the next of the rotary powered RX2s. There it is, left front wheel up in the air. The number 18, Darren Hossack, out after these higher horsepower, a lot more capacity. 1.3 litres versus 5.6. There it is, and there's McNiven. He's got the number 19 in behind him there as well. Brett Ferris in the GTR XU1. Here comes the creative parrot himself, Jervis Ward in the Falcon Sprint. Muleman has got the absolute charging McNiven, gone back a couple of spots in the opening stanza, but he's going to try and do exactly what Hossack did to Michelli and go wide across the top of the hill. Muleman goes, I can't do that. Boy, oh boy, have a look at that. McNiven in the number 13 RX2 just gets by on the 43 here. Let's see once they get on the straight here. Muleman is that magnificent all black Mustang as they come around the top part of the course. This is back down in P2 and P3 on the road. Pioli and Allen. Chevrolet versus Ford here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And this is the way it has been since the improved production era here in Australia in the late 60s, early 70s. And they charge down through turn 3. It is still just this misty haze across the track. Certainly not wet, but it is greasy at certain parts of the racetrack. The number 15 just turning in there now as well. Allen across the face of the corner here. The 996 of Pioli. Just getting a little bit of understeer there into Siberia this time around. The Mustang certainly looks more planted, but Aldo Di Pioli in his 5.8 litre Chevy Camaro just looks to be having a little bit of problems here. Here is what we saw for many, many years. The little Mini in trying conditions, absolutely showing the field how to go about it. So we've got the couple of GTHOs there. That's Colin Larson, the Robertson Racing Developments XY GTHO off the back of the Mini here, and you could just about park the Mini inside the cabin of a GTHO. Brett Hodgkin in the back of that shot there as well. There's the 52 of Colin Larson. Brett Hodgkin just off the back of the shot there. The number 12 Mini though, it's just pedal to the metal and deal with whatever comes your way. I mentioned yesterday Teddy Brewster, a long time PIARC member, had spent decades of entertaining us in his Mini Cooper S. An absolute gentleman, but a fearsome competitor in his Cooper S over many, many years as we see these guys coming down into shot now. That's the 46 down into MG. That's Liam Tobin. Here comes the 12. We've just been talking about that. And these two GTHOs have got together, the 52 and the 4, with Colin Larson and Brett Hodgkin. Falcon GTHOs, they took the Australian touring car scene by storm and caught the executives at GM wondering what they're going to do to combat this. The HQ Monaro GTS, which we've seen, there's one of them out there this weekend in the HQ Monaro GTS, which strikes a magnificent silhouette. And the two GTHOs go side by side down the Gardner Straight with a Mini in front. It almost seems impossible, but that is what we're doing here. The Mini just keeps the revs up all the way around. McNiven now piles it on. Get through there in the twisty parts. The big horsepower of the GTHO will certainly come into the fore as they start to try and climb up the hill. McNiven's gone the very big looping wide line, trying to keep the revs, all important revs in the 1.3 litre 12A rotary, and that 5.6 litre V8 behind here could just gobble them up. Then the Camaro just off the back of this group as well. McNiven and Hossack drive these cars just magnificently, these little RX2s. They do a tremendous job. Three of them here, of course, Reese Moyle as well. in the number 91. Not actually in this race, but was here. Same with Brent Trengrove, who was supposed to be on the second row of the grid, not taking any further part in this particular race. So Stubber has had now a plus 15 second added to his time. So yes, he did get off to a fantastic start, but yes, it appears as though he jumped the start quite obviously. So a 15-second penalty post-race. He's currently got 6.8 seconds. So we'll actually, as we see it, we'll put him into position 3 in front of Andy Williams. And Andy Williams currently sitting in position 4 in his GTR XU1. And behind him, the 25 of Adrian Moore, Chevy Camaro SS 5.7 litre. There's Adrian Pioli, sorry, chasing the Mustang now. So there's been a change there. The 15 just getting through. And these guys will actually inherit the race win out of these two. Currently sitting 2 and 3 on the road. As Paul Stubber has got a 15-second penalty hanging over his head. His best lap time is the fastest lap of the race, Paul Stubber. Whoa, lock up there in the 15. Allen just trying everything to stay in front of Aldo De Poli, and Aldo De Poli just breaking into wheel spin. There's no moisture on the track over there, but that was just a horsepower-induced wheel spin there for Aldo. Ooh, he looks like he's got some handling deficiencies on board the Camaro there at the moment. He seems to be struggling a little bit with the Camaro. They point it down the straight, and it's going to be a very, very close finish here, because we will see Paul Stubber. He will finish off the back of these two. 15-second lead is what he'll need. It's only going to be 8.1 seconds at the moment, but these two continue to battle what will be the race win. At the moment, they will understand that they're certainly second and third on the road. Aldo De Poli looks to the inside at turn 3. It is on. The Mustang is going to have the inside run down at turn 4, but they are both going to come sliding in there. The 15 torches the right front. Big slide, big lock up. And the Camaro tries to look up the outside there. Wheel spin out of both of these historic touring cars. And they are thumping their way around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Thrilling stuff here. The 996 of Aldo De Poli, just looking where he can find a way past and try and lead this race. Just about loses it all there. Crossed up around through turn 6s and 7 as the 15 crests the hill. Stubber now is certainly on his way to get the checkered flag. It won't stay the result like that for long, because he's got only 8.14 seconds lead to second and third on the road. But Stubber leading the way onto the straight this time around, keeping it nice and straight. Oh, sorry, last lap board has come out. No, there's the checkered flag. Wow, that was a bit confusing down there on the crow's nest for the waving of the checkered flag. Stubber gets that. What is the gap back to second and third? It is 8.7 seconds, so Stubber will find himself in P3. Andy Williams is a little bit further back from the battle with Allen and Pioli. And here's the battle that we're seeing, the much-touted David versus Goliath battle, as the number 12 of Richard Hill comes through. Mini Cooper S and the number 4 of Brett Hodgkin GTHO. This is, how many times have we seen this continuously in historic touring cars? As they all start to stream to the line now. Pioli, Allen will take the win over Pioli, then it'll be Stubber. Adrian Moore, Michael Michelli, Andrew Williams home in 6th place. Darren Hossack in 7 in the first of the rotary-powered RX2s. Then it's Mewett in the 55. McNiven in the second of the rotaries there into position number 8. Glenn Miles into 10. Sorry, Glenn Miles. It's Glenn Miles in the number 16 out there, so he makes it into the 10. That's how they will finish. This battle is going to go all the way to the line. The number 4 of Hodgkin coming over the top of Hill in the last lap or so. The checkered flag will be greeted, and the GTHO just opens it up and charges to the line there. Great driving there by all those parties in that battle. As our historic touring cars for Just Cars return to the pit and paddock area. And of course the PIARC Victorian Historic Touring Car Trophy is what they will be fighting for. Hossack back in. Stubber officially takes the, well, not officially, at the moment takes the line on it, but will be doled out a 15-second penalty. Craig Allen to Aldo Napoli, Adrian Moyle, Michael Michelli in the 5. Andrew Williams brings the Tirana home. Magnificent drive by the 59 there for Andy. Darren Hossack chasing Andy Williams all the way to the end there in position number 7. So it's McNiven, Trengove, then we go to Rodney Hodgkin, Jeff Munday, Peter Muehlman, Brett Francis, Nathan Gordon, Jervis Ward home in 16th, Stephen Pillikers in the 14 there in 17th, Ray Hepburn, Leo Tobin, Brett Hodgkin. Outside the 20 now, it's Richard Hill, the first of the Cooper S's home, Colin Larson, Les Walmsley in the Cortina, John Harrison, Michael George there as well, and some non-finishers in the mix there as well. All the cars heading off the track. That is the morning part of our program done and dusted. And we have got the next cars on track will be the 944, so back up to the top of the program, and it will be the last race of the season for the 944 Championship for 1-800 Lasagna. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with Porsches.
Cars back out on track here for the afternoon session here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for Island Magic 2023. It's time for the trophy races. The first one of those is the Endeavour Cup for Porsche 944s. Here comes your starting grid for the feature race. It is going to be Adam Brewer starting off of pole position after getting that fantastic win this morning in the preliminary number 2. Jamie Westaway will start in position number 2. There's been a little bit of late change in the running order coming out of race number 2 this morning. Mark Verdino will start the side-link transport car out of position number 3, car 44, and Joey Kellett for 1800 Lasagna in car 77 opposite Verdino on the second row of the grid. Back to Manny Messaselma and Jared Campione, 5th and 6th. Mark Torberts, who started at the back of the field this morning, has made his way up to 7th. Michael Westaway has made his way from the back of the field as well after a DNF yesterday. He'll start out of 8th. Andy Jackman in the Poolmaster Bayside car, number 20, out of 9th. Josh Brisbane will be 10th. John Venoris in 11th. And the big story, Chris Lewis-Williams, 2nd in the race this morning, has been sent to the rear of the grid. We are not 100% sure why. Typically, that's usually what happens when you fail scrutineering, and he will start 12th and will be the last of the cars away. Cameron Bella there, who is listed as 13th, had a big motor expiry this morning. Looks like the number 2 piston has gone through the side of the engine. He is taking no further part in proceedings. That's a shame for him because he last won this back in 2020 and again prior to that in 2018, and he would have dearly loved to have made it 3 Endeavour Cups. But now the only 2 men that can add to their existing tallies of the Endeavour Cup are Jamie Westaway, who has won the last 2, and Chris Lewis-Williams, who has won 6 of them.
Chris Lewis-Williams got his work cut out for him, that's for sure, coming from the rear of this field, but don't, whatever you do, discount CRW from doing that. The Endeavour Cup is massively steeped in history. It was awarded first in 1970. It was won by John Harvey in 1972. Phil Moore, Gary Cooper, of course, the founder of Alphen, 1974 and 1975 in my favourite racing car, the Alphen MS7. Stewie Costera, our great mate from Western Australia, in 1976 won it in the MS7 as well. Ian Gagan, Bob Minogue, Mike Drewer, Wayne Ford, Arthur Abrahams multiple times, Chas Jacobson, OJ Bilardis was the first one there in the 944s, Kane Rose and John Morris, Brent Rose, the brothers there winning it, Tony Westaway a couple of times, Chris Lewis-Williams 6 times, Cam Bella won't take any further part here this weekend. A real shame there for Cam, but a very, very rare failure for him. So the Endeavour Cup is not too far away from a race start in what is cloudy, misty, drizzly,
I was about
almost
to say,
English conditions.
look at just what started to happen in the last couple of minutes. The rain has arrived. It's not torrential just yet. It's starting to get very, very interesting. A few drivers will be, I guess, second-guessing themselves at the moment. They'll be thinking about what do I need to do different if it starts to get any heavier than this. And I can see there's a variation of wipers on the car. There's some drivers sitting on the left-hand side. There's some drivers sitting on the right-hand side. Only the one wiper in these cars. They often talk about the better weight distribution sitting on the left-hand side of the car. But, of course, these cars do have 50-50 weight distribution front to rear.
Interestingly, you touch on that, Steve. Brewer and Westaway on the front row of the grid are both left hookers, and then the next row, Verdino and Callock are right hookers. So I'm going to say that Joey Callock off the second row will love these conditions. He's a wild slider in dry conditions, so he gets away. Torberts gets away brilliantly. Lewis-Williams gets his initial charge blocked off, but he finds a good run down the inside there as well. Grabs 4, 5, 6 of them before turn number 1 and loses a spot just as they tip in there. Manny Metazelma, Mark Torberts as well, all pioneering through there, just trying to find a little bit of grip, just anything, just a little skerrick of grip, whatever they can possibly do. But it is going to be Jamie Westaway that leads them away. Of course, he's won the last 2 years a row in the Endeavour Cup. A very, very prominent award in Victorian motor racing. In fact, Australian motor racing, get your name on this multiple times, you know you've had a terrific racing career. And that's what he is out after do. There's Ads Brewer. He'd love to take a victory out of this.
Chris
there is Joey Kellett.
Is it? No, it's you. Sorry, I called that wrong. You're right. It's Joey Kellett. You said he was a slider.
Yes, he loves it. He actually absolutely loves it. He would be brimming in confidence and joy at the moment after the review the 1800 Lasagna restaurant received on 3AW this week. There goes Michael Westaway in the orange car there. Mark Torbert's in front now. Joey Kellogg was going to try and slide his way back through this field. Ads Brewer started off pole position. He's just gone back a spot there now to Jamie Westaway. Have a look at this, Michael Westaway. And he has got the number 20 of Jackman. The Poolmaster driver goes right round the outside and takes that spot back. Who is that? That's Mark Torbert parked right in the middle of the track there. The 74 just trying. He's really struggling to grip in these conditions at the moment.
Yeah, I think Torbers was a little bit nervous coming down the hill into MG corner for the first time, just not knowing what sort of conditions are greeting them on the other side of the circuit. It looks like it's predominantly hitting the northern part of the circuit. Some parts down towards sort of turn 5 and 6 don't look too bad, but coming over the hill, it's really smacking the drivers in the face at the moment. Starting to get a little bit heavy up. So there's still a little bit of grip in the circuit, but the longer this goes on, the more sliding is going to happen. Check out the margin that Jamie Westaway has already. 5.1 seconds all the way back to Adam Brewer. He has brained them on the opening lap, and likewise Chris Lewis-Williams. He's already up to 4th.
Chris Lewis-Williams would also like to weigh in and make it 6 wins here in the Endeavour Cup as well. He's had multiple entries on the winners rostrum. This is the trophy racing. We are into it now for 1-800 Lasagna. Of course, Porsche Cars Australia, 888 Home Loans, AVI Technology, and Pit Lane Clothing. They all look ripper in their Pit Lane clothing.
Here's the replay of what happened to Joey Kellogg. He got the painted line on the outside of turn number 4, so he got too close to the edge of the circuit, and then the brakes weren't really working as effectively as they should. Rear overtook the front. He's now gone to the back of the field.
CLW in the 37 comes through there now into P3. He is absolutely charging. He's gone for the high intensity rain light as well there in the back of his car, just to let everyone know that he's gone through there. The Tyre Power Benalla entry with Mark Fedino, the side link entry. He just watches CLW go through. Let's see if Ads Brewer can hold off the charge of CLW, because he wants to get out after Jamie Westaway. And we can see that there's Jamie now going across Lukey Heights. So in a lap and a half, Jamie has got just about a 6-second lead here. Chris Lewis-Williams does not want that to get away any further. This afternoon's races do go for a bit longer. They're a 22-minute race plus 1 lap after the 22 minutes is up. So CLW does have a couple of extra laps that he can do it in, but he'd really like to get onto the back of him as quick as he possibly can. There's Joey in the 1-800 Lasagna entry. He has just clawed it back a little bit over Josh Brisbane. And he is sliding all over the place. He doesn't need encouragement on a dry track, let alone a greasy, wet track like we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, despite the spin he had at turn 4 last lap, he's actually caught up to quite a number of these drivers through the tail end of the field. So just ahead of him, Michael Westaway, and then ahead of Michael is Mark Torberts, the bass player himself from Coffin Carousel. And look at this, so much speed already. Great run out of the final corner for Joey Kellogg. It'll make this look easy. He's going to get them both, I think, quite comfortably down the front chute.
So I'll tell you what, Mark Torbert's his favourite music, death metal by any chance, being the name of the band is Coffin Carousel.
I'd imagine it's probably very close to it, if it's not his favourite one.
He loves it, certainly does. They play lots of gigs around Melbourne, Coffin Carousel, that is for sure. And he is the guy that works feverishly in the background of this category, making sure the entries are up, making sure that we know what we've got information-wise, looking after those sponsors of Porsche Cars Australia, 888 Home Loans, AVI Technology, 1-800 Lasagna, and the beautiful fashion brand of Pit Lane Clothing there as well. So Mark's got a lot on his plate when he goes 944 racing, not just getting his car back on track. He's been driving a rental all year long, respectfully, and Michael Westaway is now just off the tail end of Mark Torberts there as well. Joey Kellogg ranging back through the field. There's Jackman. And there is a fairly good tale of the weather we're currently facing. It's not actually torrential rain. It's more a very heavy, misty, foggy rain.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more difficult to see from the camera position here as well. as it looks a lot worse than it probably actually is from the commentary box. As Kellick, he's now managed to go through there on Manny Messaselma, so he's making some really good progress. Importantly, Chris Lewis-Williams has gotten past Adam Brewer on the front straight on the last lap too. So let's now see what sort of pace he's got. Has he got anything for Jamie Westaway? But the difference in the lap time at the moment is absolutely staggering. So quickest lap last time around, Westaway's just crossed the line. He's done a 2:01.2, so he went about a second quicker than what he managed on the lap number 2. Then we wait and we wait and we wait some more. There goes Chris Lewis-Williams. He's just posted a 2:05.6, so he's got a lot of work to do in the Tyre Power Benella entry, car number 37, to catch up. 15.5 seconds is the margin at the end of lap 3. And looking down the list as well, after the retirement of Cameron Bella in this morning's race, that will secure, there's a Jared Campione there slow on the on one of the outside the corners. That will secure the club championship points for Chris Lewis-Williams as long as he finishes this race. He was leading the standings anyway. As long as he brings it home, he will be the club champion. Adam Brewer should overtake Cameron Bella as long as he finishes the race, and then the mathematics will be worked out to see if Mark Verdino is promoted into third as long as he finishes this race.
See, I'll tell you what, you missed 2 races in the championship, in the club championship, and you certainly start to get ejected out the back, which is the nature of the Porsche 944s. That is not what we wanted to see.
That's Campione.
Car parked up there on the MotoGP pit exit road. That's sad to see. Jared Campione has been a welcome addition to the field this year. Started out of 6th place in this race in the number 88. As we cast our eyes back now to Jackman and the 44 of Mark Verdino. It's good number to have in the 944s, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely amazing now. In a matter of 2 minutes, look how much it's clear. Absolutely amazing. This is just little passing showers that just come in and just make it a little bit interesting for the drivers. It starts to get a few people thinking about what decisions they've made sitting in dummy grid, and then it goes away.
The interesting thing is here that we haven't seen the track with any sheen on it at all. It's been managing to hold its temperature. I'm not saying it's not greasy, but it's certainly not wet. There's no holding of water. It's been managing to either evaporate off or absorbed into the bitumen, and it hasn't created a horrendously slippery situation. I can guarantee you I'll get some text messages after this race telling me how slippery it was and how wet it really was out there. But from where we are, we can normally see the sheen on the track if it is indeed wet, and we're not seeing that. The racing surface still appears to be a nice, matte, dry surface.
Yeah, at worst, it's probably just going to be some of the painted lines, the outside extremes of the circuit that are just probably holding a little bit of water, making it a little bit slippery, like what happened to Joey Kellick down at turn 4 on lap 1. Probably a little bit on the curbs as well. I can see that not all the drivers are not using all the ripple strips, if anything at all. They're only using a very small portion of it.
I would think you're right there, Steve. You don't want to be hitting any of the white lines, and Joey Kellick, as you said, was the reason why. They've all learnt off Joey. He went out onto that line there, and that's what spun him around. So at this point in time, staying off any of those painted surfaces, that includes that green bit off to the driver's left just there. That's just painted bitumen there. So just stay off it. It's as simple as that. You're going to end up looping it around, as we just see Manny Messaselma looking to the inside of Mark Torbitz. Manny, of course, has had a foray into cup car type of racing within the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. And he's following that very well-travelled Porsche pyramid from the car club level through to 944s into the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, Carrera Cup, and then ultimately on to International Super Cup Performance. And like our Matty Campbell, off to a life of being a contracted Porsche racing car driver in the GT world. And I tell you what a tasty little career he will be having.
Andy Jackman's had a really good run here through the rain, and now is really taking it up to Mark Verdino. That's a move for 4th place for Andy Jackman. That's actually retaining 4th place after being passed by Verdino on this previous lap. Kellick started to get a bit of a wriggle on here as well this lap, I've noticed. He's just starting to pull up in the back of some of the shots, and the two of them on screen here, Verdino and Jackman, I think they might be starting to reel in Adam Brewer as well. Lap times are now starting to dive below the 2 minutes.
Got an issue down the straight, slowing dramatically.
Oh, he has too.
And Manny Messaselma off into the sand trap as well. So that That will bring out the safety car if he can't get that driven out of there pretty damn quickly. In fact, car number 10 doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Mark Verdino in the 44 had all but the fire had gone out in the belly there. There he is.
I reckon he's got a gear that's gone or something because the car's still tootling around, but doesn't sound on power.
Free revving it as he came past us. But there's the side link car, certainly not on the pace it was. Torbets comes through now. He'll have a look over to his mate and say, you're right there, the 74 going past the 44, and he'll make it stick there as well. So that's a real shame.
Yeah, Messerselma's not going anywhere at the moment. We can see him pretty clearly from our commentary box position, and there's the inevitable call. The safety car boards and flags are going out. Here we go, let's get a replay of this. Just watching the top of your shot. So there's Torbett. Oh, he was backwards well before turn 12.
Yeah, he hadn't even actually sort of found his way past the mid-corner there. He was already backwards. So a very, very big beach there. And we know the likes of Greg Murphy and Glenn Seaton were testament to those guys both had very big shunts up there, both in testing over the years, many, many years ago, when the wall essentially ran along the side of the track with a little grass verge. But as you can see now, a long, long way back. The Racer Industries safety car picks up our race leader. This is the last thing Jamie Westaway wanted to see, with an over 25-second lead
You took
in
the
this
words
race.
right out of my mouth there, Darren. This is precisely not what Jamie Westaway would have wanted right now. And depending on how long it takes to get the stricken number 10 out of the gravel trap there, I dare say that we're still going to get a couple of laps of racing here. So this will definitely incentivise Chris Lewis-Williams to have a little bit of a go in the closing couple of laps.
Ken Johnson, Cage, as he's been known over many decades here, was the tow chief for the best part of 30 years here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Gets over there, trackside, many, many people he has dragged out, as we see the side link car just retiring there as well. So that's a real shame to see Mark Verdino just retiring from this one, and that will see out his championship. There's our safety car board, and a quick reminder, big thanks to our officials and volunteers. And if you want to become an official, join PIARC at piarc.com.au/officials. Car number 10 engages first gear and loops it back around to get back into the race. Cage will recover his passenger and the snatchroom strap, and they will head for the first line of defence there as well. So we see Manny Menezelma disappear, the rescue vehicle coming back as well. So we will see, I would suggest, what Steve DeVries just said, a very, very short stanza under safety car. In fact, we might even see the safety car start to accelerate pretty hard coming up the back of the track so that we can get it exited off the circuit. The Cage has got the recovery vehicle off the track now. Now, kids, that's a lesson in recovering a race vehicle mid-race from a gravel trap. That's how you do it. Drive up to the side of the track, hook it on, reef it out, send it on its way, park yourself up, ready for the next recovery at some stage today. So that's a good bit of footage that we can use for training officials there. Well done to the PIARC recovery crew that have done such a good job here over many, many years. And they get tucked away there as well. Safety car definitely in on this lap. Lights are already out. So Jamie Westaway will have seen that. Chris Lewis-Williams will have seen Jamie Westaway. Adam Brewer will have seen Chris Lewis-Williams, and Adam Jackman and Jamie Kellogg and Mark Torbets. We're going to have a race in two, I would suggest here, Steve, with three. By the time they get around, it's going to be 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm looking at the clock as well, working out that there's probably, they're doing a lap times that are in the high 150s. So if you do the math there, looking at the time remaining, it's time plus 1 lap. So that would suggest 3 laps is what is going to be left. Right, so Jamie Westaway's now got control of the field as the Racer Industries safety car accelerates away. Chris Lewis-Williams, his Christmases have all come at once now. That 25-second margin is gone to Jamie Westaway. So he's definitely going to have a crack in the next couple of laps. Don't forget Adam Brewer as well, the winner from this morning's race. Is he potentially in a position to grab his first Endeavour Cup? And then you've got Andy Jackman. He's the surprise packet. He's had a really, really good trophy race here over the opening couple of laps. Has he got anything left for the top 3?
Let's watch this. Chris Lewis-Williams came from the rear of grid to be in P2. Jamie Westaway brained them off the line and hasn't been headed at all. If anyone's going to to do it. It's the guy that has just won the State Series. CLW and the Tyre Power Benalla car. They are away. Ads Brewer is going to go with them. Jackman there as well. Joey Kellock's going to add some excitement in this. The track is dry. The rain has cleared. Even the mist has cleared. It is a beautiful, crystal clear moment in time. I'm not going to guarantee that it's going to remain that way, but Westaway gets a magnificent jump. CLW be scratching his head going, how do I go with Jamie? He has just driven away from him. There's Kellock. He looks down the inside now on Jackman. On the inside, I mean the outside. The Poolmaster car covers it off nicely in the number 20. They exit turn number 2, pointed down, and the sun even comes out now, so you can pick up all the water on your screen going down there just to confuse you that a little bit more. Jackman, Kellock, doing a wonderful job here in the class sponsored by 1-800 Lasagna.
Here goes Kellock to the outside at turn number 4. Got to leave a little bit of room here for Andy Jackman. Oh, Kellock's gone way wide there. Gets the grass, actually comes back on after having all 4 wheels through the grass. He's still going to make this pass happen at turn number 6. I don't believe it. He's still there or thereabouts.
He certainly is. He's hanging on there right down the inside there as well. So we're looking forward to seeing what this result does. Hang in there with us. Improved production on track next. They'll be running the similar Yokohama rubber as these cars currently on track, so they'll be trying to gather any data they possibly can off the Porsches that are currently on track. They need to learn what those Yokohamas need to have their starting pressure at. In fact, it's probably all a bit too late as the cars will be on the marshalling area, but improved production for the Matty Flinders plate up next. Kellock just signing off the year with some more sideways action, just giving it a bit of, yeah, this is my style, like it or lump it. We're going racing in the 944s. Mark Torbets, I can guarantee he'll be sitting back inside his helmet. He'll be laughing his head off, going, I can't catch him. He's sideways more than he's in a straight line, and I still can't get him.
Have a look at this. The margin is starting to get larger for Jamie Westaway. He's found another gear here for the second last lap as just commenced. The margin out to 1.1 seconds. So Chris Lewis-Williams hasn't quite got anything for the race lead at the moment. Kellock now finally finds a way through on Andy Jackman at turn number 1. So Torbets, you said, would have been sitting there just absolutely loving the sideways action, but couldn't find a way past the number 77 machine. Well, now he's got to get past 2 cars. He's got to find a way to get that move done in the next 2 laps.
We wish Mark Torbets well in the challenges ahead of him over the next minute or 2 as we close in on the season for the Porsche 944 Challenge. The 1-800 Lasagna Series, they're doing very well. There's Joey Kellock, the 1-800 Lasagna team with the Poolmaster outfit. There's Torbets as well.
Oh, is that Brewer slow? Oh dear, what a disaster for Adam Brewer. He's out of 3rd place. Something's not gone right for the AVI Technology number 3, and he is crawling around the outside of Siberia.
Oh, Steve, that could make you cry. This guy has just taken up the battle over this season, and that is not the way. That's a cruel way to end his season. Ads Brewer has been trying to get a victory here. He can take a lot away from this season. He's done a brilliant job right up until that point, and I don't know what it is. Clearly a mechanical failure of some description.
Yeah,
but,
drive issue of some nature. That means that this battle now between Andy Jackman and Joey Kellock is actually for 3rd place on the rostrum in the trophy race, and there is Adam Brewer. He's trying to get that car using the angle that the road goes at to just try and move it off to the left-hand side of the circuit at Siberia. So that's smart thinking to avoid having a yellow flag brought out. Last lap board is out. Jamie Westaway has got the margin out to 2.7 seconds. It's his title to lose at the moment. He's won the last 2 of them. He's looking to make it 3 with about 4 kilometres of racetrack to go.
Have you noticed, Steve, that the fog and the mist has come back in again?
Oh,
wait a minute, perfect conditions 1 minute, and then we got this foggy, misty muck coming over the track again, not taking away from any of the action or the drive this week of Jamie Westaway. In fact, he has been over or just under 2 seconds faster than anyone else in a 1 lap. There's poor Ads Brewer, just to add insult into the injury. He's out pushing his own car away. I don't want to see any more shots of Ads Brewer. That's just a horrible way to end his season. A top race car driver, really skilled guy at the wheel, but just hasn't gone his way. Torbets to the inside now. Westaway challenging, trying to get through in the 45. Torbets has come under fire, and he's trying to get out after Jackman. But I guess the celebration, there's the yellow flag for the Brewer car. Torbert's just having to adjust his trajectory around Siberia because the charging Westaway. Torbert's all four off. Keeps it straight, brings it back on, but he's not going to take any further part in that battle. And away we go. Thank you, Mr. Director. We don't want to see Ads Brewer's car parked up there anymore. The Poolmaster car number 20, fourth in this race. Joey Kellogg into P3. He's going to be on the podium for the Endeavour Cup.
He's cleared out too. Once he got past Andy Jackman, he was gone. Coming around the final corner, the race leader. How about this? Making it 3 Endeavour Cups on the bounce for Porsche 944s. It's Jamie Westaway in his brother's car nonetheless. He takes the Chocky Bickies in car number 50 for race number 3 and the final and the trophy that goes along with it ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams and Joey Kellogg. He was nowhere after the first couple of laps. He's managed to come back through to 3rd.
Have a look at this battle for 4th on the road. It's going to go to Jackman. Yes, it does. Michael Westaway into 5. Mark Torbert's home in 6th after battling all the way through that race. Joey Kellogg, the 77, gets a podium. But as you said, Steve, a number now 3 Endeavour Cups for Jamie Westaway. Chris Lewis-Williams could have made it 6, but he's managed to get home in P2. Lots to celebrate for CLW. State Series champion, and now he'll be the 944 Challenge Club champion as well. Joey Kellogg steps up onto the podium. What a week for him. What a week. The restaurant's been blazoned all over 3AW, getting great reviews and all that, and now he gets himself a podium. Right off into Christmas, he's going to be a busy, busy boy at the restaurant now too, so he can put his trophy up there. The Endeavour Cup, steeped in massive history, and we certainly look forward to seeing this presentation down in the muster shed area. So if you're in the paddock area, all the presentations being held down near the fuel depot there, and they can do that just away from the main broadcast, and that is how it finishes for the 944s in season 2023. A big shout out to 1800 Lasagna, Porsche Cars Australia for all of their great contribution to the 944s, 888 Home Loans, ABI Technology, and the massive fashion label of Pit Lane Clothing. And we will see more Porsche 944s in the next season of the Victorian State Series. Sports sedans are next for the 50k plate. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back trackside here, the 2023 33rd running of Island Magic, brought to us by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, www.piarc.com.au, and they've got a great band of very loyal supporters at the Traction Tyre Centre in Rowville, the Ramada Resort here on the island, Isle de Capri, a lovely little restaurant down on Thompson Avenue here in Cowes, the Speco VHT consumables and automotive products there as well. SD picks race fuels for all of their support and supplying the good fuel to go racing with. Cool Drive, rounding out our sponsors here for this particular event here this weekend. I'm not going to be afraid of saying this. The reason I love coming to Island Magic is the Matty Flinders plate and the 50k plate. This one here, the Sports Sedans, and we have got a very, very tasty main course for you here. We've had a couple of entrees this weekend, of which Dean Cam and Rick Newman have taken those out. This is the main meal. This is get the knife and fork out and start to dig in, because we have got a great field and there is potentially 3 rows of race winners at the front of this pack. Throw in a bit of weather and we could see this get a very, very lively affair indeed, because Andrew Goldman in the Subaru WRX, who's not taking any further part, could have been really weighing into this. The grid looks like this. It is Rick Newman on pole position after his win from tail of the field, from rear of grid, to take the win this morning in the number 65 Falcon. Right alongside the guy that runs the National Series for Precision International is Michael Robinson in the coaching room outfit. Of course, this series this year brought to us by the Groove Train Eastlands, QP Lubes and National Blind Suppliers. So the front row of the grid, Rick Newman, Michael Robinson. The next row, Dean Cam, won a race yesterday afternoon, knows how to win races here like many he has won in his career in the past. Milton Safaris returning to Sports Sedans, the number 22 Holden Commodore. On position number 4, Francois Habib in the 23 could certainly win this race and will certainly take out the championship. Cam McKee in his Falcon, the 6-cylinder turbocharged outfit. Ben McLeod, the number 72, has just got to get over that hill to get himself a race win. Gary Collins could also do it. Michael Luff in the 35 there as well. Dave Linsell, David Shaw, who blew a tyre at the end of the last race in 11, and 12, Paul Cannell, will round out this field as we see Rick Newman just giving everyone a bit of a hurry up around on this lap, because the race time has begun. 22 minutes is the race time, and we're now looking at 18 minutes and 50 seconds left to go here. So Rick Newman has got a car that will do easily the amount of laps that he needs to do around here. So let's see how this one goes here. The 50k plate has a massive history, and if you want to be someone in Sports Sedan and you want to be part of the exclusive club, you'll join Brian Thompson, Tom Norton, Phil Brock, Alan Gow, Gary Rogers, Tony Hubbard, Bill Emeny, Barry Jamison, Bob Jolly, Mike Emery, Robin Doherty, Bruce DeBoo, Barry Jamison, Richard Catchlove, Dean Randall, Chris Muscat, Darren Hossack, Glenn Hastings, Michael Robinson, the winningest of the 50k plate guys, and he sits on the front row of the grid. Tony Ricciardello, Ron Moller, Stephen Tomasi, Daniel Tomasi, and Stephen and Daniel have won it the last 4 years in a row. Tony Grove won it last year. We are set for a 50k plate. The Sports Sedans for the Groove Train Eastland. Big shout out to Vince Stenter. Get up there and get a meal at the Eastland Shopping Centre at the Groove Train. The green flag waves. Let's see how we get away from the line. The ground's about to thump. Hold on to your kids. Bring them back one step from the fence as the thumpers get away. Dean Cam in the 66 brains them off the line. Newman just disappears back there, as we've seen many, many times before. The Corvette gets away brilliantly, headed by the Monaro. Have a look at Francois Habib. He looks to the inside now in the New Line Homes car of Rick Newman, but Newman just gets it up and going. Did not get away from the line well. Steve, I wasn't watching the lights there, but boy, oh boy, Dean Cam got it a really good start.
He absolutely nailed the start, and he was looking left and right on Michael Robinson. Oh, there's some contact there between McLeod and McKee as well. That's a little bit of an incidental contact. McKee was wide, locked the brake going into turn number 2, having to come back on and avoid the contact there with Ben McLeod. But yeah, Dean Cam was looking left, he was looking right. He just couldn't find a way past the Monaro heading down into 1. Otherwise, he would have been through.
A thrilling start to the 50k plate. Let's just see what the next 17 minutes of racing brings us here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. McKee's got troubles. He's gone out wide there after that contact. This is the first time we've seen contact with these two. They're both very, very proud car preparation guys, and that was not a deliberate whack there with those two. That, as you said, Steve, was an incidental coming together. Cam over the top of the hill. He's got Rick Newman that beat him in the race this morning from the rear of the grid, all over the back of him at the moment. The 66 just not getting its tyre temperature in the front up to temp, certainly off the line. He spun them up beautifully and brained them off the line. As I've said over many years, this thing's like a pro stocker off the line. Dean Cam just releases the clutch, applies the massive right boot that he has at his command and just powers it away off the line. The Sports Sedans stump. They rock and they roll down the straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Rick Newman swept to prominence in improved production. He's loving his time in the fastest tin tops in the country. Dean Cam has no answer at this point in time. This is a long journey for the Sports Sedans. They've got to make it last here. Milton Seferis has got a plus 5 seconds next to him. That's Milton there in the HRT livery toll car as well. Red Rudy Rooster on the front there. I think he's just put that there to get Dean Cam's attention if he can get in the mirrors there at all.
Yeah, if you can get close enough. That's in the VE Commodore there, the 5th car in the queue. We're also missing Gary Collins, didn't take the start in the similar Shell VE Commodore. That's the Black Jack Daniels tribute one from out of the Kelly Motorsports stable back in the day. So we did have a vacant grid spot in position number 8 to start the race. That was next door to this man, Cam McKee.
That's a shame we had these two come together. It looks as though Cam's gathered it all back up again. It doesn't look ideal. So there was, you can see actually on the front of the 72 there, that's the only time we've ever had any marks on Ben McLeod's car. He prides himself on being a fair racer. Oh, this is not good for McKee. He has slowed now. There is definitely an issue for here. Ben just went shooting on by.
Is it a tyre from the contact?
Yeah, look, it's something not great because the car's just not doing what it needs to do well. I'm going to say some sort of that whack in there, sadly, and that was it's seen the demise here of the 44 Advanced Car Carriers Toro Turf Equipment, and he is coming around. There's certainly movement there. Have a look at this. Michael Robinson leads the way, and there's a 1.3 second gap. In fact, Newman last time around has gone the best part of half a second a lap faster, so he is hunting down the National Sports Sedan Series competitor. He's got second, he's got third. Numerous times in the National Series has Michael Robinson, but Newman now has got the Falcon alive under him. He's just bringing it in. Big deep breaths for Rick Newman here. Each time he deep breathes in, he drags in the Monaro of Michael Robinson. The Bell Real Estate, the coaching room, black Monaro. Newman now, have a look at this. Great shots from the drone as they come out of turn 4 and run up to Siberia. And the coaching room, number 32. Will this be his 6th victory in the 50k plate? In fact, let me go back and just double check that. Figures Michael Robinson, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's won 4. So will he get his 5th here today? I would suggest the prominence of the New Line Falcon in his mirrors is going to make it very, very hard indeed.
It's going to get his attention. That's what it's going to get. It already has got his attention because he's defending air at the moment, going down into turn 4 and into turn number 10. Like Rick Newman's on the racing line like he should be. Robert has got quite a margin at the moment at 1.3. It's not a huge margin, but it's still enough of a margin to take your normal line and try and maximise your lap time. You've got to think about the fastest way around the circuit. You don't need to be throwing out the defensive anchors if there's plenty of air margin. I think he's responding to, he's done a 36 flat and Newman a 36.8 that time around. So I think that's Robbo just starting to find his rhythm, find his groove as Newman sort of starts to fade away a little bit. Has he used a little bit too much of the car or a bit too much of the tyre to try and claw back the deficit that he lost at the race start?
The interesting thing will be that Michael Robinson will be on the National Series control tyre, which does take a number of laps to come into its operating range, to the point where at one round this year they allowed the Sports Sedans to do 2 warm-up laps to get them into that operating range here. The New Line Homes car here, this Falcon of Rick Newman, they will have a selection of whatever brand of tyre they want to run there, and that could be the secret to his pace here this weekend, that he's running himself a nice Dunlop or a Pirelli or something like that. The National Series cars do run a control tyre, and they are notorious at getting up to speed. But let me tell you, when you show a tyre 700 to 800 horsepower, they soon capitulate and show you that they've got some temperature in them, that's for sure.
Yeah, they certainly do. Wondering if Rick's just sort of, is he backing it off, or is there, did he catch them? He caught some lap traffic. I think David Shaw over the top of Lukey Heights. Just keeping an eye on the margins just to see if he's losing any more ground to Robinson. It looks like he is, and I think that he might actually be losing some ground to Dean Cam as well. He's starting to drift back towards the Corvette.
Well, keep an eye on this. This can also be these guys just managing their kit under them, the tyre, the clutch, everything, the temperatures, etc., etc. Robinson goes across the line now, 136. Rick Newman has still got the fastest lap at a 135.14. This time a 139. So he's dropped to 3 seconds on that lap to Michael Robinson, and I'm going to say that is the tyre starting to come into this as well. As we look at Dean Cam in the 66, he's hanging on for grim everything into position number 3 at the moment, although he does have a handy gap back of 6 seconds to Francois Habib in this car here, and Francois just needs to keep getting the results here today. This will round out the series, and I'll be corrected, but I think if he hangs in this spot here, he takes out the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Hopefully next year we'll see him back in the dedicated sports sedan, the ex-Bob Guild car. It's been substantially re-engineered, but it won the championship back in 2013, 2014. Oh, Dean Cam is out. Dean Cam in the Corvette returns to the paddock area. The fire is still lit in the engine bay there, but he has withdrawn from the 50k plate. That's the headline on lap number 4. Dean Cam retires from the 50k plate. That leaves Michael Robinson, Rick Newman, and now Francois Habib on the podium.
Certainly does. We wouldn't have seen that one coming in the last little bit as well there. Habib takes the Dodo Commodore through to position number 3. Milton Seferis will gain another spot that bring him up to 4th, and the rest of the field behind them as well. But you're right, Daz, the Dean Cam car definitely still had the fire lit coming into the lane, so something else has let go.
It's stopped on the return road. It's absolutely expired
actually.
there.
Yes.
There's nothing, there's no steam, no smoke, no, not even Dean getting out of the car at the moment. So I hope Dean's actually okay on board there. It would be nice to get a support vehicle over just to check on him there as well, because we do know that things like carbon monoxide and things do start to leak into the cabins of race cars and can make race drivers a bit sick. There's the meatball flag. I wonder what number it is out for at the moment. So it is being displayed there on the main straight. We'll endeavour to try and get a number on that. There's Dean Cam, and there is the field being shown. That Dean has got the window net down. He's definitely moving in the cabin there, so that's good to see. It's a bit of a task to get the big fella in and out of the Corvette, but he looks to be not so happy on board there.
I think it might be for David Shaw, because he's come into the lane at the moment. They're still holding the board out. Car 35, actually no, sorry, it was for car 35, so that was for Michael Luff that just went through.
Yeah, the Michael Luff car, which is that all-white SS Holden Commodore as well. We get a good look now. This is Milton Seferis. He is coming down. He is now into position number 4, and Ben McLeod. And for the first time ever, we're seeing a little bit of a nudge on the front bumper of that car, sadly coming together with his mate in number 44, and he's just suffering a bit of mid-corner understeer there as well. That doesn't inspire confidence on the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit when you tip your Commodore in like that. Here's the number 35. The window looks to be peeling out there as well. Great job there by Dave Cox spotting that out there as well. I wonder if he, even with a helmet on, is aware that is going on out there at the moment, but that certainly is peeling out, and if that flips out, that's going to be a very lively object. Debris on the circuit. So let's hope he's seen that meatball flag. By meatball, I mean a black flag with an orange disc in the middle. I don't mean like a 1-800 lasagna bowl of meatball sauce and at Thornbury there, but the 35 continues on. This is a brand new car. It's only just been shaken down in the last couple of months. Our race leader, Michael Robinson, 7.5 minutes still left to go. A healthy margin of 10.9 seconds. He did not front yesterday, had other things to do. Real estate agents, they work on Saturdays, surprise, surprise. That's when all the auctions happen. But he has come to the track today and seek dispensation with all the racing he does. Certainly he will be allowed to back on the grid with this number 32. And he has got, I'm going to say, the longest 6 minutes and 54 seconds plus one lap of his life now to enjoy.
I think you're absolutely right. He's got a comfortable margin at the moment. It's nearly 11 seconds over Rick Newman, and he's got the whole entire track to himself. Nothing but clear track ahead. And this is the wait. This is the excruciating part, isn't it, Darren? Because we've moved.
I'm looking to the horizon for this misty rain as well, just to go, what else can we be throw into this for Michael Robinson to fight against?
We've moved from the lap-based counter in circuit racing to the time-based counter, and this is the part, because you can't just manually tick them off in your head anymore and go 1, 2, 3, 4. You've actually got to think about how long is there left to go.
How many minutes do I have?
How many more minutes?
I think that's right.
And every time you go past the checkered flag or the stripe rather, you go, oh, the last lap board's not out yet, and then you go again, it's not out again yet, and it just adds and adds and adds. And from us up here, we can take a look at the clock and work out there's probably roughly about 5 or 6 laps remaining.
Let's just enjoy the director showing us this magnificent Monaro around the track here. Let's have 30 seconds to just have a listen. We didn't even give the Brabham BT a full lap like that, just listening to the note there. Michael Robinson in the symphony coming out of the number 32 there, here for the Groove Train Eastland. And he has not won this race. There is absolutely no way that we can say that yet. But boy, oh boy, what a great lap. We thank the director for staying with that shot there, because that is a V8 sports sedan in full flight, in full song, leading a race. And boy, oh boy, that makes the heart beat. There's going to be some of the guys from the 50 years of Sports Sedan reunion dinner just having an absolute ball watching this coverage, whether they're here at the track or at home. Big shout out to Mr. Neil and his big Facebook group of Sports Sedaners down there as well. I hope you enjoyed that. Here's Rick Newman as well. Let's even things up here. We've had the Holden Chevrolet. Now let's have a listen to the Ford doing some things out here as well, as we see the number 65 under brakes. Just a little squirrel on the initial application and down a cog there as well. But boy, this car is just absolutely, every time we see it set up brilliantly, it doesn't do anything wrong.
It doesn't do anything, wrong at all. It looks very, very planted. And I did speak to Rick after he absolutely brained them this morning, and we did mention, did he actually pass the drug test? And the answer was yes. He was very, very happy after that race this morning, but hasn't quite gone according to plan for him this afternoon in a 50k plate. I'm keeping my eye on the clock at the moment, and Habib is starting to reel in the number 65 here, Daz. He was a full second quicker the last time around, but still there's 6 seconds between them. He might run out of time and run out of laps.
Milton Seferis really hasn't played too much of a part in this one either, in the ex-HRT touring car as well. So he's just off the back of that. So at the moment, it is an 18.84 second gap from Michael Robinson to Rick Newman. That's Rick Newman across the line now, and he is established the fastest lap of this race, and in fact it was half a second faster than Michael Robinson. Michael Robinson has just eased off his lap time as well. Francois Habib moving in a straight line there as well. Not sure what he was doing there, but this guy's third on the road. Race cars with flames are always faster. That's the rule.
Yeah, he's actually backed off compared to his
Is
lap
it the
times
rule or
already.
is it the legend? I think it's more the legend.
I think it's more...
I haven't seen it in the rule
I
book.
think it's more of an expectation, isn't it?
Well, it is. In this era of supercars, it is. They were just getting themselves used to running the ethanol-based fuel and those sorts of things. They ran big belching orange flames, and I think it should be encouraged. In fact, I think there should be a spark plug with an igniter just on the tailpipe to make sure if there's any unburnt fuel that it gets lit up. There it is. Look at that. And Dean Camp's famous for that as well. Sadly, not taking any further part in this one, Dino.
No, he isn't, and they've gone and actually pulled his car in from the return road at turn 4 as well, which they would have had to do anyway, because that is the return point for all the cars after the racing is over. They come in from 4 and they go straight into the little paddock there for the trophy presentations.
Steve, this time yesterday we were looking to Dean Camp just to take this award, weren't we? We were like, who's going to catch Dino? Put a couple of guys that weren't here yesterday, and Rick Newman and Michael Robinson out there, and sadly Dean Camp doesn't. And it's the one thing in Victorian sports sedans that Dean doesn't have his name on.
No,
You'd
right.
think he would have. He's won more races than just about anyone in sports sedans here in Victoria. And one day he will. I think he's going to keep going. In fact, he honed his driving this year by going to the States with his Formula 5000 to get some extra racing miles over there. So great bloke, Dean Cam, been around for decades now in Victorian motorsport. Always presents a car and always presents himself very, very well. A very clean-shaven, sharp gentleman. And goes racing within the sports sedan fraternity. As we now count down, 42 seconds on the clock, we get to the end of that time, plus 1 lap, and we look for the Black Monaro of Michael Robinson. Here's Milton Seferis returning to the game and has had his name written into the history books many times in sports sedan racing with wins, and he is now being chased down by Ben McLeod as well there. So just the times there. Ben is certainly half a second a lap faster than Milton at the moment in his own build Black Mamba sports sedan. There he is, the number 72, and he's going to be dirty on himself for putting that black mark on the front bumper of his car. It is a brilliantly turned out car, and that is the first time I've seen any dirt on it, let alone someone else's rubber. Here is our race leader for Bell Real Estate, and he is about to receive the last lap board coming down the straight. There he is, Michael Robinson. Will he be 5 times 50k plate winner for the Groove Train Eastland, QP Lubes, National Blind Supplies, Ramada Resort, Phillip Island is the race they are racing for. The Ramada Resort here in Phillip Island, the 50k plate. There is our race leader. The coaching room sporting the National Series sticker on the end plates of his massive rear wing. The 33 of Linsell just getting out of the way of this charging behemoth of Australian sports sedans. And Michael Robinson, who has worked tirelessly for the community in sports sedans in season 2023, really enjoying this 12-lapper here today after Bathurst and the Gold Coast. The guy with his great mate John Gourlay that owns the Audi, current champion or outgoing champion Tony Riccatello, the new champion for 2023. But this guy and John Gourlay, Daniel Tomasi, worked so hard to get this category at the national level, right at the forefront of racing across the top of the hill in the number 32. And I will be looking out for some footage from inside this car. In fact, some of my favourite footage of any in-car footage is Michael Robinson around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Such a deliberate driver, places his car millimetre perfect in a lap. Even in traffic, he just places his car in an undeniable position. Been doing it for a very, very long time, has Michael Robinson, and he can be super proud of this effort here today. And the guy's very small crew that he travels with, and he takes out the Groove Train the Ramada Resort Phillip Island 50k plate, an emphatic victory. In fact, that is the biggest margin in a 50k plate, I would say, in history. We'll wait now for Rick Newman to come to the line, and that's a great drive. 12 seconds. In fact, no, it's back. He's gained himself 4 seconds as Robinson really backed out of it with a 140 on the last time around. Here comes Francois Habib, and I would suggest our state champion for 2023 in the sports sedans coming to the line. A round of applause on top of the garages there. So that's respect for Francois. Lovely bloke, very, very friendly. Milton Seferis returning to the game here, quite a long way back in fourth place. Ben McLeod will be just in his mirrors as this Commodore comes around. But I tell you what, if you're in a Generals product here this weekend, with the exception of Rick Newman, who took the win this morning, and P2 in this one, the Generals product has shone brightly, albeit you can't buy one of these things anymore.
It's certainly not. And who would have thought coming into the weekend we were going to have 3 different race winners across the 2 preliminaries and the trophy race? And we looked at it yesterday and thought, where's Michael Robinson? And well, he turns up on Sunday and he has taken out another 50k plate.
I tell you what though, the exciting thing for us for the rest of the day is that, yeah, we've got the 50k plate done in dry conditions, but improved production are going to be greeted with a bit of a downpour here at the moment. Michael Robinson confirming the number 32, a race win. 5 50k plates goes to Robbo, the Bell Real Estate agent from the Mount Dandenong area. Rick Newman into P2 for New Line Homes. Francois Habib for the National Blind Suppliers into P3. Milton Seferis from Highbury Automotive. Ben McLeod, the Black Mamba Racing guy, in P5. Cam McKee manages to ease at home in the number 44. Craig Linsell round out ultimately the finishes there. Michael Luff, Dean Camden finish, David Shaw not finish. That was a race for the ages there, as Michael Robinson came from rear of grid this morning and takes out the 2023 Ramada Resort 50k plate. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I deserve a minute off or two, and we will welcome to the grid the improved production cars for the Matty Flinders plate. One of my favourite races to sit back and enjoy and watch a couple of other commentators work their little hearts out. And we will certainly have David Cox from Improved Production and Steve DeVries, who has called every improved production race in the history of time. No, at least the last 5 seasons or so. We'll be back with more here at Island Magic.
Welcome back to Island Magic 2023, ladies and gentlemen, with thanks to the Improved Production Racing Association of Victoria and, of course, Yokohama and Traction Tyres. It's time for the Matthew Flinders plate race here at Island Magic. One of the plates that has been steeped in history, originally part of the Sports Sedans Awards way back in the day. It passed over to club cars before it morphed and changed its identity into what we now come to love as Improved Production. Now, the man standing opposite me here, David Cox, has yet to win one of these things, but we've been fortunate enough to have several great names grace the trophy over the years. The likes of Leanne Tander, Wayne Wakefield, Ray Hislop's won a plethora of them. The man who starts on pole, he's got 2 of them, and he's looking to make it 3, Dave. And Adam Poole.
He certainly has, Adam Poole, and the weather's just closed in a little bit again, Steve. It's a little bit on again, off again, so again it'll keep the track nice and cool, which might help Adam as well as the turbocharged cars. I noticed that one of the IP guys that wasn't out there this morning was working madly in the garage, Cam McKinnon, trying to get his car ready for the 50k plate. But
It's at the back of the grid. I just saw it go through the little Datsun 1600.
It's been many, I think 2007 or 8 would have been the last time that Cam actually had the 888 Home Loans Datsun 1600 on the grid, and it's good to see that he's finally got out there after spending the whole weekend in the garage and not turning a lap so far, and he's out there to take the start in this one, Steve. So should be a really good final race to the year. So let's hope we have a really good one.
Absolutely. It's a smaller field than we would normally see here at Improved Production, but there's been some great cracking races over the last couple of years. When Andrew Butcher was the, as he kept saying, the Stephen Bradbury moment of 2019, where everybody else in front of him fell off the road, had a moment, and he came through and took his first and only, Matty Flinders. There was the issue in 2020 for, it was Paul Cruz who took the win, but at the expense of Rob Braun, who unfortunately ran into some fuel trouble late in the piece and really robbed us of what was going to be a grandstand finish. And then the last 2 years, it's been the dominance of the TRP Duckwork Monaro of Adam Poole, romping away to 2 consecutive victories. He would have actually won it back in 2019 if a $2 part had not have let go on the Monaro. Both South Australians on the day, Poole and his fellow counterpart Scott Cook, basically fell off the road within a lap of each other, and that was effectively the Bradbury moment for Andrew Butcher on the day, in his old car too, his old BMW E46. So he's of course got the new one that he's had for a little while now. There he is, just in behind Matt Logan, the blue BMW number 59. He's been struggling a little bit this weekend with some handling dramas. Yeah,
had a little bit of understeer we were noticing this morning. I went and had a chat to him between the last session and said, yeah, we're at the end of our suspension development for what we can do this weekend, so we're just going to have to drive it how it is. And we also had a chat to Kev Coulson, and he had an alternator issue in the last one. That's why he had to come in and didn't finish the last race, which was a very 30-second fix, and now he's back on the grid. So that's great to see him not have a big problem, and he's out again.
Yeah, he's been away with some family commitments, actually starting a family over the last couple of years. I think it's been since 2019 was the last time we saw out, and they're expecting another child in early next year as well.
Yep. So mid-Feb, I think they were saying this morning. And off the start, let's watch the VN Group A of Caligari from the back of the field. Let's see the sort of storming start he might be able to get up through the field as quickly as possible. So it'll be very interesting to see how that one goes, Steve.
Yeah, that laminated tyre that happened to him and a couple of laps into the race this morning has not done too much damage to the Calwest Resources number 5. Here we go. Matty Flinders plate time. Matty Logan moving at the start a little bit there, but he stayed within the grid box. I think he might be okay as we get underway for the plate race. Caligari splits the middle between a couple of the under 2 litre cars, so he's made a good launch. Now going to the outside of Larry Merrifield down the front chute, but Poole clears out, leaving Max Demerick in second place, and Matt Logan with a good start. He's going to challenge the BMW there of Lockie McBrien, which he did in the early going, but McBrien had the upper hand going through 2, and he's got the upper hand again.
And then that's followed by Butcher, and he's just got a couple of gap there to Caspers, and then followed by Glenn Boyd in the early model Commodore. But look at Caligari, he's already made his way up to the back of the VH Commodore, and I'm sure that he'll go through turn 3 on around the outside and round him up going to turn 4.
That's exactly what he's looking to do right now on the 44 of Glenn Boyd. Glenn turns his head to the right, sees him there. He also sees Larry Merrifield sticking the Honda Civic up the inside as well, and they've had 2 great exchanges over the opening 2 laps as well. Not only that, the first 2 races, they've basically been glued together the whole entire weekend, the little Civic and the VK Commodore.
I was talking to Larry at the function earlier, and he said they had an absolutely great race. A lot of respect shown between each other side by side, and not a mark on either car. So they had an absolute ball, and he said he's absolutely loving his time out there today.
Certainly would be. Sun just sort of going in behind the clouds a little bit, then it's making another appearance again. Big torch tyre for Andrew Butcher coming down the hill into MG. That's been a favourite spot for several drivers this weekend. Just taking a little bit too much time to apply the brakes, going a bit too deep into the braking zone. When you apply the pedal a bit too hard and a bit too late at the wrong moment, that's exactly what happens. So he'll be carrying that for the rest of the race.
And look at this, Steve, we've got Max Demerick. He's only a couple of car lengths behind Adam Puller as they come down the straight for the first time. Matt Logan's just in behind Lockie there as well, and Andrew Butcher. So they're all fairly close, closely followed each other. And then John Caligari's also made his way up very quickly.
He achieved his goal of getting a 1 minute 45 lap time, John, in the opening race this morning. But unfortunately, that was as good as it got for him after that tyre let go down the front chute at full noise. But he's been working his lap times down all weekend long. He started out in the 48s, then into the 7s in qualifying, 46 in yesterday's opening race, now down to a 45.3 and looking to go a little bit better. So just getting better and better and better as the weekend goes on aboard that beautifully presented number 5 CalWest Resources VN Commodore.
Let's have a quick chat to Chris Stillo in between the races as well, and he was having a great... Oh, and there we go, Larry Merrifield up there inside of Caspers, and looks like he might have got the job done there. No, Caspers fights back.
Caspers fights back and holds on there. That was a little bit of a late decision, I think, from Merrifield. The opportunity was there, but the door closed very, very quickly. I think Craig had already committed to the corner by the time that Larry decided to put his nose down the inside at 4.
Certainly have it nice and clean there, and Casper's obviously got a bit of a fright because he's put the foot down and he's pulled out a couple of car lengths very, very quickly.
Just have a look at how much more grip the little under 2 litre car has coming up over the top of the hill here. This is what we love about improved production, the different strengths and weaknesses of the different packages you can put together, not just the cars themselves, but all the kit that's underneath them. Great drive down the front straight for the RX-7, but then in the corners, the little Honda Civic is right there. Look at that, got so much more purchase out of the traction zone out of turn 11.
And it looks like that Caspers might also be driving a little bit defensive there, just so he can use the power of the RX-7 down the straight. Not very often you hear that, do you, Steve?
No,
power of the RX-7.
Yeah, well, here we go. You get a good illustration of this here as Caspers just edges away ever so slightly down the front chute, and Larry Merrifield just has to tuck in there behind, and Boyd has actually dropped back from these two as well. So he's fighting a little gremlin or something there, but he was right with Larry Merrifield for the whole entire race 2 this morning and all of yesterday as well. Just noticing as well, Matt Logan has been given a 5-second penalty for that moving at the start, so he didn't quite get the car stopped in enough time before the lights went out. At the moment he's in 4th place, and that will give Andrew Butcher 4th place on the road if he can keep within the striking distance that he is right now.
Larry Merrifield has moved up again up to Caspers, and he's obviously dispensed with Glenn Boyd, and now he's found a new person to play with in this race, and it's side-by-side action with Caspers, as Caspers drives down the middle of the road and just says, no, you want to go around the long way.
Yep, try to make him go to the inside there, but Craig's covered it off, forcing Larry to go the far way around the circuit, and Caspers holds again. So this will just be all about the decision making for the next couple of moments. There's Lockie McBride, there's Matt Logan, and Butcher not too far behind. And look at this, John Caligari starting to weigh into this now as well. So that 5-second penalty for Logan might be very, very costly to the tune of 2 positions, and that's assuming that the 2 cars behind him don't get past in the next couple of minutes.
And looks like Cam McKinnon's actually dropped off the timing module. We're just being told now that he's actually come into pit lane, so that's a real shame. Cam's actually got the car out there, but something hasn't quite been right for him, so he's had to retire it.
Yeah, sad for Cam. He was on the entry list and didn't make the first couple of races this weekend, and did all he could to try and get out there for the trophy race, but it's only lasted just the 1 lap. He's just come in at the end of lap 2 there.
Yeah, we see Caligari starting to make his way up behind Andrew Butcher now, and they're both not too far off the bat of Matty Logan, who will obviously lose 5 seconds, so he'll end up behind these 2 guys unless he can actually pull out a couple of really quick laps and get a little bit further up the road.
Caligari's dropped back into the 45s as well, so 1 minute 45.7 personal best for this race, about 0.4 of a second away from what he did in race number 2 this morning before the tyre let go. What I was trying to say before we had the unfortunate off early this morning, I was comparing his lap times compared to the likes of Troy Lloyd and Andrew Rhodes-Anderson, who've got some pretty stout VNs in the Victorian scene, and his lap times were right up there. So yeah, it would have been great to see the 3 of them all on track together. They would have had an absolute hell of a battle, and probably Caligari would have probably been the better of the 3.
I was actually talking to Troy earlier this week, and I did I thought he was actually trying to make it this weekend, but something's obviously not quite worked out for him, because I dare say he really wanted to be here this week, but he is planning to do next season, so it will be really good to see Troy there. I think Troy's actually done a 44 around here, Steve, I think, but my memory's a little bit vague as well. But as you can see, the old school Commodores, they're still pretty good with the big LS in them.
Yeah, you're right. I was looking back through the lap records probably for the last sort of 3 or 4 seasons, just to try and find the last time that they were actually out here on a dry track, just to make that comparison. And you're right, might have been well before sort of my time in improved production where that lap would have come from if he's done 44.
Here we go, Caligari moves to the outside as they go down into turn 1, and I do believe he'll have enough horsepower to be able to sneak around Andrew. Yes, he does. And as they go into turn 1, Caligari's just pulled up nicely going through turn 1. We'll have Butcher trying to sneak back over the inside of him going into lap 2, into turn 2 rather.
Absolutely, so he got that job done quite nicely. Andrew Butcher was the next on the scene after the tyre let go in this morning's race too. He was about 2 seconds or so back behind Caligari, who himself was tucked in behind Matt Logan when that little incident happened, and he was first to run through all the debris that was left behind on the circuit. Oh, another torch tyre for Matt Logan. He's made a habit of that this weekend. That's about the 5th time, if I'm not keeping score, but that's about the 4th or 5th time I've seen him do that. Replay coming in here. Merrifield finally up the inside of Craig Casper's, got the better of him over the top of the hill at Lukey Heights.
He certainly, that's a great move by Larry, and he'll have a grin from ear to ear in the car too. He's had an absolute ball out there today. He's absolutely loving it. John Caligari's just starting to drive away from Andrew a little bit here.
He's going to try and hone in on the back of Matt Logan.
Well, if Matt keeps torching tyres, he'll probably catch him in a lap or two, because that'd be like a 50-cent piece in that car. It'd be vibrating the wheel quite badly, I would think, by now.
Speaking of tyres, the Yokohama brand tyre and the AO50 have been a mainstay of improved production for upwards of 20 years now, Dave, and I think that relationship is actually set to continue into the next couple of seasons.
Yes, it certainly is. I think the tyre tender goes at least through till the end of next year, and then we'll have a look at it again there. But as you can see, Adam Poole's now dropped back into a 139.6, so he's only 3/10 off his lap record. And the tyre just keeps on giving and giving. It's a fantastic tyre, and we love it to bits.
Absolutely. I heard a rumour as well that they only had 2 good tyres left for car number 1, and they were trying to save them as best as they could for the final race this afternoon and put them on the rears. So you just overcooked a couple of rear tyres yesterday morning and in qualifying, and yesterday afternoon in the race, and they just had to sort of find a way to balance their tyre bank for the rest of the season. There was, I think, a little bit of a drama in the last month or so where there was a bit of a supply issue with some of the tyres too. Some competitors struggling to get their hands on the actual correct dimension rubber that they needed.
Yeah, there was a hold up with transportation, but I think it's pretty much sorted out now, and going forward should be pretty good. But as the world has changed a bit over the last couple of years, yes, you do have a bit of a supply issue every now and again, but the guys at Yokohama have certainly worked through that and worked through with the categories, and that's all seems to be put to bed now as Caligari comes up on the back of Matt Logan, and this is going to be very, very interesting to see them go through the hay shed and then up over the top, and just see the difference in the balance of the cars, the 50-50 balance of the VE Commodore back to the early model VN Commodore, which will have a lot more nose heavy, so it should be a lot harder on its tyres. You would think, as you can see, it squirms under brakes there as the Mack Trucks car just pulls up nice and square, but the Mack Trucks car will be a lot heavier than the VN Commodore as well.
Yeah, that's right. So just about the balance of the distribution of where the car has its strengths and weaknesses. So Caligari is just really nicely tucked in here behind the Mack Trucks entry of Matty Logan. As they roar onto the front straight, I feel it's only a matter of time before the number 5 from Western Australia finds a way past the Victorian number 43. Here we go.
Pulls out.
No, not quite.
Doesn't look, he's not going to quite get the job done going into turn 1 as Matt Logan holds the line, but Caligari goes to the outside to see if he can get him into turn 2. No, he'll have to tuck back in underneath, and Andrew Butcher will be just sitting there going, "Go on, boys, you just torch your tyres and I'll drive on through shortly."
Nice exchange. Very, very fair exchange between the 2 men driving the General's product. And a big display this weekend of all the General's products If you weren't in a Holden, you didn't win the 50k plate. If you weren't in a Holden, you weren't winning one of these races either. So there's a lot of these old school machinery, or machinery you can't even buy anymore, still dominating in the local state racing circuit scene. And Paul hasn't really skipped away if we're talking about domination. He's only got 4 seconds over Max Demerick. So I think that Adam Poole's just got that margin. He's just slipped into a groove, and he's just happy just to maintain that gap for the moment. I think he's got this one pretty much, or one hand and probably 3 fingers on it at the moment.
I think he might be just managing tyres at the moment. There's no point going out there and having a tyre let go, so he may as well just go out there and drive around and stay out the front. And if Max actually gets any closer, then he might just wind out one a little.
He certainly might. Now they're coming across a little bit of the lap traffic here. This is Chris Stilo, who is actually related to Rick Newman. That's why they're sharing the garage and also sharing the New Line Homes livery. This is his first hit out, shaking down that car for the very, very first time after rolling his original car in several times in one of the previous rounds. And he's just breaking in that new machine. It's good to see him out there. He had a really, really nice exchange with Brendan Sala in the second race this afternoon, and he's pressing on with that one now. And pressing on here is Caligari for a second time down into turn number 1.
Doesn't quite have the legs to get through on turn 1 and sits out on the outside, and you'll find out that he'll have to tip in behind Matty Logan, who gets a little bit sideways there as he goes into turn 2. Might have been a little bit hard on the loud pedal. And Caligari sitting there nice and square. As you can see, the car of Matt Logan starting to squirm around. He's really using those Yokohamas at the moment and giving them a bit of a hard time as he starts to run the defensive line as they come up on the XL there, going into turn 4. And Logan manages to hold the inside line, and Caligari is right up behind him now as they exit. As you can see, both of the cars just painting the road, Steve, on the exit.
Absolutely, they got very close for comfort there. Another pinch brake for Matt Logan. That was at a crucial point in time as well. That was at the point when he needed to turn in for the corner, and he needed the purchase of the Yokohamas to do it. He missed the apex as a result. Caligari there wasn't any room there to stick the big red VN up the inside at turn number 6. You needed to be alongside a lot earlier to make that move stick. So Matt Logan survives, but for how much longer? He's defended for the last 2 laps. This is lap number 3 that he's having to throw out the defensive anchors for. Butcher's getting ever closer as well, but he doesn't need to do anything too rash here because he knows he's going to get a position at some point or another. He doesn't know about the 5-second penalty, but we know he's going to get an extra spot by virtue of those 5 seconds when the race finishes.
He certainly will, and this time coming on the straight, Logan's got just a couple of car lengths which will help him down into turn 1 as Caligari will come reining up on the inside yet again, but he probably find he'll just like last, or he might have actually found a way through this time. It's nice and tight under brakes, and yes, Matt Logan's going to hang out nice and wide, and he'll have the line for the next turn, but no, he gets it pretty sideways there, and he's had to drop in behind Caligari, so that was a great move. And then Butcher's now, while that's all happened on, he's latched onto the back.
Absolutely. Finally, Caligari finds a way through, and they were doing 1:46 consistently, despite the fact they were trying to exchange places as well, so the pace was actually still pretty good for both Matt Logan and John Caligari. And then you had Butcher sitting back there. He did a 46 flat and a personal best on the last tour as well. Oh, again, more torching of tyres for Matt Logan.
That tyre's had an absolute, screamed enough, Steve. I've had enough. I'm locking up. I don't want to do this anymore. And he's running Andrew Butcher's right up beside him now as they go through Siberia. And is he going to get the job done? No. He's going to crisscross and go back up the other side
as
they go through. And no, Matt Logan's managed to hold him out there, and Butcher's decided to tuck in, but you can actually see that Matthew Logan's absolutely killed the tyres at the moment. They'll need a little bit of a cool down, and they may come back a bit, but this will help Butch up over the top and then probably down in the brakes. Matt is going to struggle with his tyres. He drives defensively right down the middle of the road, and Andrew Butcher will now snoop right up under his tail, but no, Matt Logan manages to hold him out yet again.
Down the front straight as well, I'd expect the VE Commodore to have a bit more power and drive a bit further. Oh, but it slid off the second to last corner as well. He's not enjoying it right now. The car's disagreeing. Every time it tries to turn in, it wants to go around. Every time he squeezes the throttle, it wants to jump sideways on him.
And I think Matt Logan's big size, 15 feet, might be pushing the throttle just a bit too quickly. He might have to slow down the press on the throttle so it doesn't quite get so sideways.
Rounding up Kevin Coulson there in the number 87 Honda Civic down the front straight, gets out of the way smartly. So 1 minute and 3/4 left to go. The duration of time for this race was supposed to give us a 12-lap race, which would have given us a 50-kilometre race like it was back in the day. And we're certainly tracking that way at the moment. Just looking for where our race leader is at the moment. He's coming up over the top of Lukey Heights to complete his 10th lap, and he'll have plenty of time on the clock. So we will get the full 12-lap expected duration in for the Matty Flinders plate.
And you can see that Caligari's actually cleared out from Logan once he's managed to get past him with a bit of free air in front of him. He's managed to drive away from Matt Logan, who's now got a massive handful of a car to try and control. It's sliding and it's slipping every single turn. He turns the wheel and the thing wants to go sideways on him, which is obviously helping Andrew Butcher, whose BMW looks after its tyres far better, being a much more modern car, and it allows him to come up on the back of him, and maybe in a couple of laps you might just see that he might be able to sneak past.
Up and over Lukey Heights again for the 9th time for these two. Get over the top of the hill, spot the braking zone. Matt down the middle of the road again. This time Andrew stays to the left-hand side of the circuit, which is the traditional racing line for turn 10.
And it's also, at the way that the points are at the moment, it looks like the Matthew Flinders plate may be heading to South Australia, 2nd place South Australia, and 3rd place New South Wales, which is not ideal. We need Andrew Butcher, come on mate, we need to, and Matt Logan, we need to get a little bit further up the track and at least bring 3rd place home to Victoria.
Yeah, it'll be, actually the top 4 will be represented by 3 different states if it stays this way. It's been great to have several drivers from interstate come and visit us the last 2 years and fill out the field. Adam Poole's won the last 2, so the Matty Flinders has gone to South Australia. There was one year, 2019, the year that Andrew Butcher won it. It was 3 different states represented on the podium, all the eastern seaboard. And looking here, Max Demerick got the windscreen wipers going. A little bit of rain maybe on the back side of the circuit. We've been fortunate to avoid quite a lot of it. There's the race leader, Adam Poole. There's Max Demerick. This margin is coming down.
Coming down at a great rapid rate of knots. There's only 7 or 8 car lengths between them now.
And 1 lap to go.
This make the last lap very interesting. Is Adam Poole coming into tyre problems?
Are we into for some late intrigue? Is there a late twist in this tail? This was completely unexpected. The race started and it was bone dry. Poole was doing 1 minute 44 last time around. Let's get the lap time for you. 44.9 for Poole. 43.5 for Max Demerick. The margin's 2.3 seconds. There is some lap traffic in play, but it looks like there might be either some tyre trouble for the number 1, the man who's the national champion after his success at Sydney Motorsport Park earlier this year. There's the man that's chasing him, his fellow South Australian, Max Demerick. He arrived here and had a great round last year at Island Magic, and he came back for a second crack. He's trying to pull that margin down. He's got 6 corners left to do it as they soar through turn number 3 and on to turn number 4. I don't think the margins come down at any great rate on the first half of this lap. It's over the back of the circuit that I'm wondering if there was a little bit of drizzle that was maybe just starting to upset Adam Poole, and that's what's allowed the Nissan Silvia to get back into it.
It may also have been that we couldn't see that part of the track. There might have been some lap traffic that Adam was just a little bit cautious with, and that allowed Max to gain a couple of seconds and get a little bit closer to him on the final stage of this 50k plate, Steve.
It looks like the gap is stabilised now. It's not getting any bigger and it's not getting any smaller, so Poole may have done just enough. You're right, David. Might have been a little bit of lap traffic. There's a couple of cars just ahead of Poole. There's an XL, which I think is Brennan Sala, and it's the number 44 at Glenn Boyd. But I don't think that's going to hamper this man too much. Winner last year, winner the year before, and we'll check another box and make it a 3-peat on the bounce for the man from South Australia. Last year's Victorian State Series champion, national champion in 2023, and now 3-time Matthew Flinders plate winner.
Congratulations, Adam. That is a stellar drive, and it's great to see Adam come over from South Australia and absolutely dominate this weekend. It's been a masterclass of driving. We've never seen a car stay consistently in the 39s ever before, and it's just been an absolute credit to Adam and the team. It's not just one person that makes this possible, and congratulations to him. Also Max Demerick for coming from South Australia. Lockie McBride.
Yeah, Lockie McBride some distance behind as well, 27 seconds behind Butcher. What's happened to John Caligari? Butcher's managed to find a way past the Cal West Resources number 5 over the last couple of corners, so I'm wondering if maybe there was a little bit of a mistake. There's no traffic there, or maybe a little bit of wet weather, because Butcher is going to roar home to 4th place, and Caligari will have to settle for 5th. The lap time for Caligari, I bet you, is going to be off the Richter scale. It's going to be a 1:54.5 on the final tour, so something didn't go according to plan. Here we go, might be something here. So this was when Butcher went through on Matt Logan and over the top of the hill. And well, that was when one of the passes happened. That we were looking to see what happened to Caligari. That's definitely not what happened there. But Butcher through to 4th. Caligari has to settle for 5th ahead of Matt Logan, who won't lose any more spots. He's the last of the men that's on the lead lap. So that 5-second penalty amounts to nothing for him. Larry Merrifield in 7th. Caspers will be 8th. Boyd 9th, and Kevin Coulson will round out the top 10.
That's a fantastic way to finish the season. We improved production racing here in Victoria. We'd love to thank Yokohama Tyres for a fantastic AO50 tyre. Hino Trucks, DLL Photography and Design, Reach Rock Art, and who else have we got, Steve?
We've got DLL Photography and Design, Pro Cut Tree Services, Reach Rock Art, Yokohama Traction Tyres, and of course Prestige Hino down there in Dandenong South.
Absolutely. Hope everybody has a very safe and Merry Christmas, and we hope to see you all again for round 1 next year. So till then, have a great weekend, and we'll see you soon.
Still 5 more events to go here on the schedule for Island Magic 2023. Next up, it's going to be the Duratec Formula Fords. They run together with the Kent cars for the first couple of races. We're actually going to split them up for their final races. So it'll be Formula Ford 1600, then Formula Open and Formula V. So it's going to be a bit of an open wheel fest for the next 4 races, and then we're going to round it out with historic touring cars to finish the program here at Island Magic. So back shortly with Formula Ford.
Right back trackside for the 2023 33rd running of the Island Magic event promoted by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, www.piarc.com.au. We've broken up the two Formula Ford categories into, I guess, the cars we're seeing on track now that are eligible for the national and state championship outright, and that is the Duratec powered cars, and then of course the 1600s. So two smaller fields, if you like, of Formula Fords heading out on track now. So this is going to be very, very interesting indeed to see how the next races play out. I'm Darren Smith, and again, Callum Brannigan has joined us here to give us all of his expert commentary on Formula Ford. Callum, welcome, and this is certainly an interesting concept. We're used to running the two fields together, but just running a separate race for each year this afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Darren. Yeah, unusual. We haven't seen this for quite some time, but rather pragmatic decision by the category administrators to split the field. So you've got Duratex out now, and then coming up straight after this race will be the 1600 cars, or the Kent cars, for their race. But it's a good field of Formula Fords across the board here this weekend for the 2023 edition of Island Magic. And it's a pleasure to be here, Darren. Very excited for this finale pair of races.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it, like this event every year rounds out the Victorian Circuit Racing Championship. We've got this race, then we've got the 1600s or Kent engine cars, Formula Open, Formula B, and historic touring cars. And before you know it, there's been the 2023 Victorian racing season come to an end. Yeah,
and the racing's been outstanding, it should be said, across the board. And it is something of an open wheeler fest this weekend, as you said. Formula V, Formula Open, and
don't
Formula
say it too
Ford.
loud. Everyone will want to know about it.
And look, it's awesome. The racing's been really good. Plenty of slipstreaming to be expected for this race especially. And that man on screen right now, Eddie Bezic, in the number 30, will start from pole position. He took out race 2 earlier this morning in slick conditions. And I can see a shower just starting to roll over the track as well. So it's spitting ever so lightly out there at the moment. And this is surely going to be a great way to cap off action for the Duratec. So Eddie Bezic alongside Bailey Collins, Cody Mains-Ruddy out of P3, and Jack Bussey starting out of position 4 out of Queensland. Got John Martin in his corner, a very highly credentialed driver and engineer to have on side as well. Lockie Evanet also out of Queensland, starting out of position 5 alongside Kyle Cotter down from New South Wales in the number 117 entry. Pair of Loconos, Liam and Oliver, starting on the 4th row, with Paul Ziddy bringing up the rear of the field in the number 6 entry. Green flag being shown to the drivers. We will get this race underway very shortly, with thanks to the Formula Ford Association and Yokohama. And they are underway. It is a clean start for the full field of Duratec cars as they charge down towards turn 1. Now you can see that they're highlighted with orange on the nose cone mirrors and the roll hoop as well. That's usually to distinguish these cars from the Kent entries, but we won't need to do that this time around as they are racing on their own. And once again, we've got 4 Spectrums at the head of the field. Carefully around the outside there is Cody Mains-Ruddy. He had a brilliant race, I should say, in race 2, where he started effectively from the rear of the grid in class to charge his way through to the head of the field. And you can see he's already having a go at Eddie Bezic around the outside there. Now that looks like it's one of the lower Konos as well. He's pressed on with a fantastic start as well in that McGale. You can see they're in position 3. That's actually Liam Locono and Paul Ziddy bringing up the tail end of the field. Now we should point out, Paul Ziddy, he hasn't got a full-time job. This isn't his full-time gig. He races purely for the fun of it. He's always pressing ahead, trying to nail those personal bests, and he loves Formula Ford. Racing has been a really big proponent for Formula Ford, supporting not only ball and racing developments, but a whole field raft of Australian young talent coming through the ranks as well. So big thanks to Paul Ziddy for his continued efforts, as well as supporting Formula Ford by being out there and racing himself. And look, it looks a little bit inclement, doesn't it, Darren?
It certainly does, mate.
Must be worrying for the drivers at this stage.
It certainly does look a bit inclement out there. Jack Bussey showing the nose there as well, so that's a shot, fantastic, encapsulates the entire field, but out in front it's Eddie Bezic. Interesting thing off the line was Cody Main's Ruddy was just testing the grip level underneath him coming down into turn one, just sort of moving the car around a little bit. So he got his measure nice and early, and he's going to go wide. This is what we've been seeing right throughout this weekend. There's a number of cars in each of the categories that have been able to run very wide at turn two. So there's obviously some grip out there. It will all change in the next week or so, because the place gets a full resurface. In fact, all the plant and equipment and staff are here ready to rip into it first thing tomorrow morning. So this will be the last time on this particular surface we will see all of these categories racing. But have a look at this. They are absolutely lined up like they're about to come round for another grid restart there. Side by side, 2 by 2, they come marching.
Yeah, it didn't take long for the timing screen to light up that last lap, or the first lap of this race. Look at that shot. It is absolutely brilliant looking down on the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit as they go behind the trees, through Hayshed and up over Lukey Heights, and they're taking it nice and easily out there. It is fine mist. It will be slick. The tyres are only coming up to temperature. The brakes are cold. The drivers are cold.
We've lost Paul Ziddy. Ziddy is not in the pack here at all. He's disappeared right off the back of this group, so not sure where Paul is, but that drone shot around the back of the track is the first camera angle I've ever seen that actually gives you the layout of the racetrack. The very, very big sweeping left and right. Oh no, coming together on the top of the straight.
That's Evanet hard into the tyre wall, and Oliver Locono as well involved in that one. Coming onto the main straight, Evanet has been speared hard into the right-hand side tyre wall. Meanwhile, they press on at the head of the field. Bailey Collins is now at the head of this field, and they've called a red flag immediately. So race control have looked at that and assessed the situation. They have called that race with a red flag, so there'll be no more Duratec racing at this stage.
So Paul City is out there. He has completed lap number 2. There he is. He's just off the back in the mist here. So that is nasty. The driver is standing up and getting out of the car. That is the most important part of the day so far. After a fairly decent whack into the tyre barrier, bounced back out. Luckily enough, only a metre or 2. So speed was retarded quite significantly before he hit the wall, but you never want to see anyone hit the wall. He'll probably take himself over and have a bit of a sit down and a deep breath, I would say. Heavily winded. And normally in a situation like that, some pretty sore shoulders from the shoulder straps on the belt. He's jumped up onto the wall under his own steam. So that is always very pleasing to see. Just as an aside, there's that bitumen plant we're talking about that will be starting the resurfacing of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit tomorrow morning. And our driver is up over against the wall there, and he's walking down to the trackside marshals just to let them know that he's kind of okay under his own steam. Certainly be very winded as the entire field is brought under red flag conditions, and that should see them return to the pit lane, I would suggest, at this point in time.
And it's a very tight schedule as well, Darren. So you can see the volunteer officials, or we can see that they're approaching the Evanet car. And on our timing screens, and you can see on the timing tower there, supported by Yokohama tyres, we've got Main's Rutty as the leader of the race. And wouldn't say they'd be declaring a race winner, given that there's only been 2 laps completed in this race. It's
not far enough to give it to award a race, that's for sure.
Yeah, correct. It was only 14 minutes in duration as it was planned, but that was a bit of a scary moment there for Evanet, but we're very thankful. He was very quickly out of the car on his own steam, and he's been looked at now by the fire and medical crews as well. So we've got a replay here coming onto the main straight, and it looks like the car's just tangled coming onto the main straight. Didn't quite catch the catalyst of that incident.
Protagonist in that, Callum, was. Did you catch that?
Yeah, look, it might have been Oliver Locono. It looked like from distance, but it was a bit hard to just see from that distance as well. So don't want to cast any dispersions either. However, those two drivers certainly involved.
Here we go, awkward type of situation. This is our leaders, and it was in that second group there.
Yeah, so there's the 88 of Evanet, the 97 of Oliver Locono, sorry. coming onto the main straight there, tagging wheels. And the Miguel of Evanet speared into the right-hand side.
Oliver Logano did put his wheels off onto the painted surface there, which is an absolute no-no in these sort of conditions. It just gets you all sort of slidey. So maybe that was what happened. There certainly wasn't any malice in that. That was
no.
what would be deemed a racing accident.
No, and that's the last thing the drivers want to do as well. So as you say, Darren, look, the slick conditions, we could see the mist. It was extremely fine rain. It wasn't hard rain, which makes it extremely slick. And as we were saying, that the cars were coming up to temperature with their Yokohama AO48 tyres, as well as getting the brakes up to temp as well. And they were extremely close coming onto the main straight, but we're hearing down from the van and race control that has been run and won. I should say it's been run and it's been called with a red flag, and the drivers are now being instructed to peel into the pit paddock, and there'll be a break in proceedings as well, because they'll have to repair the tyre wall, which is looking all 6s and 7s at the moment after that collision. And you can see on screen now just how fine the mist is as well, but it's changeable weather conditions no matter where you look around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit at the moment. Darren, you'd hate to be a weather person today because your hair would be going grey.
You'd hate to be a racing person as well, because you'd be trying to call the shots between wet and dry setups, and these cars are certainly heavily affected by wet and dry setups, but it certainly is a changing condition day. It's a little bit humid, in fact. It's kind of not ideal sort of conditions, but that was, for all intents and purposes, a nasty incident that has turned out reasonably okay for everyone. We've got a dinged up Miguel, that's for sure. But we're going to have a short break now, and we'll just start to assess the layout and get word from race control on how long this delay may be. But the next race on the agenda is another Formula Ford race. It will be for the Kent-engined 1600s. We'll take a break here from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit and be back as soon as we possibly can.
But as Darren talked about before, the Formula Ford book celebrating 50 years of this enduring category with a long legacy, not only in Australia, but all around the world. Pick up your copy to find out more information and learn everything about Formula Ford from the Kent years through to Duratec years as well, to its current guys as we know it today. Know and love Formula Ford racing. Pole position, we have Eddie Bezic. He's in the number 30 entry in the Spectrum, starting on the front row, alongside Jack Bussey, who's in the number 74. Followed by Bailey Collins and Kyle Cotter. We saw a fast finishing Kyle Cotter in yesterday's opening race on Saturday. So revs rising. They are hard against the 7,000 RPM rev cut, and they are underway. A beautiful start there from the entire field as they charge down towards turn one. This excellent drone shot shows just how fast they get as they go through the gears. They're a 4-speed H-pattern Hewland gearbox with dog rings, highly customizable, highly tunable, and very strong and very effective. Locono here, he's entrenched in a battle with Kyle Cotter there, the 117 car with the Lazaro sticker on the side there, and Cody Main's Ruddy there sweeping around the outside as well. He was one of the main protagonists at the head of the field in yesterday's opening race as well. Paul Ziddy with a very smart start as well, so he's just behind there in the Gills. Pretty special. Number 6 Spectrum coming up into turn 4 for the first time now. We've seen off and on showers throughout this morning, so conditions are decidedly slick, but no issues whatsoever for the Yokohama all-weather AO48 tyre, because these cars run on a semi-slick tyre. You can change pressures. There's some considerations you might want to give depending on how wet it is at the moment, but for all intents and purposes, all the cars, all the drivers out there at the moment will be running a completely dry setup, Darren.
Certainly will be. This is ideal conditions for Formula Ford. Sea level, lots of nice, dense oxygen to get into the power plants, whether they be the Duratec or the Kent engine outfits, and some great names in there. The number 36 of Mark Zellner running in the Kent car there as well. Great to see Mark out there. Very, very well known right across the Australian motorsport landscape. Works at Revolution Race Gear, suppliers of race suits and helmets to the stars right across the motorsport landscape. Can't wait to see how Mark goes. He's sitting just outside the top 10, and he's got the famous Peter Fitzgerald of Formula 40, not of Porsche fame, in front of him on the track.
You mentioned that name, Peter Fitzgerald, hails from down past Geelong way. Can't exactly remember the exact town he is from, but a very proud member of that area and a very proud combatant in Formula Ford as well. He tried his hand in a much more, or not much more powerful, but slightly more powerful Duratec powered car a couple of years ago before deciding it was probably just a little bit too extreme for him, so he stepped back behind the wheel of his beautiful 011 Spectrum with a Kent engine behind it. Very capable driver is Fitzy, as he's known up and down in the paddocks. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, the number 30, Eddie Bezic, takes it up the inside. A very clean, clinical move. Absolutely sends it, and that drone shot showing just how tight the turn 4 corner is as they come up to the sweeping left-hander at turn 5 through Siberia. We're feeling very cold today for all the guys and girls out there, the volunteer officials working tirelessly. Meanwhile, this Kent battle rages on as well, so these are for the minor positions, and you can see on track that's the car of Coleman, was the number 52, I believe it was, but they are battling here. So this is actually the number 52 is actually a recently restored Swift, driven by Coleman, as we touched on. So he's having a great battle as well. But at the head of the 1600 field, it is Callum Marcus who's currently got the upper hand over Tim Hamilton. But here is that Swift coming through that fast right-hander. They are flat through this part of the track, Darren. And obviously the cars do move around a lot, but that's how these drivers really do extract as much speed as possible from the Formula Ford.
They certainly do, and this is typically a race within the race. These guys do get trophies as well. So first, second and third outright. So we're talking about Bussey, Bezic, Collins right at this point in time. That could change. But also in the Kent engine cars, so Calmarcus, Hamilton, Fitzgerald, as we see it at the moment. So they do get their own presentation and their own trophies here as part of the Formula Ford trophy this weekend. Of course, brought to us by Cool Drive. A big thanks for the ongoing decades of support of the Island Magic event, particularly with Formula Fords from the Blanchard family.
And it's a great slipstream effect, as we touched on yesterday numerous times in the opening race of the weekend, as the number 32 of Lutaloo Up the inside, that takes over position 13 outright, but that is actually for position 4 in class in this race. But don't these cars look absolutely beautiful? They've got huge histories, each individual chassis manufacturer. They've all got a big history, apart from the drivers that actually used to drive them back in the day. Many of these cars have been in the hands, the previous custodians of famous drivers of today, and we touched on it yesterday, Darren. It really is a smorgasbord of who's who in Australian and international motorsport who got their start in Formula Ford, but it also caters for these sorts of drivers, the gentleman drivers, the older drivers who are out there having fun. So here is a replay. There is Coleman in the 52 at the head of the field. Oh no, it's a 25 that's looped it, I believe. So that's Vanderpoel. Gerrit Vanderpoel, I believe, has looped it down there at MG. So no harm, no foul. He's able to get it back up and running once again. But this Kent field, it's very strong here this weekend. It's a good opportunity for some of these drivers as well to get some crucial testing miles in anticipation for the Phillip Island Classic, which is one of the biggest Formula Ford fields you see nationally in Australia. The prime opportunity for them to just get some testing miles in, especially I'm thinking of Phil Marinon in the Galloway, doing a great job in that beautifully presented car.
Multiple state champion Brendan Jones and Richard Davison as well, although not Richard and Brendan not here this weekend, so they keeping their powder dry. You can of course catch up on the Richard Davison story at the Grassroots Racing podcast, brought to you by Race Fuels. And he has been a champion in the Kent Engine cars in the Victorian Series over the last couple of years. What a great battle out in front here, and these are some names that you can say I saw them first in Formula Ford, and I struggled to think of any names at the upper echelon of international motorsport where that is not a fact. Of course, you'll be able to catch it all in the 50 years of fame and friendship, 96 pages, 720 images. Check it out at formulaford.org.au, $100. And it will be a very reliable piece of textbook for many years to come.
Favourite book of mine, it will be. So now I'm just seeing the lap record has been reset. So the track conditions out there are absolutely beautiful. Cody Mains Ruddy there on screen up the inside of Lockie Evanet. Takes away position 4, but he has the lap record with a 1 minute 38.41, and that resets the lap record set by Jack Bussey only yesterday. So track conditions this weekend very conducive to fast times, plenty of pace for Formula Ford. Cody Mains Ruddy is absolutely flying. Here he comes down the main straight. He's going to go from position 5 to almost position 1 in only a handful of corners. They're coming up 3 wide as they come into turn 1. He's being hung out to dry there by Bailey Collins, and he's going to have another look around the outside of Jack Bussey, who hails from Queensland. Cody Mains Ruddy with the inside line coming up into turn 2. Lockie Evanet as well, tagging along for fun in this battle. This is a great race from Cody Mains Ruddy. The number 69 entry up into position 3. He is absolutely flying considering he started from rear of the grid in the Duratec class. He's got just 2 Spectrums ahead of him. That's Eddie Bezic in the number 30 entry alongside Bailey Collins. Lockie Evanet now up the inside at turn 4. He takes that position away from Jack Bussey, but I suspect he will fight back indeed, coming up the inside through Siberia. This battle is far from over, Darren. We've got just under 5 minutes remaining in this Saturday morning sprint. I've touched on it before, and I'll say it again, Darren. Formula Ford Racing at Phillip Island always produces fantastic racing.
3 Spectrums out in front in this race right now. Cody Mains Ruddy, just looking at that great head-on shot we have down the straight. He is running probably the most aggressive negative canvas setup on the front of a Formula Ford I've ever seen. Those wheels are just angled in. They do run some aggressive settings in Formula Ford from time to time, but he has got the car set up for the very long sweeping corners, and it's going to be interesting to see the tyre wear on that car. Currently sitting in P3 on the road, and the in there goes out over the back of the ripple strip and come onto the famous Gardner Straight.
This is the battle for the Kent class, Darren. So we've got Tim Hamilton in the black number 87 Spectrum 010, and just behind him is Callum Marcus in the number 10, the number 10 entry. They've been duking it out and swapping positions the last few laps, just under 0.2 of a second separating the two as they come through turns 10, 11 and 12, the sweeping left-hander onto the main straight. This is a great battle for the Kent class. It went the way of Hamilton in yesterday's fight, and Callum Marcus is certainly doing all he can to take the battle to him.
interestingly enough, is a little-known chassis. The 2008 Spirit K08 is what the number 10 is there. So a little bit different to the other cars out there, as Mains Ruddy has set the fastest lap out in the front of this race, and we are back with these front contenders again, ticking the boxes, getting the laps done, picking who needs to lead onto the straight for the last time. Very, very important aspect of this sort of racing. We see it with Formula B, we see it with Formula Ford, particularly on the straight, coming onto the straight here. Now is where you need to start working out where you want to be as you cross the finish line in this sort of racing. Different lines being chosen, how that they can maximise their speed halfway down the grid and possibly stream on by the others in this race. So that is where we're seeing these jockeying for positions at the moment, and you may want to give up positions in this particular race as they go 3 wide across the strike. Down the straight they go. Collins got the inside running out on those ripple strips. You don't want to do that in car number 30 if there's going to be any rain around there, Eddie Bezic, as he just regains position number 2 on the road. Collins goes into the lead. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. We'll get an extra lap after that as well. So you would have to suggest 2 laps left in this race to go. Time certain racing here at Island Magic in 2023. Have a look at this. Bezic now down the inside, brings his mate Mains Ruddy through. They go through on the ice entry of Eddie Bezic. Gets hung out to dry there. Not such a bad position, but still the best part of a lap and a half to go.
Eddie Bezic's doing a brilliant job defending there, and Cody Mains Ruddy in the 69 entry. All over the back of Bailey Collins there. Lockie Evanet hanging the wheel out as well, so he's using as much track as he possibly can this morning as he's searching for all of the grips. So I said before there was a new lap record for Cody Mains Ruddy. That was a timing error on the screen, unfortunately, so sorry for calling that one incorrectly, folks. The lap record still is a 1:35, which was set by Anton De Pasquale. He's a well-known bloke in supercar circles. Up the inside, Cody Mains Ruddy there. Number 69 entry up into position 2. He has been a mover and shaker in this race so far, and he is doing a brilliant job. He's only got Eddie Bezic just ahead of him, and he's running out of time. 50 seconds remaining in this race, but this is certainly far from over. The spectrums 1, 2, 3 and 4. McGale in position 5. Now Darren is only 1.5 tenths separating the top 4 as they go almost 4 wide, fanning out like mosquitoes in a frying pan, as Darren would say, coming into turn 1, and that is Bailey Collins now, who takes position 1 going into turn 1. Cody Mains Ruddy just behind there. Now, I dare say there could be some tactics going on here as well, Darren. Slipstreaming is extremely important. It's worth up to 10 kilometres per hour in the straight line, a few tenths of a second. So Cody Mains Ruddy could just be biding his time. He's more than happy to let the other drivers lead the race, and he can just take in the view, watch the gearbox as they go up and down the gears. Got some lap traffic to contend with there. Bailey
That's
Collins
George
defending.
they're catching there as well in that beautiful Van Diemen.
You love that car. Darren loves an RF80, RF87, 89 style car. 86, yeah. I should say, sorry.
So do the likes of Craig Lowndes.
Beautiful looking car, as are all
Stephen
the
Richards
Fords out there. But look, they're doing a brilliant job navigating that lap traffic, so it hasn't held them up too much, although there is a 5-car length gap now between Bailey Collins in the number 96 Spectrum at the head of the field. But I dare say that will be closed down as they go down the main straight. So a few spits of rain as well out there on the lens. Lockie Evanet there just behind, keeping it nice and tidy. And very clean racing from the Formula Ford cohort so far this weekend, 2023 Island Magic. So it's it's Bailey Collins from Bezic, from Jack Bussey, Cody Mains Ruddy, Lockie Evanet, Rowan Kono in position 6 and Kyle Cotto in position 7. Now I believe we've got a replay here. So this is Cody Mains Ruddy. He's trying to negotiate the lap traffic, so they're trying to get past the George car, and he picked the wrong line. So he's actually held up coming through Siberia. That is very unfortunate for him, so he will be ruining that. Unfortunately, Bailey Collins hangs it out sideways through turn 1 on the corner exit, gathers it up once again around the outside. Cody Mains Ruddy, we dare say this is the last lap of the race as well, so they're running out of corners if they're going to try and take the lead there. But during that replay, which we obviously missed it during the live action, Cody Mains Ruddy was held up significantly by the lap traffic, and that was just so unfortunate. But he's out. He's hungry. He wants to take the race victory, but he's got Jack Bussey up the inside. The number 74 leaves him plenty of room. A lot of respect amongst the young drivers out there this morning, Darren.
I tell you what, you get the feeling that Bailey Collins has just opened the door to car 30, let Eddie Bezic lead the field, going around the top of the course here across Lukey Heights and down into MG, because he wants to be the one in the slipstream to absolutely fling it through towards the line there. He opened up the corner nicely. Some might look at that and say a gentleman's move. Others might look at it a bit more sceptically and say he didn't want to lead coming onto the straight this time around. Watch this, under brakes, they'll crowd the corner all the way. No one wants to go to the inside. They all want to get in the line. Have a look at this. This is textbook Formula Ford, setting it up for the run to the flag there. You've got to suggest that Cody Mains, Ruddy and Ebnett are just going to be outside the running, but have a look at this. Bussey, definitely Eddie Bezic there. He has got himself a good car lengths lead. He's negated that slickstream, so running to the flag there. He gets the win too, and I tell you what, he set that up nicely. He saw they were all going to line up behind him. He covered it off at MG and gave himself a good car length. If you've got a car length, the slipstream is way less effective, and we've got a finish there as well. So the first 10 getting across the line, all within about 8-9 seconds of each other. Here comes Paul Ziddy in the Jill's Pretty Special Spectrum. Beautiful looking setup, and a lovely lady indeed. Big shout out to Jills. She's, I'll be say, watching on somewhere from the comfort of home.
You'd like to think she's tuning in. Her hard-earned money being spent by Paul racing Spectrums on the weekend, and they're lovely people, Paul and Jill Ziddy. Here is Callum Marcus on screen. He's the leader in Class A, the 1600 Kent class, in that beautiful number 10 entry. I do love seeing Dayglow yellow on any race car where possible, Darren, but he's done a splendid job to overcome the car of Tim Hamilton, who you can see just behind in shot. He's going to come across the line in position 2 there, so great effort there for Callum Marcus, P1. Here it is a great battle as well. So this is the number 36 of Zellner at the head of this field, leading Coleman, and the 25 of Vanderpoel as well, who we saw having a bit of a spin earlier in this race.
Good fight back for Mark Zellner. He dropped back down to 19th during the race. He'll eventually come to the line around about 16th, I think he will, in this race. So he's fought well, and he's just cleared that group of guys as well. Coming to the line, over towards the wall goes Mark Zellner, and he's got the Dayglow orange helmet. Do you like the Dayglow orange helmet as well, Callum?
Absolutely, Darren. It's Dayglow.
Exactly right. So there is the result. The field has made its way to the line. Phil Marinon home in 18th there, and it would be remiss of me to say his name and not say check out the 50 Years of Fame and Friendship, the new book there for the Formula Fording, celebrating the first 60 years of their existence. formulaford.org.au. There's the final results. Eddie Bezic takes the race win, number 2 for the weekend. It's still the final race to go for the Phillip Island Formula Ford Trophy, brought to us by Cool Drive, as they have done for a couple of decades now. Bailey Collins into 2, Cody Mains, Ruddy, Jack Bussey, Evnett, Kyle Cotter. Then we go outside the 10. Tim Hamilton getting home in 2nd place in the Kent cars. Peter Fitzgerald, Byron Lulu. Mark Zellner actually home in 14th, so a great drive. Dropped down to 19th and gets himself home in 14th, and the cars just making their way off the track. We have got our next field all formed up at pit exit for Formula Open. We'll be on track in just a few moments. We'll be back in a moment. These two parties, the Australian Formula Open and the GT tyres, that's all of our field shot on them. The front row of the grid is set. As I mentioned, there's an invitational class, AFO 3, and then the AFO 4, which is the Formula 4 cars out there on the grid, and that pretty much makes up half the field of AFO 1 and AFO 4s. We've also got a Formula Brabham, Formula Holden in the field there as well. It's a stands out, the Reynard 92D, Doug Barry driving that one back on about the fourth row of the grid there. Does look quite different with the lower nose as opposed to the raised noses on the Formula 3 cars. The revs rise at the front of this field. It is really a points and championship time. Ryan Howe gets away nicely. There's a stalled car there, and it's just on the third row of the grid. And that was Kyle Evans, I think, in car number 1. Was it? No, it wasn't. I'll pick up who it was in the fullness of time. But streaming through to the lead of this race off the second row of the grid, giving Ryan Howe and Trent Grubel really something to think about. And that is car 9 of Miles Bromley, who has a terrific season, doing a splendid job out there, and he has just absolutely brained them off the line there. So keep an eye out for Miles Bromley, currently sitting 4th in the title hunt on 96 points. He could gazump Astley, who hasn't taken any serious part in this weekend's proceedings so far. He's out there, car number 99, 6th row on the grid, so doing a tremendous job, but could, if he wins this, gazump him coming into this one. Astley on 101, Bromley on 96 points, so that could even up. Grubel and Howe is where we are watching though. Grubel on 208, Howe on 189. Through the mist, we look at these magnificent thoroughbred FIA spec Formula 3 cars. They come up to Lukey Heights for the first time. Certainly slick tyres still being used as we get a good look there at Christos Slurzak. And these are the Formula 4 cars we're just watching there as we see the 27 just trying to pick its way through there. The 127 of Paul DiBiase in the field. So Paul DiBiase in the Tardis FT50 Formula Toyota. So another one of those different sorts of cars out there. A couple of Formula 4s. Miles Bromley has done a ripping opening lap. He's got a half a second on Ryan Howe, Trent Grubel. The iterations of the points, and I will be corrected on this, but at the moment, Ryan Howe needs Trent Grubel to finish 3rd or further back in this race to bring it down to a last race benefit. Ryan has to finish 1st in this race if Trent finishes further back to keep the championship still alive. Moves there. There comes the one through the field here. That's Kyle Evans in the Dallara F308-11, exactly the same car as Ryan Howe has, exactly the same specification, an FIA Formula 3 specified car. And there's just the Formula Holden just ahead of that picture there as the 25 streams through, which is a McGale M14-14 that ran in the Australian Formula 4 Championship. Thomas Gallagher for Motorcoat and Tim Macro Racing on board there. Mid-pack there at the moment. There is still charging at the field, the number 27. He is Ryan Howe. He is currently in position 2. Miles Bromley leading the way, doing a nice job indeed. Very hard to pick them in this misty conditions. It is certainly not wet, but it is definitely greasy, and it's going to display the aero package of these Dallaras and how good they can get through the air. The leaders charge down the main straight now. We're getting a good look at the front end shot there. Ryan Howe charges at Miles Bromley, gets out of the slipstream, drives on by. The hole in the air created by Bromley gives Ryan Howe the impetus he needs to keep this championship alive and well. And Ryan Howe is driving the race weekend of his life here this weekend. Very talented young racer. Has been around for a few seasons now. We know him well. And he is driving absolute race weekend of his life to try and keep this alive. There's the car he's against, the 74, and that is Trent Grubel. The 99, the next one on the road there is Astley. In position number 4, then we go back to the 22 of Russell, Barry and McMillan, Evans, Gallagher and Backer running through there. So AFO1 currently being led by Ryan Howe. Got through in a straight line, drag race down the straight here for Race Fuels, Championship Fuel Supply. Of course, the weekend brought to us by the Phillip Island Racing Club, live streaming provided through to Blendline TV as the Race Fuels Australian Formula Open cars turn it on here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. This is the battle, various different chassis being used here. That's the 21 there of Ryan McMillan, which is an Australian Formula 4. Then we go back to the Reynard 92D there, Doug Barry. And the 92D, obviously out of 1992, and some 20 more years, 22 years later, was the Formula 4. A lot less frontal area, a lot smaller vehicle. But boy, oh boy, those Formula Holden days in Australian open wheeler racing. 30 of these cars on the grid here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit was massively exciting racing. All of the big stars, your Paul Stokels, your Stephen Whites, Jason Bright, Scaife, Crompton, Larkham, all of those names massive in Formula Holden. Indeed, Craig Lowndes, who brained them in Brian Sampson's black car there. That was his coming of age driving the Brian Sampson car. As I mentioned before, he supported many drivers, and Craig Lowndes was one of them in the journey there. Just getting a good look back through the field now. That's car number 2, Alex Roberts in the Artec Motorsport Dallara F307. And started out of position number 9. And has just dropped back 2 spots in 11 at the moment, learning how to drive these cars. Of course, Artec, Rico's team, famous in Australian Formula 3, along the lines of BRM, were at the forefront of that sort of racing as well. Indeed, these days, Tim Macro Racing, AGI Sport, and others are certainly weighing in on the Australian Formula Open landscape. Trent Grubel at the moment, just you get the feeling he's just ticking the boxes. A 128.7 is his fastest lap. Ryan Howe in the lead of this race, 128.66 out in front. There they are now. There's our leader, there's second, and there's third on the road. And at the moment, Trent Grubel is just putting the car right where he needs to be, right where he needs to finish, so that this championship can come to a conclusion in this race. So Ryan Howe is doing everything he can. He's leading the race. He's got into the lead. He's got himself a nice gap out over 1.3 seconds, dispensing with some of the slower traffic in this race in the Formula Ford. So nothing to be scared of, nothing to be frowned upon there. These cars are completely different specifications, and the FIA Formula 3 spec car does come with a whole lot more downforce, planes on wings, and a 2-litre normally aspirated power plant, albeit the F4 is a low boost turbocharged engine in that outfit. Coming around the top of the circuit now. 5.5 minutes remain. Getting a good look at the 22 of Bo Russell. Of course, Bo, very new to the scene here, did his first race in the Formula 3 spec cars in the Shannon Speed Series at Sandown on P-plates. Done a lot of karting out of Ballarat. Started racing karts at age 7. He's currently only 17, so he's been at a decade of racing under his belt at the tender age of 17, and represented Australia in the FIA Academy kart racing in 2017 at age 11, and then 2018 at age 12 in Belgium and France. So no stranger to fast, flowing, massive big tracks, but it's great to see a young fella. Started off the second row of the grid in P4, and he's holding on to that P4. Very important at this stage of your career to not give up a spot from where you've qualified and try and push on forward. A couple of Australian Formula 4 cars we're having a good look at coming down the straight as well. Bit of a maligned series right from the word go in the Australian landscape, but certainly has provided us with the likes of Thomas Randall, Will Brown. Those guys came through the Formula 4 series. Of course, Thomas Randall also ran in Formula Ford. We had him as a guest commentator at the state round here in September during Formula Ford. Loved his time in Formula Ford. In fact, said he'd dearly like to get back in one and just do a couple of races. He really enjoyed the the aspect of his career. Of course, Thomas did a ripping job on the streets of Adelaide yesterday, got a podium for the Mustang, and we applaud him for that. A guy that has taken time in Formula Ford, has thrown Formula 4 and also sports sedans, tried to get the lap record here in the sports sedan in September. So be listening in to what's happening in Adelaide to see if our Thomas can do a ripping job over there. Great bloke, professional race car driver these days. There's Grubel coming through turn 3, not being able to peg back this gap to Miles Bromley at the moment, but looks visually like it might have been, and that's sort of happened over the last quarter of a lap or so. He seems to have turned up the wick in sector 1 on this lap. We don't have the luxury of sector timing here this weekend, but that gap is certainly visually quite closer to Miles Bromley. Ryan Howe is now out over 2 seconds to Miles Bromley. So the title is swinging towards Trent Grubel at this point of time, being that he's hanging on to P3 on the road. You cannot take anything away from Grubel or Howe during this season's title hunt. It just happened to be the cards have fallen the way they have, and right now Ryan's doing everything possible. You can't do anything more than lead a race and drag all the points you possibly can in to your wallet for the championship. They stream down the straight here, and boy, oh boy, this is a circuit that just lends itself to these Formula 3 type of wings and slicks racing, setting themselves up for good running. And this gap just between these two cars is still giving Trent Grubel the full effect of his wings. If he gets too much closer into the dirty air, that's when it becomes an issue. Ryan Howe's just put the fastest lap of the race in on lap number 7, so just getting that car right into the operating window, which is ominous for the closing race for today, because although the championship is just starting to look a little bit more obvious at this point in time, race wins, and on weekends like this when there's such magnificent looking trophies which are on display in the cafeteria window down there, if you want to see them, PIARC at Island Magic bring out the most glorious trophies for winning the very important races that we have these cars competing in right across this weekend. And of course the AFO cars here will continue to race for these famous awards. Of course, it's the Victorian Road Racing Championship, the John Roxburgh Trophy, and they're running for it. Of course, Trent Grubel won it last year, not conducted for a couple of years in the middle there, but names like Michael Caruso in his Formula 3 series, Chas Jacobson, Brian Sampson won it in 1997. Some other names there, John Walker, John Roxburgh, Arthur Abrahams, Russell Davison, Arthur Abrahams again, and Trent Grubel won it last year. But at this point in time, the fastest car on track is definitely Ryan Howe, so he would like to write his name on that particular coveted award, the Victorian Road Racing Championship, as Trent Grubel now looks into the back of Miles Bromley. They're closer than they've ever been. The 9 and the 74 getting together in a romantic dance. You get the feeling there's not a lot of romance out there for these guys. In fact, the way Trent Grubel's putting his car on the track at the moment, he wants that second spot on the road. We've got 23 seconds remaining on the clock, so I would suggest that we're going to get another lap out of this. I'm not sure, as Grubel streams on through like it hardly even blinked. Just went whoop through on Miles Bromley, and he gets P2 on the road as we look to the start-finish line for our race leader coming around. Is the last lap board going out? Yes, it is. So Ryan Howe will receive that. He has got himself a pretty handy lead. Trent Grubel into P2, so you're 3.7 seconds. It's not going to be enough to stop the championship hunt for Trent Grubel, so keep your eye on car number 74 as he gets to the line with about 3.8 kilometres left to go with where they are on the track. There he is. Oh, that's looks like he's gone back to Miles Bromley, has found his way through on Trent Grubel there. So that has changed the landscape there as well. So Bromley back into P2. Trent Gooble caught out there as the number 16, just which is Huang in the F4. He's currently sitting third in the AFO4 series. Having said that, both Jamie and Brody, who are sitting on 139 and 136, are not here this weekend. So Huang could certainly come up in the standings there as well. As we just get a quick look back through turn one, that was where Bromley got through on Trent Grubel. He had to go out over the back of the ripple strip and held on. That was pretty hairy there for those two as we look to the top of Lukey Heights now. There's our race second and third place getters as we look for our race leader to come around here. It's Ryan Howe that will lead the field through. But there's Bromley and Grubel just getting a lap on those Formula 4 cars. They're staying out of the way. And there it is, the checkered flag goes to Ryan Howe. That's 2 from 2 in the final round. Grubel and Bromley go side by side. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Bromley by 0.02 of a second to Trent Grubel. And that is how it played out over the last lap. 3 changes of place in 1 1/4 laps between Bromley and Grubel. Miles Grubel in the number 9 takes that battle off Trent Grubel. But the battle, the title, Trent Grubel now reaches out for it, reaching out for that trophy. We've still got one more race to go, but that has, I would suggest, sealed the title now for Trent Grubel. We'll get confirmation from the category on that before we start the race this afternoon. Of course, Australian Formula Open will be on again at 2:35, so we'll get confirmation from the category on that. The rest of the field streaming through. Bo Russell again, a 4th race, keeping his nose clean, getting some good fast laps. He's within half a second of the fastest lap of Ryan Howe, who has got great experience in top-level racing. Then it's Astley to Evans, McMillan, Barry, Roberts and Gallagher rounds out the 10. Tobacco, DiBiase, Slurzik, Huang, Wilson and Beer. There it is, confirmation for race 2 for Formula Open. Ryan Howe takes the win, 2 from 2 so far here this weekend. Miles Bromley, Trent Grubel in the 74 will be very, very happy inside the driving compartment of that particular Dallara. Bo Russell still forging on, doing a ripping job. Outside the 10, Rodney Baker, Paul DiBiase, Chris Slezak, Han Ming Huang, Mark Wilson, Nathan Beer, Lawrence Casitas, Shane Murray not taking the starter's signal. So that is it. We've got one more race to go for Australian Formula Open, doing a tremendous job. And we'll wait to hear from the category management, Derek Bode and Timmy Macro for the sealing of that particular championship in its inaugural year. And they've done a tremendous job with it. I'm going to take a quick break because we have got Formula V coming out on a track next for their second race for the weekend. And Formula V's always put on terrific racing here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Thanks for joining us at Island Magic. Back in a moment. end of the New Line Falcon right in front of him. We cast our eyes to the front of the grid because Robbo has stopped. We wait for the green flag. The revs will rise. This is a really classy field of sports sedans from front to back. And we are away. Francois Habib stalls it, gets clutch take up, stalls it. The anti-stall fires in there. Connell in the four-wheel drive Subaru got a rocket of a start. Had to check it up there because Francois had stopped on the grid. So Dean Cam gets turn one all to himself. Milton Severus goes through there as well. So he is in really hot pursuit there. McLeod. And he's been taken by Cam McKee before they got to turn one. Francois is going. There's Collins. Rick Newman's charged through the field. Michael Robinson got away very poorly down the back there as well. Michael Luff, this brand new all-white VE Commodore, is in the pack there. And there's Robbo as well. He's got Linsell. He's got Luck there as well. Under brakes, Milton Severus challenging for the front of this race. It's been the best part of a decade since we've seen Milton in the Sports Sedan Championship or in the series or even at the 50k plate, and he is already challenging for the lead with Dean Cam. These are two big guys, and by that I mean physically. They create a shadow when they walk around the pits. Big tall fellas, and they get out there and they fight for keeps. Have a look at Cam McKee, the turbocharged Falcon, that AU, the red one right there in the middle of our pack here. Two ex-supercars. There's a Commodore and a Falcon right in his mirrors.
Tell you what, coming out of Siberia, Rick Newman was monstering the back of the Collins black machine there, heading up towards turn 7 and 8. Now goes the long way around MG corner, gets that move done. Another spot for Rick Newman. He's made remarkably good progress from the start of this race. And then you had the Monaro there of Michael Robinson, very slow away, but I think he's just eased himself into it. I don't think he's done anything too untoward, but he's just slowly working his way through the pack. He's not too far off the back of this group in shot, rounding up the number 72 machine of Ben McLeod, who's gone a little bit backwards at the start of this race and now makes his way up into position number 7, Michael Robinson.
Dean Cam now being monstered by two Commodores in his mirrors, the number 66. He probably doesn't even know they're there. It's really hard to see out the back of this Corvette. So Dino just gets on with the job at hand here. Sporting the Groove Train Eastland window banner there. Looks $1 million this Corvette. Milton Severus in behind here. Francois Habib here. Cast your eyes back. This could be the 2007 Championship V8 Supercars with those contenders in the second and third place. Rick Newman's charge from rear has come up to 4th. He is the big mover in the pack. Dean Cam's opening lap, the fastest in the field. Of course, he got away very smartly, which is the tradition for Dean Cam in the Corvette. And have a look at Rick Newman. He has charged through the field. Here comes Michael Robinson, the number 32. Bell Real Estate, Coaching Room, Monaro. It's cast a grey livery. It's had a bright yellow livery. Now it's got this black livery in the coaching room and has done Mount Panorama and the Gold Coast in recent weeks. And he is here at the 50k plate. He has been the multiple winner of the 50k plate. You can never remove him from contention. Cam McKee just opens the door there, eases the wheel, and Robbo fills that gap. Rightfully so there. Great driving by Cam McKee and the number 44 AU Falcon. It's Michael Robinson charges onto the straight here. And this car has been doing such great work. We're just noticing around the track the rain is starting to return here. And Rick Newman into P2. How long until P1?
Now.
You don't even get to say it. And he has gone into the lead of this race. Rick Newman, car number 65, leads the way. Victorian Championship winner. He had a massive career in improved production and was at the vanguard of change within improved production with his Falcon. Now moving into the sports sedan era and has had great success as well. These guys have got nothing for him.
2 penalties have been issued as well. We've actually, as you can see, Severus looking down the inside of Cam. He sees the vulnerable opportunity. We've just seen 2 penalties flash up on our screens for Rick Newman and for Michael Robinson. 5-second penalties. That would be for potentially jumping the start. So Rick Newman to the lead of the race. He's now got to clear out.
That's sad because Robbo might have jumped the start, but he didn't get into second
get very
gear.
far.
He was very slow getting away there, and he's just charging out of Siberia now. So Robbo is, for all intents and purposes, in 5th in contention. Rick Newman now leads the race, so he's going to have to get himself 5.1 seconds ahead to remain and take the victory. At this point in time, Steve, you'd have to say that it's all pretty mathematical in that respect, because Rick Newman's gone. He is absolutely sprinting away from these guys.
Yeah, he was absolutely charging. About this time a lap ago, I was looking at him, his lap times going, he's going to be on the back of this group of 3 cars in no time at all, and lo and behold, he was, and then he was gone. The big surprise packet now is Francois Habib. He was, 2nd or 3rd in the running order. He's starting to lose a little bit of touch with Milton Seferis on that last lap. Seferis is now on the driver's left. He's looking at putting a move on Dean Cam. Dean's driving a very, very defensive line at the moment as the rain starts to annoy some of these competitors. Francois got the wipers going there. Is this just starting to play into Newman's hands a little bit? Has he gambled on a setup that is benefiting him more so than the 3 cars in shot here right now?
Certainly wet tyres are not going to play into it just yet. 5.5 minutes left to go. Yes, he might do it. The rain gets heavier. It's that annoying misting rain. I can tell you that there's only one umbrella on top of the pit viewing area. Normally if it's raining there's 30 or 40 umbrellas up there, but people are still walking around without hats and raincoats and things on, so it's not bad. It's an annoying mist, but Dean Cam is certainly coming under fire again now by these 2 Commodores, being joined by a very, very familiar car, the number 32 in his mirrors. Here we go, back to the start. Let's watch the back of the field here. Just about to get away. Francois Habib stalls. Michael Robertson left sitting on the grid there, so
yeah, I'm
racking my mind as to what might have occurred there.
Unless they were rolling at the start very, very slightly, or they were too far forward. That was very, very odd for me. Here we go, Cam again, big defensive line. He's been defending just about every corner for most of this race so far. Look at him trying to squeeze the throttle, the power kicks in. Cars jump to the left, jump to the right, fistful of opposite locks, so the rain's starting to have some impact here.
I tell you what, that is like 2000 all over again, where Richard Catchlove and Milton Seferis got all tangled up with each other. And Michael Robinson, I think he had a flashback to that as well. I think he might have won the 50k plate that year and he just got out of it. Milton Seferis goes to the left of the track. Dean Cam holds onto the right. Dean is still in front of this as Robbo is really getting his hands full now with Francois Habib. He has got the championship all but done at the moment. So Milton does, Francois Habib does have to continue. Have a look at this. Michael Robinson right round the outside. Can you do it? Oh, yeah, you can. When you got big, wide tyres on the back and you're running a thoroughbred sports sedan, you can put your Monaro out right wide and drive right round Milton Seferis there. Under brakes now. Dean Cam can see the black Monaro. It's been looming in his mirrors for a lap and a half now. He's on him. The number 32, multiple winner of the 50k plate, Michael Robinson, Captain Smooth out there. He is so smooth when you see on camera of him. He is so deliberate in his driving of his sports sedan, and he will be very much all over the back of Dean Cam, and Dean will be looking back and going, nah, I didn't want to see the number 32 there. I really didn't. Pressure applied now. Cam in the 66.
Yep, forcing him to go a bit quicker than he would ideally like. They've now started to put a little bit of margin between Seferis. Oh, look at the slide for Robinson coming over the top of Lukey Heights. That would have got his attention. Wouldn't have quite had to reach for the new draws at the end of this race, but that would certainly be a bit of a warning sign that it's starting to get a little bit too slippery coming over the top. You might have to look at lining up another passing move somewhere else on the circuit where it suits the car. Looks like that side of the circuit is starting to cop the most of the tricky conditions at the moment. Seeing put the power down out of MG as well, with all the drivers starting to realise they have to be a little bit more gentle with the throttle application. They can go full beans down the front straight though. That's what Cam's got to his advantage at the moment. He just clears out, gets an air margin coming out of turn 12 all the way down to turn 1.
Steve, you and I just experienced what it is to be at the racetrack. Live streaming and the Blendline coverage is brilliant, but being at the racetrack when these things thump the ground going past you. Around the outside again now, Michael Robinson has got the Monaro row. He's got out the Loctite. He's put it on the tyres. He's got it so sticky on the ground. He hasn't put anything on the tyres. He does not put anything on there at all. But I'm just saying, he has got this running the wide line through turn 2 so magnificently. So Michael Robinson sitting in P3. The interesting thing is that Rick Newman is 12 seconds up the road. He's got a 5-second penalty. He'll still win the race by 7 seconds. He has absolutely bolted in the New Line Homes Falcon. Here's a great battle. These guys have been battling inside the top 5 in the State Series for the last 2 years. Cam McKee, Ben McLeod featuring in the championship hunt for the regulars that are running in the series. Doing a terrific job, both these guys, preparing their own cars. And that Falcon is just something a little bit different. It really is. It's a 6-cylinder turbocharged outfit, and it is absolutely magnificent the way it goes about its racing. Everyone in sports sedans has a different iteration, a different way of making the mousetrap catch the mouse.
That's exactly right. McLeod's just been applying pressure to the back of McKee for the last 2 laps now, hasn't found a way through. In a normal circumstance, there would be the other way around. Normally, McKee would be behind McLeod for what we've seen for most of the season so far. This is where the shoe's on the other foot. McKee making that number 44 AU Falcon as wide as he possibly can, making McLeod earn every part of this. Now to the inside at turn 12. Not sure if that was a mistake from McKee or if he was just a little bit late on the turn in, or if McLeod just committed hard. Yeah, something's gone quite wrong, because that car has slowed at a much different rate of knots compared to a normal braking spot. Robinson, finally, is he going to get this move done on Cam out of turn number 2? It looks like he has, but he'll have to defend down into 4.
Geez, I tell you what, Michael Robinson running that wide line. That's 3 of the main competitors he's taken around the outside at Southern Loop. It's a very, very game way of doing about it. But if you've got the grip and you can get the job done, you're pretty much right for the other big fast corners around the track. I refer to Lukey Heights in turn 12. You're just going to gap people coming up the back straight now. The Corvette clearly more slippery through the air. But Michael Robinson, 700 horsepower plus, easily getting up the back straight there in the 32. Both him and Rick Newman have fought their way through the field, but Rick Newman has done a masterclass in sports sedan racing. 15 seconds ahead now of Michael Robinson in P2, so Rick Newman will get that penalty applied. Now, in the next 11 seconds,
what's Robbo going to do?
What's Robbo got to do? He's got to get 5 seconds in front to hold his front row grid position. So the last lap board has just been received by Rick Newman, and we will see the field come streaming around for one more lap. Will Michael Robinson, has he got it to be able to pull 5 seconds on Dean Cam, or will Dean Cam sit next to Rick Newman to start the Ramada Resort 50k plate later on this afternoon?
At this stage, it looks like Cam will be sitting on the opposite side of the front row, because he's staying with Michael Robinson. That horsepower advantage in a straight line for the number 66 Corvette is immense. That's what's keeping him in touch. But this is where Robinson's been strong, coming through Southern Loop, running down to turn 4.
It's the first time he's taken the ideal line. Every other time he's had to go right round the outside. It's like going high on the Thunderdome almost, isn't it?
Yeah, but even when he's been wide out of turn 2, he's had so much more grip and so much more commitment. He's been able to hold Cam honest for most of this, but still taking the defensive line into turn number 4. So he's still a little bit worried there. This battle's not over with either. Seferis has got his hands full with the 23 of Francois Habib, looking the long way around at turn number 4. Then has to leave a little bit of room, so up the inside will come. Oh, so close to nose to rear contact. Mistake in the braking zone for Habib for Siberia. Very nearly ended in disaster.
Gee, I tell you what, here comes Rick Newman, and he is lining up for the checkered flag. Didn't get out yesterday. Started rear of grid, charged through the field in 2 laps, was in the lead of the race, got a start line penalty of plus 5 seconds. He's taken care of that, and a whole lot of landscape there as well. So the New Line Homes Falcon guy, the guy that started out in improved production, started the groundswell of support of V8s winning in that category, wins in a preliminary race for the Ramada Resort 50k plate. The next sports sedans to come to the line will be 2nd and 3rd in this race, and it's not going to be a 5 second gap, but it will be Michael Robinson. He gets into P2. or will be relegated back a bit there as well. Dean Cam ultimately home P3 on the road. The interesting gap to look to will be back to Milton Severus, and I would say Robbo will have the second row of the grid.
Yeah, he'll be third based on that evidence just there. So the other cars that just crossed the line there, Seferis and Habib, were about 8 seconds behind Dean Cam. So with the 5-second penalty applied, Robbo will be classed third, and that will be third position on the grid for the 50k plate this afternoon.
Great battle by these two on screen there, just waving to each other. Good bit of Aussie rivalry there.
And it went to
Slow-mo
McKee,
Co versus
not by
the
much.
General.
Look at that. Only 0.2 of a second to McKee's on it. What's happened to Shaw in the number 94 AU Falcon? That looks like it's a little bit low on the front right-hand corner.
Yeah, that doesn't look good for David there at the moment. As we see the number 7 car, Paul Cornell, if it's going to rain this afternoon, keep your eye out for that. And remember, John Lawson won a 50k plate in a WRX four-wheel drive in the rain, so we'll just see he'll be doing the rain dance. Certainly will be, as we see that magnificent-looking devil inside type Craig Linsell 33 Mini. Michael Robinson in, Dean Cam in. There is Milton Seferis on return. Francois Habib just trying to hang on to his points lead in the championship. And there we have it. Confirmation of results for race number 2 for the Ramada Resort Sports Sedans, and of course their championship sponsors, the Groove Train, Eastland, QP Lubes, and National Blind Supplies. Dean Cam takes out that victory. In fact, not sure. Rick Newman was certainly across the line there first. Dean Cam, Michael Robinson, Milton Seferis, Francois Habib, Cam McKee, Ben McLeod, Gary Collins, Luff, Linsell, Shaw, Connell, and Goldman didn't take the starters' orders. So that sees the qualifying for the all-important 50k plate, one of the biggest awards in Australian sports sedans, as the scrutineers pick out 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the road for an extra bit of check before we go into that. As we go, the tyre there, yes, certainly on car number 94, which is David Shaw. He's had a puncture there, so he'll rectify that between now and the start of the 50k plate. Great way to get the sports sedans underway. Great way to get racing for Island Magic for the 33rd running of it with the Porsches, sports sedans. And up next, the all-weather category. Doesn't matter what it is. You got one set of tyres. You can run it in the rain. You can run it in the dry. The Yokohamas brought to us by the Traction Tyre Centre. We're looking forward to the improved production cars on track in just a moment.
Of the under 2 litre category next year in 2024. I've mentioned a few times we've been unfortunate not to have so many of them here in Victoria. Several drivers having mechanical things that need to be fixed, and New South Wales has done it so well for so long a period of time, and a number of drivers are starting to acquire some of those 2 litre cars out of New South Wales.
Yes.
Hopefully it'll bolster a nice little field here next year.
Yeah, it looks like we might have up to 11 under 2 litre cars next year, Steve, so that'll be really good. As we're just waiting for the last of the XLs to pull up now, so we just shortly have a green flag and we can get this one underway. This morning's weather might be just nice for some very fast times from the Pool Monaro, I think, Steve.
Yep, well, he did go under the lap record last year, so that lap record of 39.88 still exists. And can he go one better this weekend? 2 South Australians on the front row. What a launch from Adam Poole. Absolutely zero wheel spin from pole position. Gets the whole shot straight away. down into turn number 1. That didn't go according to plan for him yesterday. It has this time. Check out John Caligari in the VN. He's had a monster launch from the 3rd row, challenging Max Demerick into turn number 1. Had to back out of it on the inside line, but he got both the BMWs at the start there. Matt Logan also managed to have a good launch from the 3rd row as well, although check out the nimbleness of the BM's entry of Lockie McBrien going right around the much heavier VN at turn number 2.
Certainly, and then Andrew Butcher's got a great start there as well. He's right up on the back of Matt Logan, and we've got a little bit of a gap back to Casper's, but it's a very close thing at this start as Matt Logan tries to go the high side round. Caligari going down to turn 4. Is he going to get the job done there? I think he may have. As a Commodore, yes, has to pull in just behind Matt Logan, so great into turn 4, and then we've got Andrew Butcher, who's climbed right on the back of Caligari as well.
Yeah, they had a great exchange yesterday, Matt Logan and John Caligari. Unfortunately for Matt, he torched a tyre coming down the hill into MG corner, which opened up the opportunity for John to slip through. He then had a further incident a couple of laps later, something similar to Craig Casper's as well. So turn 10 was sort of the lock-up hotspot yesterday afternoon. No such worries in the early going here, though, for the Yokohama AO50s. Kevin Coulson coming into the pits at the return road at turn 4, so something not quite right with the number 87 Honda Civic.
That's a real shame for Kevin. It's great to see him back out having a run again as we come onto the straight now, and we've got Max Demerick, who's managed to hold right onto the back of Adam Poole as they come onto the straight for the first time. This will be a drag race down the strip, and you should see the Monaro just pull away just ever so slightly down the front straight.
Ever so slightly. Have a look at the drone footage. That was pretty evident that it showed just how fast that Monaro is in a straight line. But this is what happened yesterday. Max had a good opportunity down at turn number 10, scythed down the inside of Poole, but it only lasted 3 corners, but the opportunity was there. He told me afterwards, you've got to take those opportunities sometimes when they present themselves, because you never know what's going to happen if you don't take it.
And Matty Logan started off with a ripper start this morning. He's sitting there in 4th place just behind Lockie, who hasn't managed to get away from him at this stage. Then Caligari and then Butcher. It's nice and close just between those 4, and over the journey of the race this morning, we've got another 9 minutes to go.
Roughly another 9 minutes to go, yes. So we got 9 laps in yesterday in the time allotment that we had. So we're tracking somewhere towards 8 or 9 laps again for the second preliminary this morning. Now that car at the rear of the shot there, Andrew Butcher, the number 59 machine, they've had some handling gremlins throughout the course of the weekend. Andrew sort of felt that the car's rear was trying to overtake the front of the car at various points on the circuit, primarily at turn-in. He was able to stay with Lockie McBrien yesterday afternoon, so I felt that he must have gotten on top of those handling issues, but he's now at the back of that 4-car group behind McBrien, Logan and the Cal West entry of Caligari. Now back to the XL battle. This is something that has been rather entertaining to watch this year, I think, Dave. We're starting to see a number of cars either cross-entering between XLs and improved production, just having to change the tyres. That's all they need to do. Get rid of the Dunlop Derezas, strip them off and put on the Yokohama AO50s. And there's been some great racing, because this is one of the hallmarks of improved production. There's so many different classes. You know, over 2s and under 2s is the primary one, but within the under 2s, there's your under 1600s, which the XLs fit into, and then the 1600 to 2 litre. So this is just bolstering that lesser capacity class to a good extent.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see the New Line Homes livery is still in improved production. As everyone probably remembers it, New Line Homes was a sponsor for
11 years.
Over 11 years for the improved production. And it's great to see that Chris is out there carrying the flag of the New Line Homes banner in improved production and carrying that on. And he's having a great battle there.
Brendan Sala.
Yeah, with Brendan Sala, and I'm pretty sure that Brendan Sala's an ex-go-karter, come through the XL field, and now he's jumped into the XL. So it's really, really good. There's normally another 3 XLs, so we're going to have quite a few more, I believe, next year as well that are coming across, and it's great to see because they fit right into our category really well.
I'd be likely to see what the XLs do with regards to how they go up against some of the Nissan Pulsars that we've seen in times gone past improved production as well. There's been a couple of them over the course of time, and just to see how they compare, because they're some of the real 2 proper control classes that we see, the APRA Pulsars and the XLs.
Just flip back onto the screen. I was just watching the boys go through through the hay shed there, and Caligari was nicely sideways going through there as he was trying to catch up to Matty Logan, who had a bit of a brake lock-up going down into
into MG.
Into MG.
That's the fourth or third time he's actually done that across the weekend. That's exactly where he had the problem yesterday afternoon, which allowed Caligari to slip past and had a further issue there later in the race. So this is a battle resumed between two very, very different makes of the General's men. I was looking at some of the lap times at some of the other VNs that we've seen in improved production here. Oh, big tyre failure. John Caligari going straight on at turn number 1. He's done an awesome job to pull that up. That let go at a vast rate of knots on the front right. So something has torn the front right to shreds. Bits of debris went absolutely everywhere on the front straight. Did a really, really good job to avoid making contact with Matt Logan. That would have been a scary moment.
It certainly would be, and knowing full well what it's like to have a big off at turn 1, it's a really good to see. I've just got goosebumps going up and down my arms from the last time I was here, and I had a massive off at turn 1 into the wall. So that was really well done to stay up the wall, John. Congratulations there.
Have a look at this. It just lets go without warning. In behind Matt Logan. Check this out. Bang! There it goes.
That was really well done, and it was good for Andrew Butcher to be able to miss all that action too and to get through without getting tangled up in that. That would have been quite a frightening moment there.
Yeah, that would have been a frightening moment, considering as well John's had his fair share of trouble this year on his way to the WA state title with a major contact situation into the wall at Wanneroo. At about 110 kilometres an hour, and a big panel job to get that car fixed and then bounce back and win the title, and now going to have a little bit more work to do. It looks like he's going to try and limp that car around though to get off at turn 4 to keep the race green flag. So well done, John.
Yeah, it's great to see the Honda of Larry Merrifield having a battle with an old school Holden there. And Larry's first run for improved production this weekend, and he seems to be handling himself quite well. 1 minute 51 in this type of greasy conditions is not bad going.
No, not a bad going at all. I think he did a 49 yesterday in qualifying trim, so he was really happy with the car. Stock out of the box, not too many other modifications. One of the cars that's come out of New South Wales used to belong to Matt Harris, and there's John pulling himself into the pit, so he's gotten around really safely. And he'll be off to see the Traction Tyre boys, I think, to see if they can get another tyre for that front right-hand corner. There's the debris on the front straight there. You can still see that it's very present. And there's Craig Casper's running straight over it, and the other drivers there as well, Merrifield and Boyd, have seen that as well. But unfortunately, they can't do much to avoid it because it's strewn right across the track from left to right.
Yeah, it certainly is, but hopefully it doesn't do any flick up and do any damage to anyone, and hopefully we can keep going with a nice race as the old school Commodore gets really spirally coming out of turn 2 there, and then because of the horsepower we'll be able to pull up. Going through Stono should be able to pull up alongside, and then we'll be able to get through there, and then the Honda should be able to dive back under brakes if
that's close enough. There we go. On the inside for Merrifield. And he's going to make a fist of that. Check out that for an angle of a shot. That's a beautiful angle from the drone footage down there at turn number 6, just illustrating like that they gave each other plenty of room there. That's great racecraft between the two of them.
It sure is. It's really quite interesting to see that the old school Commodore's got the straight line handling, but when it comes to brakes and turning, the Honda's all over it.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of old school Commodores, how's your Commodore progressing?
My old school Commodore is coming along really nicely, thanks, Steve. It's pretty much prepped, ready to be painted. And the engine at the moment is at McPherson's workshop in Bendigo, and that's having a rebuild at the moment too. So we're hopefully round 1, maybe round 2 next year. So really looking forward to getting back out there and seeing the guys out there having a run is not my ideal fun. I'd rather be out there than having to annoy you up here, Steve.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure having you here for the time you've been up here. So it's be good to see you back out there, though. It's one of the cars that sorely missed on the grid. Check out there was a bit of a slide job there for Boyd coming out of turn number 11.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Island Magic 2023. A slight delay there. Wasn't in the program. A little secret we had to let out just there as well. So the Phillip Island PIARC people Phillip Island operations people have been very, very busy working on the engineering side of things to make sure that that wall is brand new again. It does have to be returned to its full structural integrity. It is what the safety of the racetrack is all about. Thank you for those that have remained with us trackside around the track. It's also a little bit that misty weather is still with us here. I'm Darren Smith, and right alongside me is Callum Brannigan as we are about to see the Kent engine cars, the 1600 Formula Fords, for their final race for the season as well. Welcome back, Callum.
Thank you, Darren. Thank you for having me back up here in the best commentary booth in Australia, if not the world. And yes, Formula Ford 1600 on track now for their final race of the weekend. Now, unfortunately, the Duratec race before was a non-event. That was a bit of a scary incident for Lockie Evanet coming on to the main straight. Luckily, the driver is safe. And as Darren alluded to before, there's been a huge amount of work from PIARC, or the Phillip Island operations crew, the safety and maintenance guys and girls doing a tremendous job to get the track back up to 100% condition. Right now, the 1600s, the Kent cars, they're on track for their final race of the weekend. And we've got Thomas Kalamarkis on pole position in his Spirit K08. He shares the front row with Tim Hamilton, who's racing this weekend, or I should say most of the time, if not all of the time, in a Spectrum 010, a very beautiful, svelte-looking race car.
And Callum, he was lucky to make the grid. He was lucky we had an hour and a quarter delay, wasn't he?
Yeah, our spies and our news hounds getting all the goss and shaking trees down in the paddock and finding out what falls out told us that they had a few dramas getting that car just sorted, ready for this race. We saw him make the dummy grid only just, and he will line up on the front row alongside Thomas Kalamarkis. Peter Fitzgerald, Fitzy, as he's known by his friends in the number 17 Spectrum 011B. He starts out of P3 alongside Lutlu in the number 32 entry. He starts out of position 4. Mark Zellner in the number 36, starting out of position 5, alongside Gerrit van der Poel in his Van Diemen, starting out of position 6. Coleman starting out of 7th. Craig Arnold in 8th position in that number 90 entry. Phil Marinon in the venerable old Galloway, beautifully presented Australian-built Formula Ford. Always does a spectacular job campaigning. That car does Phil Marinon, and works tirelessly behind the scenes as well as the Formula Ford Association category administrator. So tireless efforts behind the scenes to ensure that this category, with such a long legacy of motor racing in Australia, continues to thrive as well as it has. So, Darren, very excited for this Kent-engined 1600 Formula Ford race, and it will be just under 11 minutes in duration by the time the cars have made their way out onto the field. Now, we've obviously had, the start, finish, straight. So we've had some rolling showers throughout today. The weather has been up and down at best, but the drivers, they haven't really noticed that huge amount of grip difference. They reckon that when the weather has been opening up, the track conditions are becoming when the mist comes down, they haven't been losing all that much grip. So it's just being a little bit unnerving when you see a huge amount of mist on the helmet visor. But nonetheless, they are underway. The race 3 for Formula Ford 1600 underway, and they walk those Formula Fords off the line rather gingerly, but it is a drag race between Hamilton and Kalamarkis as they come into turn 1, but Kalamarkis has the inside line in his Spirit, doing a brilliant job there in the grey and yellow entry. The number 10 car taking it nice and easy. Now, when the sun does come out, the track dries extremely fast, and there's probably been 2 or 3 wet and dry cycles during this break whilst the wall repairs were taking place. But you can see Fitzy now in the red Spectrum. He's coming under fire as well, coming through turn 3. You can see he's on the outside there.
That's Mark Zellner in the 36 looking up the inside in his McGale. I had a quick chat with Mark between races, and his car's 30 kilos overweight. Nothing to do with the car, apparently.
Look at that drone shot. Beautiful. Some of the drivers were talking to us about this as well. They pointed at the drone shots, and they love the shots being provided by Blendline TV here this weekend. And you can see Yokohama tyres on these cars. It's a control tyre, a Yokohama A048 on the entire field. and they are gingerly just circulating. I dare say they're not quite flat through that part of the circuit just yet, while they're still getting the tyres up to their operational window while the pressures come up there. But Mark Zellner, he's jumped up into position 3. Craig Arnold in the background there in the number 90. He's all over the back of Peter Fitzgerald, who does a brilliant job defending, making that Spectrum 011 as wide as possible. That's the number 17 car. In hot pursuit of Mark Zellner, the 36, he's off to a flying start, but they're losing touch very quickly with the leading duo of Kalamarkis and Hamilton as they come around the long left-hander at the top of the main straight. And look at the slipstreaming games. Here comes the conga line. Peter Fitzgerald pulls out from behind of Mark Zellner. He fancies his chances across the line there. In fact, he even takes that position away before they even get to turn 1. Kalamarkis still leading the way. He's got Tim Hamilton for company behind him, and as we alluded to before, we're reliably informed that it was a bit of a race to get that number 87 Spectrum 010 out onto the track for the start of this race.
Arnold there in the Van Diemen as well, just making up that stream coming onto the straight. Here they come, this second group, just up the back of this shot as they come through turn 3. Kalamarkis to Hamilton, and it'll be Fitzgerald leading Zellner just in the back of this shot here. No, in fact, that's changed around as well. I'm pretty sure that was Arnold's nose that popped out there in that red and white, I'm going to say cigarette company type of livery. Car would have gone back in history. In fact, the Zellner car was the car that Luke Youlden won the championship with in 2000, and Win Cup had it for 2001, sold it on, and then it became the Tony D'Alberto championship car. So some of these cars have got some real pedigree and history to them.
Real history, and absolutely, like, it's not just the drivers.
History, Callum.
What's that, sorry?
Not pretend history.
No, not
it's
pretend
real
history. No, we don't pretend up here in commentary box.
I do
but,
sometimes.
Yeah, we all know that. But no, it's not just the drivers who have a huge pedigree in Australian Formula Ford. It's also the cars, and they are beautifully presented. And you only have to come to a historic Formula Ford race meeting where you see the really old cars dating back to the late 60s, the early 70s. They come out of the woodwork behind with all the owners, the proud owners of these cars, coming out to drive these cars, and they race them just as hard as they did back in the day, and they love it. They absolutely love their time behind the wheel of Formula Ford. Now you can see Hamilton has taken the lead as they're almost running 3 wide. There you can see Arnold having a look up the inside, trying to follow Zellner through there on Peter Fitzgerald. Fitzy in the number 17, he's jumped back into position 4, but has a look up the inside there. But a nice wide line there, a late apex from Zellner means that he'll square off the corner and he'll maximise that corner exit. But the slipstream here, especially in these Kent cars, you can see Arnold now pulling out, fancying his chances at a slipstream overtake as they come through. The fast sweeping left-hander at turn 3. We've got Lutaloo in the background as well, and the number 32 entry as well. Oh, Peter Fitzgerald slams that door firmly shut on Mark Zellner coming through turn 4 there, or Honda as it is colloquially known as. But very clean, very tidy racing here from the entire field of Formula Ford 1600 entrants.
Good shot from the drones there, we're gathering. It's been a tough old day for the drone with the weather the way it is to get a nice clear shot of the fields here. Mark Zellner in the Revolution race gear outfit has come right up onto the back of Fitzy. There we go. Nice view right out over across the top of the property. A couple of those big telecommunication towers that are around the track here. Zellner slides it down, locks it up, cracks it sideways, hands up in the air, corrects it. Mark knows how to correct the bad move down there. For many years, he raced a 2-litre Beetle, of all things. It was a weapon of a thing, and it was always trying to switch ends on him. But he's raced in Formula V. He raced for many years in PIARC and Volkswagen Club sprints in his Beetle, but finding a very happy home in Formula V. Talking about happy home in Formula V, there could be tears coming up in the not too distant future for Hamilton and Kalamarkis. They're going side by side down the straight, but have a look at the 16. In fact, it's not. It's the 10 of Kalamarkis into turn 2 that time around.
And the weather has turned once again. It's big thanks to Yokohama for throwing their support behind Grassroots Motorsport. You can see on the timing tower there, they are indeed, as we've said so many times this weekend, Darren, the controlled tyre supplier for the Formula Ford National Series. Squirreling under brakes, they've got the brake bias, the balance dialed in beautifully, as you would expect at this point of the weekend. But this battle for third position rages on. Peter Fitzgerald now leading the way with just over 4 minutes remaining in this race. He's got Zellner back in position 4, Craig Arnold just behind in position 5, Lutalou in 6th position, Coleman in 7th position in that beautifully restored Swift. That's the number 52 entry. And I love how Formula Ford, it's not just a single make series, is it, Darren? It's all about different manufacturers and their own interpretations to the rules and how they produce. They're not wildly different looking cars, but you look at them and they're immediately noticeably different. Distinguish these cars from one another. You can see the spectrum of Fitzgerald on screen there, leading
each different era has had a different domination car. That 90, that Van Diemen shape for 25 years, you just had to have a Van Diemen. Yep. The Swift came along, and then Spectrum came into prominence. We'd never heard of McGale, then they came into prominence when Greg Woodrow started bringing them into the country, and Sonic created such a great history with championships with McGale, and Spectrum have now, they've been right up the front with the Duratex here this weekend, and they're continuing to do so here, although Hamilton being in the Spectrum, Kalamarkis in the Spirit, and certainly it's been many, many different eras. The Royale, the Wren, the Alphins for many, many years here in Australia were the weapon of choice in that as well. But certainly the Ralph Furman's 86s, 88s, 89s, 90s, they were certainly, the RFs were very much stapled at the top of the tree for a long, long time. So these Kent engine cars enjoy some wide open racing in their own rights here this afternoon. 2 minutes and 34 seconds remain on the time certain clock. We go one lap on top of that, and then we disappear off into Australian Formula Open, the next one on track, where we see the Formula 3s, 4s, even a Formula Holden join the ranks here this weekend. Formula Toyotas all go at it in Australian Formula Open.
Beautiful summary of Australian Formula Ford history there from our very own Darren Smith. Of course, you can purchase yourself a copy of the Formula Ford 50th anniversary book, which is coming out very soon. So we highly encourage you to get your hands on your copy of that and get a comprehensive summary, which was actually penned by Margaret Hardy. So it's a beautiful tribute, or a beautiful legacy of Australian Formula Ford racing. So 50 years of fame and friendship, and it is a beautiful compendium, a summary of Australian Formula Ford racing for more than 50 years. So if you're a racing enthusiast, you love junior racing developments, we encourage you to get your hands on a copy, because it is going to be a spectacular book, certainly one for the coffee table. Now, we've had a mistake here on screen here from Peter Fitzgerald. He's dropped back out of the third position here, with which elevates the car of Mark Zellner now, and he's got, looks like Lutalou's actually taking the challenge now as they come down the main straight. So he takes away position 3, making up 3 positions on that last lap alone, with Zellner back in P4, Craig Arnold P5, and he's been challenged by Peter Fitzgerald, who's back on the charge. Conditions continuing to change now. They're not losing too much in terms of overall grip. Obviously, it's not going to be quite as fast as a slick, fully dry conditions, but it's not what you would call soaking wet out there at the moment. And plenty of heat in the tyres means that they're more than capable of coping with changeable conditions like this.
Some of the hardest conditions to race in, this sort of stuff, because it's definitely not wet and it's definitely not dry. It's just tricky and quite annoying and grabs your attention. The drivers are puffed out at the end of these races, as we see Mark Zellner just holding on to his spot, P3 on the road. He said goodbye to Hamilton and Kalamarkis there as well. They have absolutely disappeared about 23 seconds up the road here. This is the pack of Lutalou, Zellner, Arnold and Fitzgerald. It's in fact Zellner leading the way right now. The 10 seconds left on the race time. That means they will get the last lap board is out. I'm not sure whether that was out or the previous lap around. So it is only just going out now. So we will see our race leaders coming onto the straight now, and they are doing very typical Formula Ford things, wiggling all over the place, trying to shake the draft. Last lap, this is where you need to make it stick. And these two are going to swap for the lead down into turn 1 again on this lap. It'll be Calamarcus leading Hamilton.
And the sun comes out as he does so. So Calamarcus there. Thomas Calamarcus, the number 10 entry. He will lead the way coming through turn 2, the southern loop. It is Spirit versus Spectrum. Tim Hamilton lucky to make the start of this race from what we've been told. Doing a brilliant job nonetheless. He is not affected. He's not perturbed by that slight heart attack moment in the lead up to this race. So making his way to the dummy grid and getting out there and charging on. Putting on a spectacular show between himself and Thomas Calamarcus as they come through turn 4. Coming up to turn 5 through Siberia. And the sun is out, as we said before. Conditions staying just dry enough for these guys to press on as hard as they have so far throughout this race. Meanwhile, this is the battle for position 3. Craig Arnold in the slipstream behind Mark Zellner. Deep under brakes coming into turn 3, the number 90 up the inside. Mark Zellner's coming under fire once again from Lulu as they go through the right-hander, but they're going to be side by side as they come up to Siberia. Craig Arnold, he's pressing on. He's got a beautiful line coming through there, and he's going to square off that exit and remain in hot pursuit of Peter Fitzgerald. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the lead. Still Calamarcus leading Tim Hamilton. Just one corner left to negotiate. Flat through here in a Kent-powered 1600 Formula Ford. They're going to draw side by side. It is a drag race to the checkered flag. Who's got it? It is side by side, and it is Hamilton who takes it. Only just from Calamarcus. Craig Arnold, meanwhile, he's up into position 3. Mark Zellner just behind him with Peter Fitzgerald in position 4 or 5, I should say. Only a handful of corners remain for this gaggle of cars. This has been a fantastic battle from the very start to the very end. Craig Arnold's looking good, but the aerodynamics of his older Van Diemen might not be as sharp as the McGale, but we'll find out in just a few moments as they come charging down towards the checkered flag. Zellner pulls out, and he's going to take it. Zellner takes it just. Third position away from Craig Arnold, and that is 0.0185 of a second between those two across the line there. Craig Arnold home in 4th position with Peter Fitzgerald in 5th position, Darren.
No worries, Callum. Thank you very much for that. That's a nice throw to Daryl. How are you down there in pit lane, Daryl? You well? Oh, I'm up in the helicopter at the moment, mate. Sorry about that. Down to you, Dazza. Thanks very much. Down there from the helicopter. We'll catch up with all of that. Great to see Mark Zellner coming home for a podium there, P3, as the helicopter just disappears off into the weather out over the landscape here at Phillip Island. And hands up in the air, these guys just acknowledging that that's the end of it. Mark Zellner, thumbs up to the officials. That's a long time between trophies for Mark as he brings the number 36 in. He'd be super proud of himself there, and so he should be. All of these guys should be as the Kent Engine Formula Fords come in. The venerable Kent Engine Formula Fords, they've done a tremendous job entertaining us, and they'll park them up, and we will be not too far away from the Formula Open, Australian Formula Open, making their way out onto track. Formula B and then historic touring cars to round out the 2023 Island Magic. We'll take a quick break. Here we shall do. Have a quick break and back in a moment. Australian Formula Open out on track now. Really looking forward to seeing how these cars turn it on for their last race of their season as well. They will be coming down to the grid and take their spot to in history to finish their first full season of this this category. And it has been a happy home. Let's have a quick look at what we will see out on track. The AFO 1, Australian Formula Open 1. The class is for constructed vehicles in accordance with the FIA Formula 3 regulations that applied to the manufacture between the 1st of January 2002 and 31st of December 2012, as specified in any technical regulations, bulletins, amendments, clarifications or directive. AFO2, this is a class for automobiles constructed in accordance with the appropriate regulations that applied in the year of manufacture as specified in any technical regulations, and it is designed to allow in Toyota Racing Series cars, Formula BMW, Formula Renault, Formula Ford 2000, and automobiles from that invitation category. Then AFO3 is invitation category, the class for automobiles constructed in accordance with technical regulations issued by Motorsport Australia, and of course we're seeing here Formula Regional cars, etc. in 2024. So what we're also seeing is a Formula Holden here this weekend, and then AFO4 is dedicated Formula 4 class consisting of previous generation 2015 Miguel and Tardis Formula 4 cars run in accordance with the Australian Formula Open regulations. The AGI Sport Generation 2 Formula 4 cars, Miguel or Tardis, will be allowed to run in 2024 and may also be subject to balance of performance with the Gen 1 cars, the Miguels and Tardises as they ran. Grid sheet looks like this. It'll be Ryan Howe that gets a streak of pole positions, had a couple of race wins and will start off pole. Great driving here this weekend. He really does have to just string together wins to try and fend off, I guess, what is inevitable, the title going to Trent Grubel. But let's see how Ryan can do it. He can only bring home 3 wins, and then you can say, well, I did everything I possibly could in the last round to head off that the newer car. That's what he's racing against. It is definitely a newer car that Trent Grubel has at his disposal. So that is something that he is fighting against, and also Trent Grubel is a pretty avid competitor to go up against. Miles Bromley will be out of position number 2, Trent Grubel out of 3. And as I said, Trent Grubel in the Dallara F312, and Ryan Howe, so his main protagonist in the championship, is out of the F308-11. So there is definitely a aero-technical specification difference between those two cars, and Trent's car is certainly more aerodynamically efficient. Kyle Evans will start out of position number 6 to Ryan Astley. Douglas Barry in the number 56. That is the Reynard 92D Formula Holden. Ryan McMillan out of Queensland in car number 21 is the Miguel M14 F4 1600 turbocharged car. Then we go back to Andrew Roberts, Thomas Gallagher, Rodney Baker, Paul DiBiase in car number 127. That is a Tardis Formula Toyota 50, and he is starting out at 12th. Rodney Baker, Hanmai Huang, Christos Lorezak, Nathan Beer, Mark Wilson, and Lawrence Katsidis off the rear of the grid in car number 23. A late entry here this weekend. Cars are on the grid. We're not too far away from a race start. It's been quite the delay to get these cars on track, but they are going to offer up a tasty feast to round out our motorsport year before we go into Formula V and the massive field of historic touring cars. For those that have remained at the track, you're about to have a treat of open wheeler racing. Does the 27 get away from the line well here to head off this field? No, it doesn't. It's the 9 that walks up the line, and the 99 goes right down the outside. Ryan Howe gets gazumped by the charge of Astley. Ryan Astley out of position number 5, just brained them off the start there, and it will be Miles Bromley that leads them through to Astley. Then it'll be Ryan Howe, and going with them is the yellow nose there of car number 22 of Bo Russell, the young man, and Trent Grubel, champion-elect, sitting back there in P5 there, has sort of been left wondering what happened.
I don't think he knows what happened either. What a ripping start from Ryan Astley off the 3rd row of the grid. Not quite in a position to challenge Miles Bromley out in front going down to turn 4, but nonetheless a stellar start, going 3 wide down the front chute into turn number 1. It narrows up on the approach on driver's right-hand side. He threaded the needle and he made it work. What a great launch, and in a great position here to upset the usual podium trio from the first couple of races so far this weekend.
Indeed he has, Steve De Vries, as we watch the cars come through this mist, and a lot of these cars will have raced in Great Britain early on in their careers and been imported to Australia to run in the Australian Formula 3 racing scene as well. But across the top of the mountain we go. We follow Douglas Barry in the number 56 And he is doing a tremendous job. He's got the number 2 just in front of him here as well. So this is the meat of the pack, if you like. The 25 in there, that's Thomas Gallagher. Just getting a little bit sideways there. And a couple of the AFO4 cars, the Australian Formula 4 Series cars from the Gales that ran for 6 seasons or so here in Australia. And like they do, the Gorillas come through the mist and charge down the front straight. It's Miles Bromley, has a 0.8 of a second lead over Ryan Howe to Astley. Then we go to Trent Grubel. Then it's Bo Russell in P5 as they complete the first lap of the race. 15.5 minutes left to go. This one going the full distance.
Certainly is. Trent Grubel capturing another spot on that lap there. He had fallen behind Bo Russell at the start there, so he's gone back to position number 4. One less than what he started, so still got plenty of time to try and pick up that podium spot there. We saw Kyle Evans going through on Gallagher at the final corner as well. That's this car here, the number 1 machine with the, I guess you can call it the old Spitfire sort of nose on the front of it, synonymous with all those World War II fighter jets, and actually got a bit of a nice little nasty look to it there, doesn't it, Darren, from the side?
Yeah, I like it. It's a good touch there. It really does give it a good look. I think it was Eddie Jordan that did it with his Formula 1 cars as well. They did that also with the Buzz and Hornets. They did that same sort of thing there, giving us a good shot of the very, very misty conditions we're experiencing here. There's no real rain in it, but it is just this low-hanging cloud. It's certainly, let's call it moist air, and that is what we are experiencing here as we just watch that 92D again going about its business. The car behind here that has got that fighter pilot run to it, that's Kyle Evans. It's a Dallara F308-11. We're seeing 2 different generations of open-wheeler race cars. The aero efficiency of the Formula 3 plucks out from behind the hole in the air of the 92D Reynard, and just gets left a little bit behind there. So the 3.8 litre Holden V6, big old heavy cast iron block in the Formula Holden.
These margins closed up in the last lap as well. Ryan Howe, very, very quick on the last 2, 1 minute 30.8, full 0.4 of a second quicker than Miles Bromley. So he's shaved that margin in half in just a single lap. Now starting to apply the blowtorch here, while Grubel's got his hands full with Rick Astley just behind. Grubel's actually dropped a little bit of time here too, whether he's just settling into the groove and realising he has to just bring the car home because the title will change hands.
Ryan Astley there in car number 99. Got a ripping start there, got away nicely, looked up the inside, the 27 showing the nose now to the 9 there. Ryan Howe has got this racetrack on a string here this weekend, and you get the feeling of inevitability that the number 9 is going to get gazumped at any stage very soon. Both exactly the same iterations of the Dallara F308-11. Both these guys have got the exact same piece of equipment underneath them here. It's just a matter of the guy that is second in this little battle at the moment has won 2 races here already this weekend. He's got the car operating perfectly inside. The window looks to the inside now. Has the slingshot through and gets it done for the time being. The number 9, Bromley, just goes back a spot there. So Ryan Howe out in the lead of this race, his main protagonist in the title. Behind Bromley, behind Astley, there it is, Trent Grubel, the newest car here on the grid in the Formula 3 specification. Tim Macro Racing is the Dallara F312. So you would expect that it would be a rapid piece of kit. It's the latest iteration here in Australia of the Dallaras being run in F3.
Is that Christos Slezak that was a bit slow there going into turn number 4? Yeah, it is. So he's had a shocker. Something's probably let go on car number 93 there, I think it is.
Or is he just letting these guys through because he wasn't very fast?
I'm not sure what's happened there. He was definitely a lot further up the field, I would have thought, in the opening couple of races, but he must be just trying to limp that car back around to the pits. Here we go, Grubel starting to throw down the gauntlet now to Astley, heading up through Hayshed, and this has now started to bring, is that Kyle Evans? Yes, he's managed to clear Russell on this last lap as well, so he's now buying into the battle for the last spot on the rostrum.
So Kyle Evans now, he's the number 1 on the side of his car, and he's starting to weigh...
Actually, that is Russell, sorry, I apologise.
Yeah, sorry, you're right, I was going with you there, Steve, but
yeah.
Bo Russell, young charger, is seeing the champion-elect in Trent Grubel just in front of him and going, I'll go with you, as Grubel now just eases his way through on the 99 of Astley. Brian Astley just succumbing to the champion-elect, and Bo Russell is now ranging in the mirrors there as well. So Astley is coming under fire here. The Formula 4 just getting out of the way of these F3s as they start to come through here as well. And Trent Grubel, that very different looking F312 spec car.
Probably shouldn't rule out Kyle Evans as well, actually, because he actually just went and did a 1 minute 29.6. He's only 0.4 of a second slower than the quickest lap of the race, which is Ryan Howe with a 129.2. Actually, they both set those laps on the previous tour. So he's still there or thereabouts. He could still make a good fist of this race, Kyle Evans, possibly get up as high as 50s, just be in the back of shot in the next few seconds, although it looks like he's just been held up by the lap traffic of Beer in the 51. So that unfortunately might put a stop to him making too much more progress.
Yeah, I tell you what though, Bo Russell is weighing in pretty heavily on it here, isn't he? He's tipping in onto Astley, who was given a short back and sides half a lap or so ago. Here's the number 2 of Roberts, and then we've got Douglas Barry and the 92D Reynard. And as they used to appear across the top of the hill in the day when these cars were the cream of the crop, the gold star for Australian open wheeler racing for many, many seasons indeed. And the 92D was a weapon of choice for a number of those guys with the 90D, 91, 93, 94.
Here we go, Blue Line TV replay.
What was a Formula 3000 car.
What we're looking at here, ooh, that was properly tight there for a moment. That was a lunge and a half in a very, very close gap heading down the hill into MG corner. But they somehow saw it, avoided each other, made it work. Here we go, down the inside. Bo Russell finally gets that move done on Ryan Astley at turn number 4. That's a nice opportunistic move, and he'll now set his sights on Trent Grubel, but he is now dropped into the 29s as well. Grubel 29.5 on the previous tour. All the 3 front-running drivers in this race, Ryan Howe, Miles Bromley and Trent Grubel, all did a 29 on the previous lap.
Charging through this race now, 9 minutes left on the clock. The 22 crests the hill here. Bo Russell in 5th place in the 99. Now just being dispensed with in behind as they come around. Gee, that misty fog is just
it doesn't want to leave us, does it?
No, it is not clearing. It's certainly not making for a wet racing surface, but it is just throwing a tricky, greasy situation. The drivers will certainly be feeling it. They'll be well aware of it on their visors, and they'll be certainly making the necessary adjustments as they feel the surface may or may not deteriorate underneath them.
Well, I was talking to Ryan Howe along with Lee Partridge this morning. He was commenting on what it was like to drive yesterday afternoon when the rain started to come down. He actually felt that it was a lot heavier than what we thought it was when we were standing up here in the commentary box. He was talking about going into turn 6 when he was battling with Trent Grubel. What you were talking about earlier, the aero efficiency of that more modern FIA F3 car. It's a combination of he's got underfloor aero and the over body aero, whereas Ryan's just got the over body aero. He hasn't got any of that underbody, sort of downforce that we see now more and more in Formula 1.
That flat bottom diffused type of thing there. Not saying it's the Brawn GP double diffused type of effort, because you're not allowed to do that, but boy, that was a tricky iteration on the rule set. That one was right there. Got themselves the World Championship.
He was just commenting more that, especially going into the likes of Siberia, he was, sort of battling to turn the car in, whereas Trent was able to throw the car in and make it stick. He was able to carry more speed, and that's where he was gaining so much time on him. But he defended brilliantly yesterday afternoon.
Trent Grubel now has got the 22 coming through here. Trent's certainly got an extra huge advantage of having the latest spec car, Trent, in the Dallara F312, which is the way newer iteration than the 308-11. The F308-11, they certainly, Trent the only one running this chassis, and he is just he's being shown how to do it a little bit here at the moment in these conditions, albeit that he's he's hanging on just to drive away from this particular race meeting with his championship. Here we go across the top of the hill. Grubel under 5 with the 22 of Bo Russell. Bo Russell sets him up from a long, long way back, spills it on down into the corner and drives away with the position in the race.
That was a beautifully clean move too. There was some lap traffic at play there, so that probably caught Trent Grubel's attention, just going over the top of the hill, making sure he stayed away from the lap traffic, and he was firmly down the middle of the road, but they needed to turn his attention to the right-hand mirror to see the number 22 of Russell coming through. So beautifully observed, nice clean move, and now back to the front of the field. This margin has just shrunk a little bit in the last lap. It was out to 3/4 of a second, and Bromley's not letting Howe get away.
Certainly isn't, but Ryan Howe is just doing everything he possibly can do, and if he can get 3 from 3 here this weekend, he's done the very best he can do. He's very relaxed in the delay we had. I spoke to him very briefly down the back of the garages there. He wasn't perturbed by that, but that's sort of Ryan's operandi. He's kind of a relaxed, sort of take it in your stride kind of guy. Trent Grubel seems to be a little bit more higher strung than that, and at the moment Trent just, I guess, languishing a little bit in position number 4 for a guy that is the champion-elect for season 2023 in Australian Formula Open. Both these cars in the lead of this championship out of the Tim Macro Racing garage, and I guess teammates, not teammates sort of thing. They come out of the same preparation company, but it's all fair in love and war when you get out on the racetrack.
What did we call this yesterday? Professional rivalries or things like that. We were trying to find the right word for it. You know, it's not, there's no enemies in grassroots motorsport, it's just rivalries. But yeah, when you're operating out of the same stable or the cars are prepared by the same crew, there really shouldn't be any excuses, should there? It's just whatever the difference between the results is purely what sits between the chair and the steering wheel. That's the driver.
It is in a general sense, although the difference between the Grubel Steed and the Howe Steed is certainly a big generation in chassis. The F308 and the improvements that were made in that particular car there, the 74 we're just seeing in the back of shot, is some massive gains by Dallara.
That's a bit of an awkward moment there.
Wasn't it ever, catching that Formula 4 as Bo Russell continues to grow in stature in motorsport, but also in results at the moment. He has got the last step on the podium, and he's got the series champion-elect right in behind him. So to be able to beat him would certainly be puffing your chest out in pride as he holds the inside running down into turn number 1. He looks into the mirrors, a very deliberate look in the mirrors to get a good look at where Trent Grubel is in the number 74. And there's another slow Formula 4 around there. So interesting to see that the Formula 4s are starting to lose their grip on dragging in good points here this weekend.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's a couple of drivers that have just been sort of limping it around in the last few moments or so. Drone shot there, looking down on the inside into turn number 4. So Howe's extended his margin just by another couple of tenths, but he's not out of danger just yet. And this battle here is only 3 tenths between the two of them. So Grubel applying the blowtorch, probably the better part of 3 or 4 laps to go by the time we get around to the stripe next time around. John Roxburgh Road Racing Trophy on the line for the second time in as many years. It was, I guess, a shame to see, Darren, that after so many years between when it was last conducted until we were fortunate to have Formula Open here last year to reinstate the John Roxburgh Trophy. I think it was something like about 20 years between drinks for when that trophy had been awarded last.
Yeah, that is true, and that can be sometimes that there's a couple of the big trophies that were awarded here at Island Magic over the years that we're not awarding this year, but it is great to have this sort of motorsport back here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It is absolutely suited to this sort of thing here as Grubel goes through now on Bromley.
This
in fact, no, sorry, it's a
here.
different bit of the field here. This is Barry.
Yeah, Douglas Barry and Roberts going toe-to-toe there. So that was a little exchange down at Southern Loop. And Douglas Barry looks like he's held that position. Here we go. This is the battle you're looking at. You're looking to see whether or not Grubel had found his way through on young Bo Russell. He might be about to do it now down here at the very, very fast part of the circuit. Turn 3, fastest corner on the track. Made it look easy there, Grubel, and then drove it straight down the middle of the road to ward off any potential invitation back down the right-hand side. And through goes the number 74 back onto the rostrum with probably about 2 or so laps to go.
As I was touching on the John Roxburgh Trophy, the Victorian Road Racing Championship, Michael Caruso was the first of the Dillaras, or the modern F3 versions, to do it, in behind James Manderson in the Dillara 391 back in 2000. But certainly this is a really good inclusion with Australian Formula Open. Let's hope that we can see the Australian Formula Open cars and crews back at Island Magic in 2024. There is certainly a great calendar being lined up for the GT Shod cars, and of course GT came on board early this year in trying circumstances for the open wheel of fraternity, and they have been an absolute welcomed addition to the series. Really good to see GT involved, and let's hope they can take a next big step with the Australian Formula Open series. And certainly the GT tyre has been congratulated numerous times for its pace and its durability amongst this season. So there is a really good groundswell of support for the great tyre that GT has offered up for this series, as we see Ryan Howe now ticking it off. 28 seconds to go on the time certain clock, and he is just down coming out of Siberia, so he should get the last lap board this next time around. Car number 27. All he can do is win, win, win. They got 3 chances to do it this weekend. At the moment, it looks like he will do it 3 from 3, but is certainly driving the wheels off the F308-11.
Yeah, he's done a really good job this weekend. He's actually just dropped into the 28s as well, 1 minute 28.6 last time around. So starting to break the back of Miles Bromley here, starting to put the race beyond doubt, and the last lap board being readied as he rounds the final corner for what should be the penultimate time here at Island Magic 2023. Oh, I just saw a shot there. That's the Douglas Barry car, and that looks like it's on the outside of turn 2, I think. He's looks like he's a little bit, is he a bit beached there?
Yeah, it looks like he's got a
stuck on something.
Graining on that left rear tyre too.
Yeah, that doesn't
look
great. Here we go. Southern Loop. Yes, it is indeed turn 2. So this was the battle we were looking at before with Roberts. Has he just lost it on his own? Yep, rears have given up. And actually good evasive action there from Roberts, going the long way around, and actually hasn't become beached, but it's in a bit of an awkward spot to get going. They'll cover that with some waved yellows. There's only 1 lap to go.
So Ryan Howe has cleared that area of the track now. There's the number 27, and just in the back of that shot now look like Trent Grubel challenging Miles Bromley, and it looks like he may have got through there.
Yeah, what's happened?
No, it's the Formula Holden. I make the same mistake.
Yeah, I was about to say, I could see the colours were correct, but it doesn't look like it was Grubel back there. Maybe they were just rounding up. Yeah, that Formula Holden that had just managed to get going again after all the traffic had gone through at turn number 2.
Brilliant drive by the number 27 here, Ryan Howe. He came to this round with a points deficit. He had to win 3 from 3 to give himself a chance to do it. You can't knock him, because that's exactly what he has done. This guy has got a big career ahead of him. He was a new chum on the scene a number of years ago now. He's now one of the more established race drivers, and he's doing a tremendous job here today. To win 3 from 3 here at this magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit is testament to this guy, and he's pretty happy with that the 3 from 3 gets it, and you can't do anything more than just grab race wins at this end of the season when it gets pretty tricky on the points front. Miles Bromley home. Does a great job there. Ryan Howe last lap at 1:37.24. His best lap in this race at 1:28.34. And he's looking very, very good indeed.
Here you go, coming to the line here. This will be Ryan Astley. He's never given up hope in that one. And Christian Slurzak has come a cropper here at turn number 4, so a couple of drivers just struggling to get home in the closing stages of this race. Here we go. There's a replay of turn number 1. This is the 71 here of Mark Wilson. Oh, he went for a wild ride, didn't he? There was some evasive action in there too. Whoever was directly behind him on the road had to take to the outside of turn number 1 as well. So
less than ideal, that one, Steve, that's for sure.
Yeah, very high speed part of the corner, and just going to tour it in here. A couple of cars still to finish. Coming across the line here, this one is the number 2 machine, belonging to Andrew Roberts from South Australia. So he managed to get home there for position number 7. And then rounding out the top 10 was McMillan, DiBiase and Baker.
Gallagher, Barry, Katsidis, and Wilson there as well, and Huang, all acquitting themselves very well in what has been very, very tricky open wheeler conditions, as we see the field streaming their way through, and the officials plucking out our round winners, and indeed season winners as well, as they pull up down there in the stop area. Here it is, Ryan Howe confirmed 3 from 3. Great driving by the number 27 racer there for Tim Macro Racing. He's done a tremendous job, and we look forward to watching him go further in the Trans Dig Delara F308. Let's see if he can get an upgrade of chassis into something along the lines of what Trent Grubel has in the F312. Douglas Barry, Lawrence Katsidis, Hoan Weng, Mark Wilson, Nathan Beer, and that rounds out our Australian Formula Open for the time being. Looks like we've got a quick replay.
That's what happened to Slurzak. Yep, all on his own.
All on his own, with the backdrop of all the equipment they're going to make him the new surface with. And it looks like we're waiting for another car to arrive in on this scene. So there must have been some pretty heavy water down there, as
I reckon he might have stalled it, actually. He was just rolling back and trying to get it refired. He didn't hold the brake there very often for very long, and there he goes. He's got it going forwards now. So, yeah, probably just thought he had a bit more time. He probably couldn't get the car refired or select a gear, I'd say.
Just watching here. Yep, there goes
there's
the
more
around.
action.
That will be under yellow flags. That is for sure, as the 27 goes around. And we've got Formula V. He's going to take a quick breather myself, Stephen. I'm sure you're going to probably hang in there for the start of this one.
Oh, you bet.
I'll be back with you in just one moment.
I'm sure you will. This is the one that a lot of people here this weekend have been waiting for. The biggest grid of the weekend at 37 cars has put on an absolute show this weekend in Formula V racing. Maury Fordham Trophy on the line. And, of course, this weekend we are honouring the late, great Brian Sambo Sampson. And I'm sure he's going to be watching this one from the heavens, because not only has Speco and VHT been a big sponsor and a big part of Island Magic since 2009, but he has been a big part of Formula V for many, many years. And I'm sure this one would have tickled the old ivories for him if he was still with us today. Now, there's a few scenarios to play out here. We'll have a look at the grid first. So Daniel Reynolds has won both the races so far this weekend, so he's in the box seat in terms of the round points for the Australian Series, but there's still an Australian champion to decide. Michael Kinsella will start alongside him. The two-time defending national champion is out of P2. Heath Collinson and Jake Rowe, the two Victorians on the grid furthest up. They will start third and fourth, with Lee Partridge and David Casely. David's from WA, probably WA's best hope at this one, starting out of sixth, with Nick Jones and Curtis Porter from Queensland in the number 67. He'll be out of 8th place. Over the page, Brandon Taylor, who does a lot of his racing here in Victoria, but hails from WA. He's 9th. Andre Curran, who's in the Exotic Fleet branding, and JRD, number 32. He'll start out of 10th. Alex McDonald was involved in a little tangle with Reef McCarthy. We got the verdict on that after race number 2, so it was an accidental contact. He's in 11th. Ash Clifford in the Star Res entry, also out of the JRD stable. He's out of 12th. Followed by Darren Power and Damien Spinello, both out of the Acura Motorsport stable on the 7th row of the grid. Claudia Lennox is the highest placed of all the ladies this weekend. She's 15th, ahead of Rod Lisson from WA, the Light Tech Systems number 71, starting in 16th. Then we move over the page to Malachi Windsor in 17th. Brock Hamilton, Ken Philby. It's been great to have Ken back this weekend. Hails from Queensland, has done his racing in Victoria for so many years, 19th. And Gavin Stubbs, the Carrera Automotive Repairs entry, out of 20th. Ed Lawrence from Queensland, Charlie Richardson all the way from Bendigo in the JSA in 22nd, Brodie Nunn from Queensland, Rocco Spinley's in his first ever outing for Acura Motorsports in 24th. Then you got Queensland's Michael Westerhout, Cameron Bell, Kelly Egan, Danny Chero from WA in 28th. And we round out the rest of the field. We've got Mick Fisher, Paul Maltoni from WA, Sean McKenzie from Queensland, Kathy Lisson from WA, Kenneth Ray from Queensland, Mark Moran also from Queensland. And off the back of the grid, we're going to have Franz Estebauer in the sole remaining 1200 class car. And Reef McCarthy, after the accident in race number 2 this morning, will start rear of grid. Greg Johnston has unfortunately put the car tyre on the trailer. He has retired after a front hub failed in race number 2. So that is a good segue, because in the 1200 series results for the Australian series, that settles the point score. It will be Franz Estebauer will be the lead car in position number 1. Greg Johnston's retired his car for this round. So the series points overall is Stephen Butcher, followed by Greg Johnston, and Franz, if he finishes race number 3, will be 3rd overall in the 1200 series for the Formula V Australian series. In terms of the Australian series points, this is the most crucial part, because there's 4 rounds and you drop your worst round. In 1600s, it is down to 2. It is Tyrone Wiseman, who is not here this weekend, so his worst round will be this round. He'll drop 0 points. Michael Kinsella is 21 points behind. So the maths is pretty simple for Michael Kinsella. If he finishes 5th or higher, he will accrue 22 points as a minimum for finishing 5th. He will then be crowned the Australian Formula V Series champion. So that's the math in that department. The other math that's been worked out is for the last round of the Formula V Victorian Championship. And that honour has gone to Reith McCarthy. So he has won that well and truly before the racing commenced this weekend. The main battle was for 2nd and 3rd. There was between Lee Partridge in 2nd and Nick Jones in 3rd. There was about 34 points or so separating those drivers coming into the weekend. Lee's finished ahead of Nick on both occasions so far, so that second and 3rd place is pretty much been put to bed as well. So the order in the Vic Championship will be McCarthy, from Partridge, and then Jones, the top 3. So the only interest left is what happens in the Australian series. The man on the front row of the grid on the right-hand side of your shot there, in prime position to secure those honours, and who is going to take home the Maury Fordham Trophy after this one is out. Reith McCarthy, at the very back of the grid. His girlfriend's going to hate me saying this, but he has spent the last 4 years married to this trophy, and he is going to have his work cut out for him all the way from the back of the grid. But if evidence is the key, and what Jake Rowe did yesterday after a failed getaway from the start of the grid, it is not going to be an insurmountable task for McCarthy. He might need a bit of help, but he's going to give it everything he's got.
Let's have a look and see if Daniel Reynolds can get away like he has done in the checkmate very, very stoutly indeed. Slow mover in the middle of the pack there, which everyone's bunching up behind as well. So we get it clear, and it will be the checkmate that runs down into turn 1. Kinsella goes with him here as well. The 26 there weighing in very closely of Lee Partridge.
Check out McCarthy. He's left and right, halfway up the front straight, going around as many cars as he can. He was almost all completely off the circuit there, trying to gain as many positions as he could. He's already up into the mid-pack. There he is, just back in the middle of the screen here, going round Darren Power, who was the car that was slow away on the grid. So that's going to present him up into about 14th or so place after just 2 corners.
Wow, what a start there. This guy's a class act, Reith McCarthy. He went out on the painted surface. That in itself, whether he's brave or stupid with the conditions the way they currently are, it's lucky it's turned out to be a brave thing for him, because you don't want to do that again. As we're getting a good look into the side of the car there, the number 16 of Charlie Richardson as well there, the Jacer for Beecham Racing in there as well. Have a look at this car. There he is, mixed up in the middle there. The 61 goes storming on through the field. Let's see where it can pop up. Water does find its level, as does oil. But this is fantastic stuff here for Reith McCarthy. He has, as you said, been married to this award, and he's doing a tremendous job. It's like they've cleared the track in front of him. In fact, he's got a really very clear, dedicated line for himself to run on.
He certainly has. He's not too far behind the lead group of cars as well. Damien Spinello's the next one for him. He cleared a big pack of cars heading up through Hayshed. Spinello will be the next target. Then there's a bit of an air margin to a group of cars at number 7, and then there's a lead group of 4 cars already starting to kick away. That's Reynolds, Kinsella, Collinson, and Jake Rowe, it appears, as McCarthy has made his way past this group. Rod Liston's now made his way to the front of the group that McCarthy's just cleared. Down the front chute they come for the first time. We're expecting to get around about 11 laps, the duration for the trophy race. Here's that lead group that I was talking about a few moments ago. It is indeed, actually it's 3 of the 4 cars that I mentioned. Collinson was the one that I called that I thought would have been in that group, but I was looking at it from the commentary box down at turn number 12. It is in fact Lee Partridge who is in that group of 4 cars. So it's Kinsella, Reynolds, Rowe and Partridge. And Rowe's gone to the head of the field. So there's a good little gap there. It's around about 2 seconds back to the next group of cars, which is headed by the departing Heath Collinson. And the news that came through earlier this morning is that the JRD are going to be taking a little bit of a break from Formula V. They've been at it for some 20 years now. They've fostered many young drivers and continued to look after the seasoned veterans like Heath Collinson, so he's looking to send them out on a high while they take a much-deserved break from Formula V racing in Victoria next year. They're going to go and do a couple of other things. There'll still be cars kicking around, and all those cars that they have under their wing will still likely be racing, but we do want to thank them for all the service that they've done to the Formula V community over the past 20 years.
Certainly Brady and the whole crew there.
Oh, it's a car
very
off.
Hard to get great results.
David Casely off at turn number 9, so that was probably WA's probably best shot, I would say, at getting a win here on the board. He's one of the mechanical gurus in the West Australian contingent, so I'm wondering if something's just let go there on the WA number 7, because it didn't look like there was any contact in that pack. He's got going again, so he's actually got some smoke coming out of the back there as well, so it might be a mechanical failure for number 7.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a coming together or something in the tyres, rubbing on a suspension component, but yeah, touching on, that's coming out of the... That's out of the gearbox. Gearbox, yeah, that's right out the back of the
It
car
actually
there.
looks like he's lost his rear muffler as well, so maybe there has been a little bit of contact.
2 battle packs starting to form within this top 15 amount of cars, but it is interesting, the JRD combination there. Brett has been at the top of this game, and as well as in Formula 4 as well for a number of seasons, so I guess they've earned a break from the game, bit of a refresh, bit of a year off, maybe go and do some water skiing or something different on the weekends and see what happens.
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing a little bit of car building in the time period that they're away. They're just not going to be doing too many race meets. They're just going to basically have some time off to recoup, do a bit of family time, travel a touch, and then work out what they want to do from there. Now, McCarthy was scored as 10th across the line, fastest lap of the race by a country mile, actually. He was the only driver in the 1:53 bracket last time around. The fastest driver outside of that was a 54.4 from the lead group of 4 cars. So McCarthy's got pace to burn here. He's just got to pick his way through this group of Sabres that's on the road at the moment, headed by Collinson. You've got Nick Jones in there in the green and blue machine. Then Brandon Taylor, that's the Gippy powder coating, number 29. He's just cleared Andre Curran in the exotic fleet branding, number 32. And now sides up the inside of Brandon Taylor, who made that easy for him. They share the same stable. And McCarthy now right onto the back gearbox of Nick Jones.
Paisley's made it into the pit lane now, confirmed there as well. Just watching Alex McDonald there as well in the 51. Started out of 11th, well into the 10 now, so a bit of a move there as well. Have a look at this pack starting to really form up there as well. We're talking just inside the 20, and indeed some outside the 20 in that pack.
How big is this pack? This is a monumental struggle. This is probably from about 14th on back to about 24th at this rate. You've got Claudia Lennox in there, Paul Maltoni's in there, Darren Powers recovering after his tardy start. They're all swapping and changing places there as they go along. It looks like Brock Hamilton's broken away from that pack, and he's actually up to 14th. Ahead of Rod Lisson, and now you've seen McCarthy scored as 6th across the line there. He's tucked in now behind Collinson. Another fastest lap for McCarthy, and if he can clear Collinson, this is going to be the interesting point that I want to look at. If he clears Heath Collinson, how quickly can he catch the lead group of 4 cars? Can he catch the lead group of 4 cars? Because we've seen him do this time and time again here at Phillip Island, go out on his own solo and just absolutely blow the competition away.
Have a look at this. Claudia Lennox is leading this group. In fact, it's Ken Philby, and that goes right back to position number 30 in this group that we're watching here. right there. There's Claudia Lennox.
There's Philby in the 25 in the front of shot with Gavin Stubbs right behind him. Oh, 3 wide into the braking zone for turn number 4. Who's that going the long way round on the outside? That I think that's Kelly Egan in the 42 maybe. She might have rounded up 2 drivers there on the outside of turn 4. And yes, it is. It was the
massive battle. This is
42.
17th.
Sorry, it wasn't Kelly Egan. It was there's 2 black cars in that one. I'm just trying to work out who the second black car is because they look very, very similar from a distance. But that was a very, very gutsy move on the outside of turn 4. You very rarely see them go 3 wide like that into turn 4.
Kelly Egan's actually still out in 25th, but this battle is 17, 18, 19, 20, right back to about 28th now. So an absolute massive battle for this group. And it is, I guess it's pride for being inside the top 20 at the end of this weekend's racing. Oh, big lock up there. The number 6 just about squirrel rolled it around there. That was not a good look at all. Paul Motoni gathered it all up. Great car control as we go to shots back out in the front of this field. Kinsella with Rowe. Have a look at Lee Partridge down the middle of the track. Now the checkmate gets pushed back to 4th spot. So Daniel Reynolds in the 78 goes back to 4th, and we see Lee Partridge show his nose inside the 2 since the first time since early yesterday in race number 1.
How's Jake Rowe wrenching on the wheel? He's got a little bit of an air margin at the moment. He's sort of stolen a little bit of an advantage while these 3 start to fight and squabble. McCarthy quickest again last time around, but it was only by a mere 3/10 or so of a second, and he's cleared Heath Collinson. There he is in the back of the shot. It's about 3 seconds the margin to the lead group of cars. Oh, and he's had a major lock up there going into turn number 4, and almost a little bit of contact with Andre Curran on the inside. A little bit unsighted there as McCarthy turned violently back towards the apex at 4. Look at him sliding it.
Heath Collinson staying with them there as well, so he's doing a proud bit of work there. Kinsella is under all sorts of strife now. In fact, he's dropped back to, is it P4 that we're seeing Kinsella in the 35?
Correct.
Yes, it is. He's back there as well. The 66 of Jake Rowe out in front, doing a terrific job for GR Electrics. And they plunge down into MG now for 4.5 minutes, or just under 5 minutes, sorry, left in this journey there. Lee Partridge, as fresh as a daisy, slots into position number 2.
Here we go, coming up the back part through Hayshed. This massive pack again with Claudia Lennox involved in it. It's actually the number 50 machine. That was the one there, Brodie Nunn from Queensland, who pulled that 3 wide manoeuvre at turn 4 a lap ago. Aren't they mixing up? The Queenslanders have absolutely come to play in the mid-pack this weekend. Michael Westerhout now goes to the lead of this queue as well. He's from Queensland, so there's a big 6 or 7 car contingent from Queensland, all in the big trailer that came down deliberately for this event. So it'd be great to have them down for this weekend. I'm sure that they are looking forward to potentially coming back again if the racing has gone the way that they have this weekend. They've been big smiles on their faces every time I go down and pay them a visit. They're so happy and so welcoming. They've enjoyed every single minute of it so far. Let's have a look here. How quick was McCarthy last time around? He's got the margin down to 2.4 seconds to this leading group of cars. There's 3 3/4 minutes left. Don't discount the Beecham Sabre number 1. If he wins this from here, he is an absolute genius.
I'm not going to discount him, that's for sure. This is wide open. I'm going to say Partridge is now relegated. He led across the line last time round, so this is just that jostling that we get used to in Formula V racing at this point in time. But it's between Reynolds, Partridge, Rogan, Sella, McCarthy, Collinson, Curran, maybe even Nick Jones weighing in on this one as well, back as far as 8th at the moment. Have a look at these aerial shots. That really does give you an idea of how close Formula Vs get to each other when they get in battle packs like this.
That just also illustrates how much respect and commitment every driver has for each other. There's plenty of room there. There was, there wasn't a cigarette papers width between the wheels. There was plenty of racing room and plenty of fairness going on there to make sure that, all the race cars go home straight. That's
interesting if we had take that same shot after they hang the last lap board out, whether it would be the same.
Oh, I'd imagine there'll be a few people throwing the kitchen sink at it in the closing laps. But one thing that Darren Power did stand up and say say when he welcomed all the interstate competitors yesterday was we want to make sure everybody finishes. We want to make sure all the race cars go home straight. So far this weekend, that has been the case. But with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, it's now the intensity level starts to raise. And here goes Partridge. He wants the turn at the front. This group of 4 cars has been the leading contingent of 4 cars in this race. For the last 2 races this weekend, it's been a battle pack of 10 or 11 or sometimes even 12 cars, and it's eventually whittled away, and over the laps have gone as it have diminished, and we eventually ended up with probably a pack of 7 or 8 cars at the finish. This is the smallest group we've had all weekend long fighting it out for the Maury Fordham Trophy, and McCarthy again starts to bring the lap times into play. He's still quicker than this leading group of cars, but it wasn't by much last time around, another 0.4 of a second, so he's starting to get into slipstream range here.
Have a look at Rowe. Now he's got Lee Partridge behind. Lee just trying to position the car best, just fine-light adjustments. The great thing about these Formula Vs is you can see the hands of the drivers. Lee just feeding in ever so skillfully. Those little vernier corrections on the wheel there, just ever so slightly changing the angle. It's a millimetre here, a thou there. The hands there, he's working very hard there, just trying to get the car to grip up and turn in at the top of the hill. And you can just about see from the head angle of the driver, they'll be starting to get sore. Their neck muscles will be starting to hurt now with the amount of laps that they've done here this weekend. This is probably only going to go about 8 laps, this one, the final. But certainly a lot of G-forces in these little cars as they go around lap after lap, and you can start to see the head start to move around a little bit here as well. They come around to the strike this time. No, we're going to go another 2 laps. The last lap board nowhere near being readied out there at the moment. So we're going to be 4 wide now. Across the line they go.
And McCarthy's there. This is important now. He was quick again into the 52s. 52.6 for McCarthy. He's right there, tucked in behind Kinsella. The stakes have gone up another notch here. Maury Fordham Trophy on the line. Australian Series in 1600cc class on the line at the last race of the year for Formula V. And McCarthy now goes through to position number 2. Kinsella goes through to the lead in car number 35. National champion 2 times in a row, looking to add another bit of silverware to his collection. McCarthy trying to extend his run to 5 consecutive. Jake Rowe looking for another one of these trophies. And then the other 2 drivers in Partridge and Daniel Reynolds have not ever won any of these trophies before. So they're looking for, for Partridge, he has not won it, but Daniel Reynolds is looking for another one as well.
Partridge has just been ejected out of this group. It's at the back there in the number 6 there in the MPC Auto Speed outfit. But that is to no avail, really. It's got to get onto the back of these 2 in front now. It's Kinsella and it is Reef McCarthy here. So looking for Jake Rowe to weigh in on this as well as they come across the top of Lukey Heights now. They've lost touch with these 2 out in front. So Kinsella and McCarthy. Boy, they have lost touch. That's 2 or 3 car lengths there for back to Daniel. And then we look back to Collinson there as well, out of the back of this this group. Here's our 2. These are the ones we're going to be watching, Steve.
Absolutely. Last lap board is being readied. These 2 have started to edge away from Daniel Reynolds, who still holds the round honours overall at the moment, but it's all on the line here. 1 lap to go. 4.5 kilometres left of racing for Formula V in 2023. McCarthy leads them across the line by about half a car length. Now surges to the front. He knows what's at stake here. He's got pride on the line. He's got a title to defend. He's defended it for the last 3 consecutive years, but it's not over and done with yet. Kinsella following right in the wheel tracks down to Southern Loop. Rowe needs to leave a little bit of room on the inside for Daniel Reynolds in Paul Corcoran's checkmate, and he does precisely that, but that also forces Reynolds to have to check up. He might lose a spot to Partridge exiting Southern Loop.
Gee, I thought we had a race in 2 now. We've got a race in 5 again now. They've just joined on the back here as well. Oh no, slowing on the inside, or was that an optical illusion for the 61 of Reef McCarthy? It was an optical illusion. Thank you for the drone shot director, because now we see how close they are. It is absolutely wide open. This is Formula V racing. You can't fit 4 wide through there, guys. Or can you?
Well, I thought it went from 4 wide to 3 wide.
3 3/4, yeah.
At Siberia. Half the lap gone. 6 more corners left. McCarthy still leads this one. Look at the drone shot. It's really showing that this rain is still not 100% gone away yet. Reynolds now buys into this one. He's going to be afforded some space on the inside at turn number 9. Now, that's not a bad decision from McCarthy because you don't want to be the high man on a totem pole that leads out of the last couple of corners. You will lose your advantage to the line. You'll be overhauled. But has he left too much of a margin to Reynolds? He's gone through turn number 10 pretty quickly, and Reynolds has won all 2 of these races so far. I think he might have just done enough to head them off into the final corner here. Reynolds set sail. McCarthy from Rowe. It's going to be a very tight finish here. Has Reynolds done enough? Has Reynolds done enough? I think he might have just done enough. He's going to get his second Maury Fordham trophy by less than a 10th. Since 2011, the last time he won it, 12 years, a long wait for Daniel Reynolds, and he gets the job done by 0.08 of a second.
5 cars within 0.4 of a second across the line there. Reynolds, McCarthy, Rowe, Partridge and Kinsella have thrilled us right throughout the 2023 Island Magic and the running of the Maury Fordham Trophy. They're still coming to the line, Steve.
They still are coming to the line here. You've got the 74 in here, Michael Westerhout. You've got the 44 of Darren Power right down the inside at turn number 12. So this one's going to go to the wire as well. This has been an extraordinary pack of cars that have just not left each other all season long, or all race long, actually. There they go through. And still streaming across the line here. There was a few drivers in that one that sort of really just faded into the other pack there. Collinson was up in the pointy end at the beginning of it. He dropped back towards Andre Curran. And I'm looking at the point standings here. Kinsella finished 5th. That's precisely what he needed to do at a bare minimum to win the Australian Series by 1 solitary point.
Heck with that. I'll leave you to catch your breath for a minute there, Steve, and you can do the points and Casintas as we look at this. Reynolds takes the victory, and he'll take, for this weekend, the Maury Fordham Trophy, and does a great job in doing so. Reece McCarthy home for second in this race. Jake Rowe, Lee Partridge just off the back of that podium. And like I said, 0.3 to that stage and 0.4 to Michael Kinsella. And he did exactly what he had to do. Heath Collinson was next. But I guess in that time, in that group of 5, Reece McCarthy from the rear of the grid, that is just one special drive.
That is an amazing drive. 36 cars deep, and he got all the way to second place. Granted, he had a few extra laps in there to do it, but what a performance. If I said before, if he had stolen that win, he was an absolute genius, and he nearly did it. So Reynolds and McCarthy and Rowe will be your podium sitters for the Maury Fordham Trophy. Lee Partridge and Michael Kinsella there, half a second covering the top 5 cars after 9 laps of absolutely intense racing at a super high level. Absolutely outstanding. Outside the top 10, Ash Clifford, he was actually probably a bit unlucky. 9.2 seconds off the back of a quality field like this. Absolutely top-notch for him. And right through the field, you cannot fault any of the driving in Formula V. I hyped this up yesterday, Darren, and I'm glad I did, because it's been an absolute pleasure to call these guys all season long and to go out on such a high in Formula V. We wish all the drivers that have come from Western Australia, from Queensland, from the ACT and New South Wales a safe passage home, and a Merry Christmas to all of them, as well as the Victorian Formula Vs. I'm out of breath. That was a fantastic final trophy race for Formula V, and to thank, we've still got one more race of the year to go.
Certainly have. Historic touring cars making their way out on the grid now, and we look forward to seeing all of these guys battle it out for the Asola D Capri, and certainly got a fantastic journey ahead of us. 22 minutes will be the race length. The clock has already started. Let's have a look at how they will grid up. Craig Allen, the Little Pool Company, will be leading the way through in car number 15. So he heads out there and leads the field. Aldo De Poli in the 996. Magnificent looking car indeed it is too. So we look forward to seeing how he plays things out in the Chevy Camaro. The next one along is Paul Stubber. Off the front row of the grid is Paul Stubber after getting a start line infringement. So that will be interesting to see how he sets up his charge at the field. Next will be the 25 of Adrian Moyle in his Chevy Camaro. Michael Michelli for Williamstown Panels in the number 69. will charge away from position number 5, and he will be doing it in his Mustang. Then we go to Andy Williams, who will do it in his GTR XU1 out of position number 6. Darren Hossack brings the screaming Mazda into position number 7. Ideal conditions for the little RX2 for Darren Hossack to apply all his skill to try and drag him up through the field. Ian Mewett there in the number 55 is the next one, making his way out on track there for Trojan Fiberglass Australia, the Ford Mustang. We go to Peter McNiven in an RX2 there as well. Home not too far away from here in West Gippsland. Then it's Glenn Miles in the number 16. Looking forward to seeing how the Valiant Charger 6-cylinder goes in this one in these conditions. Rodney Hodgkin in the number 48 is the next car on the grid there, and we look forward to seeing how he goes. The 69 of Jeff Monday, or 68 of Jeff Monday, the Chevy Camaro. Peter Mullerman in the Nepean Welding number 43 Mustang. Brett Ferris in the Holden Tirana XU1 orange and silver iteration. Nathan Gordon, Clean Fleet Detailing, car number 45 is next in the HQ GDS Monaro. I love the look of that racing car, really cool looking outfit. Jervis Ward in the Falcon Sprint. Great to have Jervis back on state level racing. Stephen Pillikers in the number 14, the Holden GTR XU1 there as well. Ray Hepburn in the 159. Joining in the fun, Leo Tobin in the 46 for Davidson Race Engines in his Mustang. Brett Hodgkin in the number 4 Ford GTHO. Richard Hill in the Mini Cooper S. Colin Larson for Robinson Racing Developments in the number 52 will be the next in line. Ford Falcon XY GTHO. Les Walmsley in the 99, and he will be out there in his Mark 1 Cortina. John Harrison in the number 89. The next one on the grid there, and he heads out in his Cortina Mark II. Michael George in the number 63. Great to have Mike back at the track. I've said it 3 times now. Good to see him racing again. Ben Dahlstrom in the number 51 out there as well. Valiant Charger RT. Andrew Bedd and Brett Trengove. I'm not sure that Brett has made it onto the back of the grid there. Darren Collins and Reese Moyle in the final car off the back of the grid there. Darren Collins in the 97. That might be Darren. Oh, no, Darren's in a Mustang. I think that maybe that is Brett Trengove in the number 22 right down the back of the grid there in the Chevy Camaro. It is a red car, and it does look like a Camaro. Green flag at the back of the grid. Craig Allen, Aldo DePoli, Paul Stubber, watch him light it up in the yellow car. He wobbles and bobbles and walks it off the line, gets the power down as the whole historic touring car field gets away very nicely indeed. We thought Stubber might charge his way through. These two in front have played a game with him. They've blocked his path through to P1 here, but Allen gives it up to Aldo Pioli. Paul Stubber will follow him through. Have a look at Andy Williams, loving these conditions. Round the outside of Darren Hossack in his RX2 goes Peter McNiven, and he's going to round up Michael Michelli as well before he exits turn 2. There's a little bit of telltale smoke coming out of the exhaust pipe of the McNiven RX2, but at the moment Darren Hossack has to give way to the other RX2 to be the fastest one of the Mazdas on track. There's Hossack right in behind. That is Miles. So we're looking at a couple of, it's a 6-cylinder and a couple of 12-way Mazda rotaries in the mix there as well. And there's Mullerman, that magic-looking black Mustang. If you're going to have a Mustang, be the dastardly one out there and have it all black, every single thing of it painted black, and shiny black indeed it is. Look at that number 43. The 46 Mustang right in behind there as well. That's Leo Tobin. Have a look at this, McNiven. Talk about weighing in on the heavyweights here. 55 there is Ian Mewett. And there he is, Peter McNiven. Michael Michelli in behind there. Guy that knows how to win races here in Victoria. Darren Hossack had the car jamming in 3rd gear yesterday. I'm not going to say he's having that same trouble now, but certainly these bigger capacity cars become a problem once these little Mazdas point their nose down the straight here. Have a look at Michael Michelli. He'll light it up in the big Ford. 2 blue Mustangs line astern with each other. There's Darren Hossack in the 18. Lifting left front wheels yesterday coming out of Siberia. The guy that knows how to place a car on a racetrack to get the best advantage of it. Paul Stubber leads lap number 1. A 1.3 second lead over Ado DePoli. Then we have Craig Allen, the first of the Mustangs. The 25 of Moyle coming through there as well. And that's the Chevy Camaro SS. We get a great shot of that magnificent looking Australian-built GTR XU1 Tirana. The first of the giant killers these were back in that supercar era. The very first era, I mean, when the GTHOs were dominating. Holden came out, and with the magician-like effects of Harry Firth, they started winning races with these little Tiranas. Triple carburetors on a six-pack. Great drivers, Bond, Brock, and Harry Firth combined for some fantastic victories in those little Tiranas. And they were fighting like the Camaros and the Mustangs that we're seeing here. In particular, it was the GTHOs that really did reset Australian touring car racing back in that era. Have a look at that HQ coming around here as well. Car number 45, magnificent looking car there of Nathan Gordon. And he does a terrific job in the HQ GTS Monaro. Tough looking rig, as is the Camaro in front of him there. The 68, they both go streaming on through. That's Jeff Munday. The American muscle, the Aussie muscle there, and the Coupe Mustang. Sorry, the Coupe Monaro. Just cars emblazoned across the front window of all the historic touring cars. And of course, this weekend they'll all have enjoyed a great meal at the Isola de Capri. PIARC again assembling a great amount of sponsors. The Yokohama Traction Tyre Centre in Rowville, the Ramada Resort here at Phillip Island. Isola de Capri, Cool Drive for all of their great auto parts stores around the country and growing, and Speco VHT for their loyal support for many, many years of Island Magic here with the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. And we have got arguably the best display of cars for our last race of the season here in Victoria. The historic touring cars have bought an immense field here this weekend. Should be congratulated. 30 plus cars for historic touring cars here at Phillip Island this weekend. The 19 looking to the inside here to get a move done on the 46 there, and that is Leo Tobin, guy that loves the GM product. It's the 46 here. This is a Mustang, and doing a good job. Oh, here's a couple of Mazdas ganging up on the 55 out there at the moment of Ian Mewett. And we hear that scream, 1.3 litres, 12As either side of him here. This would be frustrating, a Mustang owner, no end of it. Nick Niven goes wide, pinches up a brake there, and Mewett goes through. Hossack just trying to get through there. He's lifting a paw off the ground and continues on, really stiffly sprung on the back of that RX2 there. Lifts the paw up off the ground, lets it float in the air for a moment there. Probably wants all four on the ground so he can hang on around the very long turn 12 here, because now Miles is going to range up onto the back of them here. This is Glenn Miles in the number 16 Charger. The two Mazdas out side by side. There's smoke coming out the side of the 13. Oh, the Mustang. That's had a massive lock-up as well. Where does it see him on track? A big pinch up of the brakes there of the Mustang in front of these guys. That's Ian Mewett. And have a look at Hossack. He's going to go round the outside of Pete McNiven. No love lost between these two Mazda contenders. It's the business end of the weekend. Darren Hossack wants to get out of 9th and get into 8th. And they want to get out after Mewett there as well. He had a massive lock-up into turn 1 there. They haven't been able to catch him. There he is in the number 55, just ahead of them here. Power down out of these two RX2s, the screaming Mazdas. Everybody loves a screaming Mazda, don't they? The number 13 comes out of the bottom corner there. Adrian Moyle in this magnificent looking black with the SS badge on the front and those silver stripes over the bonnet and over the boot lid. out over the back bobtail as well. Have a look at the 59 of Andrew Williams. He's all over the back of it. Frustration must be the feeling inside the 59 at the moment. Drags all over the back of the 25. They point these things at the straight, and like it has been for so many years of racing these cars. Adrian Moyle opens it up. 5.7 litres at his disposal. 3.3 at Andrews. And the Camaro just gets another 4 or 5 car lengths around. Andy Williams is not dismayed by it at all. He just means he has to work harder from here all the way back around to the top of the course again to push home the advantage. This is 4th and 5th on the road. Paul Stubber leading the way, has got 4 laps completed in the yellow Camaro. Fastest lap of 146.37. Paul Stubber does hold the lap record here at a 145.31. Takes about a full second off his own lap record out there at the moment. Oh boy, Adrian blocking up that right front in the 25 Camaro. Have a look at that. This is going to wheel spin out of Andy Williams' car. He had a bit of opposite lock there. He smells the blood in the water with the Camaro now understeering. Have a look at the push on the Camaro coming out of Siberia. Switches to oversteer on horsepower. Leaves the number 11 on the road behind him. A couple of GTHOs. Who doesn't like a look at a GTHO? Have a look at the size of the bags on the back of that number 4 car there as well of Brett Hodgkin. And we're talking 21st on the road here. Jervis Ward just in front of these guys in the Creative Parrot Falcon Sprint. There he is, the number 26, Jervis Ward. He tips it in, the 4 of Hodgkin, followed through by the 52 of Colin Larson in his GTHO. They really did change the landscape of Australian motoring. These 4-door, big, heavy, fast cars that came out of the Ford Motor Company here in Australia and changed the careers of many racing drivers as well over the journey. And they still are driven extremely well by the likes of these guys in historic touring cars. Just under 7 minutes remaining in the 2023 iteration of Island Magic. 31 leading the way. This is Paul Stubber. He locks up on left front. There's no pressure from behind for Paul, but his pressure is between his ears. It's in his own helmet. He applies the pressure to himself. He's got 4 bonnet pins, not 2 on the front of this car, just to make sure the bonnet doesn't come up. And again, he spins the wheels coming out of Siberia. Aldo Paoli is terrific. Hang on here. Look at Stubber. He's giving us a bit of a demonstration of how much he likes to move the 31 around out on the track. It is a greasy racetrack out there at the moment. He would have a handful, but this is how Stubber likes it. He likes the car to move around. He likes to be able to just explore the limits of adhesion. Aldo Paoli. The Pioli there as well comes in. Ferris has gone to the pit lane in the number 19. So he has removed himself from the further competition. Brett Harris in the Holden Tirana XU1 is just trickling down pit lane at the moment. And I'm not sure why he has come to the lane, but certainly just slowly trundling down the lane there. Didn't see any black flags or anything like that he might be serving a drive-through. No, sadly, the number 19 is turning into the back of the paddock, so that's a real shame. Brett Ferris in the Holden Tirana XU1, not taking any further part. Have a look at that. Oh no, the 52, right in the middle of the corner down there at turn 4. Here comes the, on replay here, is Jervis Ward. Whoa, this was a big look, a really big look and a lunge. And that was not going to come off. He's clipped Jervis Ward too, so damage on that beautiful Falcon Sprint. Colin Larson, not sure what he thought he was going to achieve there, unless he had run out of brakes down into turn 4 there, but clipping the Falcon Sprint, the Creative Parrot Falcon Sprint there of Jervis Ward. That's a shame. Have a look at this. The Mustang blasting through on Darren Hossack, the 55, and Darren saying, yeah, nah, you're not doing that. Like an AFL footballer, yeah, nah, get back behind me. I've got this in the number 18. And that GTHO just on the outside of the corner here. We're going to have a safety car.
Yep, that I'm afraid I think was going to be the inevitable, Darren. I've just come back from downstairs having a chat to the Formula V drivers after that last race, but just coming in to see the stricken GTHO Falcon after the contact with Jervis Ford. Looks like there's some smoke coming off the back of the... Is that the Jervis Ford car there?
That's sad too. Jervis's car is a beautiful looking, beautifully prepared racing car, and now he's got smoke billowing off that right front tyre in the left hooker, the Falcon Sprint. That's a shame. I really didn't think that gold GTHO was going to haul up there. It looked like it might have been a brake issue, and he certainly lifted his hand in apology there to Jervis. So bit of a coming together. Here we go. Here it is again. He's a long, long way back. Looks to the inside here. Bit of a lock-up. Bit more of a little lock-up there, and then a lock-up on the left front. Wow, maybe he thought he could plunge down there and get a big dive bomb done.
I think Jervis saw him coming, but he just wasn't quite wide enough at the turn number 4, so he realised that something was going to happen, just didn't know it was going to be that bad, unfortunately.
You just don't like to see these old racing cars. No. They're hard enough to find parts for and keep them running without having contact. So it is a very rare occurrence that we do see contact in historic touring cars. All right, well, what this does is that this obviously compacts the field up. The Racer Industries Sparco safety car has been deployed. We thank Racer Industries for the use of their vehicle for the safety car here this weekend. Racer Industries certainly making their presence felt right around the country in that racing hardware scene. Of course, Cool Drive in the general stream of automotive parts, but Racer Industries, Ryan McLeod company that he instigated all those years ago and has now into the hands of the Blanchard family, and they have gone and added an extra impetus behind that organisation. And interesting to see them making that move into that motorsport hardware field as well. And they providing sponsorship for the Formula Fords, and of course they're providing this safety car here this weekend in the Just Cars historic touring car race number 3 for the weekend. We're dramatically running out of time here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix.
Wondering if they're actually going to be taking a bit too long to pull that car in. Oh, Paul Stubber again.
Paul Stubber, and behind him as well, DePoli. They are both finding the, I guess the tyres are starting to say, it's been a long season, guys. Why are you still torturing us? And look at that there again.
It's not just because of the weather either. That's
they're having just some fun with the throttle. They're having some fun with the throttle.
We're fast running out of, as you said, Darren, fast running out of time here. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock. They've actually had to call for a flatbed tow to pick up the GTHO Falcon from turn number 4. So there it is, being loaded onto the Kev the Towie's flatbed. So we'd be lucky to probably get one more lap, I would say. It might be the old club sprint to finish. As the Sparco and Racer Industries safety car leads them through turn number 10. They'll get across the line. There'll be still time on the clock, but of course when the clock goes 0, it's one lap after the clock goes 0. So be very lucky to get one more lap in, if not to finish under safety cars. We're getting very close to the cut-off here of 5 p.m, which is normally when all track activity has to cease at Phillip Island. Every now and again they do get a little bit of an extension in extenuating circumstances, such as the wall repairs that we had to see take place after the unfortunate accident in the Formula Ford Duratec race, which was called off in a similar vein to the way that the Formula Open race last year, it was called off at the final event of the year, just because extenuating circumstances, too many cars off the circuit, and not enough time to get everybody back onto the right tyre and restart that race. So unfortunately for Formula Ford, that was the reason why that has got 0 results against it for race number 3. And there's just 45 seconds left on the clock as the field streams past the checkered stripe.
So the flashing lights on the safety car there from Racer Industries, we thank them, of course, for their support right throughout this weekend, and worthy motorsport people to be involved with if you're looking for anything that they certainly have amongst their product range. I guess one of the interesting things here for you and I, Steve, and those still here at the track, is that it's almost like a live parade now that we get to see some of these just amazing pieces of racing cars that people are still, I'm going to say, generous enough to bring to the track and just show us what touring car racing used to be like in the day. And I'm pretty sure that back in the day they didn't have one-lap screamers to the finish here, and that is going to fall into the hands of Paul Stubber. It's how he loves it. It's how he enjoys his motorsport. He's a guy that throws the mud up against the wall and races it to the ground, and he certainly does have a ripping time. Really enjoy watching the way Paul Stubber goes about it, and we're going to have a ripping time to see how Pioli goes with him as well. And a guy that started on pole, Craig Allen, is right back in the thick of things here as well for one final lap. Do we get it?
Yeah, we are going to get it. It says safety car in this lap at the bottom of the screen, so it looks like we will get just the one last lap to round out not only the final event of the Just Cars Historic Touring Cars for 2023, because this is the culmination of their racing season. It's also the culmination of Island Magic 2023, and for a lot of categories that there's not much more racing left in the year, if at all. So attention's all going to be turning after this weekend's over to what does 2024 look like. We know there's a few calendars that are yet to be published for us, things that we've been a part of and been fortunate to be a part of this year with the Victorian State Race Series. Of course, the historic touring cars, like most of the categories here this weekend, stands for Formula Open, have been a regular part of throughout the 2023 season. Still looks like all 6 tracks are going to be used again next year. In what capacity and on what dates is the real question. And whether or not we're back here again with Blendline TV for Island Magic in 2024. All of those permutations have still got to be worked out throughout the off-season, but what's definitely a certainty is the one last lap that the historic touring cars have to finish out the season. Safety car wasn't even into pit lane, and Paul Stubber's already hit the go pedal and roars off into turn number 12 and going right with him. Aldo Di Paoli squirming Paul Stubber as he goes through turn number 12. The rear end of the Camaro disagreeing with the tyres that were underneath the rear axle, and he's dragging Di Paoli with him off to turn 1. Look at the margin that they've gone through after just a handful of corners. Big slide from Di Paoli going through turn number 1. He's not given up hope of grabbing another one of these trophies to put in his trophy cabinet.
Great vision here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit to sign off on season 2023 here. Couldn't have thought of 2 more wild competitors to get out there and show us how to do it and get it done in the wet. Massive understeering here for Aldo Pioli, but he stays with Paul Stubber, the guy that is famous for his amazing control of this this yellow Camaro. He is doing a brilliant job out in front of this one. Tricky conditions, plus 500 horsepower on board for these, and both of them from Western Australia doing such a good representation. They've got a long trip home, Steve, so they want to enjoy this last 4.9 Ks.
They certainly do. They want to savour every minute of their time here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. They may have not had a West Australian for the other categories this weekend turn around and taste the top step of the podium, but one of them will. That's the important thing. So Western Australia will have some silverware heading back to the Western Seaboard. It's only going to be as a result of one of these two taking the top step of the podium, but they'll be definitely happy to see them both in Parc Ferme after this and congratulate each other on what's been a very entertaining final lap.
Watch Aldo Pioli on the Blendline TV highlights reel for season 2023. He is lighting it up, moving it around. Both of them squirming onto the straight here. Camaro, Stubber, Pioli rounds it out for the historic touring cars here at Phillip Island for 2023. The rest of the field in their wake. And it'll be Allen in the Mustang. Andy Williams, the local guy, brings it into P4. Adrian Moyle, Michael Michelli, Darren Hossack eventually home there in 7th place. Just given the horsepower race, Darren couldn't bring it to him. Ian Mewett Glenn Miles, Brent Trengove eventually into the 10 there as well. We go to Monday, Hodgkin rounding out the top 12. Then it's Gordon, Hepburn, Muleman across the line. Historic touring cars leaving all of the excitement right to the end of the day here at Island Magic 2023. And wow, it is a very, very misty, foggy, almost eerie silence that has taken place here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. There it is, confirmation. Paul Stubber in the 31 takes the W over Aldo Pioli, Craig Allen, Andy Williams, Adrian Moore, Michael Michelli, Darren Hossack home in 7th place, Ian Muir, Glenn Miles, Brett Trengove, fastest lap to Stubber on a 146.37. There's Jeff Munday in the 68. Rodney Hodgkin, Nathan Gordon, Ray Hepburn, Peter Muleman in the Mustang in 15th. Stephen Pillickers in the Tirana, Richard Hill in the Cooper S there as well. Les Walmsley in the Cortina, Brett Hodgkin, Leo Tobin in the Mustang, John Harrison, Michael George, the final of our finishers home there. Jervis Ward sadly with damage, Colin Larson with damage, Peter McNiven withdrew from the competition there as well, and they were the starters in the last race from the weekend. Brett Ferris, Darlson, Baird Collins and Moyle. And that, everybody, is Island Magic for 2023.
Yeah, certainly is. What an entertaining finish to the 2023 racing season here in Victoria. No better place to do it than the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and I'm pleased to say I think we've beaten the odds yet again. We've avoided the worst of the weather. There wasn't too many major incidents throughout the weekend. I mean, the biggest one of those was, of course, the Formula Ford one today, but very, very respectful racing from all 7 of the categories on offer. Great finishes, great champions decided, and some silverware going to all different parts of the country. There's some going to New South Wales, going to ACT, going to Western Australia, some of it staying in Victoria. But we're going to see you in 2024. We look forward to joining you again for what should be an entertaining season of racing with the Victorian State Race Series.
Catch you next year, everyone.